Hey, what's up? The real life Pikachu. Real deal here. Hey, let's pull up some crystal in honor of Poke Guitarist Jake. Oh, excuse me, I'm not wearing my glasses. It's hard to read the chat right now. Old man eyes. Hey, yes, appreciate the subs, guys. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Hold up, let's get a little Pokemons with our Pokemons. Oops. Get going. That guy there. Don't want to steal shine from Napoleon. Oh yeah, by the way, this is Napoleon. Say hi to Napoleon. She's our rock star of the evening. There we go. There we go. There we go. Go, hamster, go. Isn't she awesome? Go, Napoleon, go. Hampter shiny luck, exactly. Right on. Isn't she? She really is. She just keeps going. She's taking a quick little breather, guys. When she does that, we'll run. Oops, what am I doing here? We'll get a little something going. Hold on, I'm entering in the chat here. I'm so glad you guys appreciate her. Oh man, that's awesome. I streamed it a couple times. I streamed the Hampter Time a few times, so I only try and do it when they're up and feeling inspired. That, or if I can get a good angle when they like kind of nap. Sometimes it's kind of cute. Oh my goodness, did you see that flip? She just goes for it, man. She will do this for a solid 10 to 20 more minutes. We'll see. Literally all night, this is all I hear. Hold on. Sorry, I can't see the chat right now. Where's chat? I lost chat. Where'd chat go? There's chat. Guitarist Jake, dude, I got shiny Corviknight today. Nicely done. Good job on 1,000 subs, man. Props to you, dude. I saw that you were like, I thought you were like 985 or something. I saw you were like close the other day, so I was stoked. Yeah. Hey, check it out. We got. I'll keep the shine on. Here, we'll keep the love on Napoleon, but in honor of my other rockers, here's my fretless bass. So got that some of you guys. I already saw Daphne here. You gotta name your guitars, right? Pokey Guitars, Jake. Do you name any of your guitars? Do you have names for them? I have names for a few, but not every single one. But yeah, how many of you guys play guitar in here? Do we have a lot of musicians? Oh, and props on the shiny Corbinite, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. What's Hampster doing? Oh, she's taking a little nap. Here, let's see if we can get a view of Hampster in her natural habitat in the Hampter Cave. Look at her little face. So she'll kind of hang out there for a minute. Hold on. Pikachu knows how to roll. She does know how to roll. She's pretty sturdy, man. Dude, she is surprisingly like. So when I got her was Christmas Eve, almost 3 years ago, and they had just gotten a ton of hamsters. There was like 15 baby hamsters in there, and she was literally just fighting off every other hamster, just like doing battle. And and I was just like, I gotta get this baby out of here. But I was so impressed. She was the tiniest. She was clearly like the runt of the litter, but was just the feistiest. I have one other hamster, Cinnamon, and I tried introducing the two, and Napoleon here almost flew just like through the air trying to attack Cinnamon. So I was like, I'm not gonna mess with that. I gotta read the chat. Shiny Pichu. Oh, Shiny Pichu. Hold up. Shiny Pichu time. Sorry, guys. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shiny Pichu. Oops, hold on. Haha. Dude, this took me so long to get. I didn't think I was going to get it. I legit thought it was just no hope. So I'm trying to keep up with the chat. You guys are awesome. You guys are just flooding. This is dope, man. Appreciate you guys so much. That's how to roll. Yeah, Jake, let's make a band. 4 electrics, next shredding, next Sunday. Yeah, I'll check out your stream Sunday. Hey, dude. Hey, guys. My birthday is Monday, so I just gotta say thank you guys so much for the love tonight. I wasn't really planning on streaming tonight. I was kind of having a shitty day, if I'm being real. Yeah, it was kind of bumming, and I was like, you know what? Let's just start out with a little Hampter Time. Let Napoleon kind of do her thing, see where it goes. And yeah, appreciate you, Jake. Bringing the love. Shiny Moltres, Zoid 6, Nat, Sherry. You guys are dope. Aqua Relics. Trying to get everyone in here. I am blind as a bat, so if you see I'm leaning in on my computer to even read this stuff. Take care, Sherry. It's 1% shiny Pikachu because Pichu is 1%, 1/8 odds. Took me a while too. Play Crystal on cartridge. I have shiny Pikachu. Yeah, so this is so I've been kind of rocking with kind of a weird team. So Cubone. I can speak sometimes. Cubone is like a must-have. So I've been mainly just playing the slots lately just to get Cubone and Wobbuffet. Gotta have Jigglypuff. We got Pichu here. I kind of went with Miltank just because I wanted someone who could just like sturdy, take some punches, and then I kind of went with Nidoran. But hold on, let me get your guys' take because we got some actual Pokemon players in here. So let me get your guys' opinion on what you guys think we should roll with on our team. Because I'm kind of cycling it out. I get a little wacky and I start training a ton of different guys. Hey, pass down kindness and happy birthday. Thank you, Poke Guitars Jake. I keep saying full names here. It's just, I'll just call you Jake rather than doing the whole thing. Unless you want me to call him Poke Guitars Jake too. Honor the title. That's cool too. Up the mic volume. Absolutely, guys. Hey, oops. Hold on here. I appreciate you guys. Any pointers, any tips, anything you guys, think maybe would help out with the stream, let me know. I'm pretty new to this stuff, so I'm kind of slowly but surely, you know, we're making our way. You know, I literally just downloaded this emulator the other day, so I get real distracted. I kind of have some hardcore ADHD, so bear with me. Appreciate you guys for hanging out. I was talking about showing you guys my team so we could figure out which guys we want to play as. Volume on your mic. God bless Shiny Jake Joku. Already sub. You scored much. Jake, thanks. You guys rock. Alright, so we just caught our Sudowoodo. Look at that little wiggle dance. Alright, I'm going to crank up the mic volume now and let me know if I need to turn it down. Because I'm not standing right in front of the speaker right now. Well, let me just put this on the different. What am I doing? Here, that's better. There we go. There we go. You're playing gold? Nice. There you go, Sherry. Yeah, I think gold was the one I put the most hours in. Crystal's always been one of my favorites, but my actual version of Crystal that I have on the cartridge is just trashed. I can't get a save state on it at all. So we got Snubble here. I kind of really want to train this Snubble. This one I'm pretty sure has higher EVs because these are on the same exact level, and this one has what? Yeah, just 3 stats higher, but still, you know, gotta look out for that stuff. So I want to go for that guy. Oh, I kind of get a little wacky with the name, so pardon me if anyone takes offense to some of these names. I was kind of having a late night. You guys can hear me for the first time. Appreciate it. Oh, sit in a chair. Dude, I wish I had a chair. I got this yoga ball. That's what I'm freaking rocking right now. So I'm just standing with my my keyboard on a little a little music stand. You know, we got a little jiggy set up. Yeah, I know you guys saw it. As I was scrolling through, I was like, hold up. So I love this Onyx though. Onyx is one of my favorites. Onyx doesn't get enough love, so I always try and play as Onyx. But right now, I don't have him out just because he's a little over-leveled for where we're at in the game. Samesies, I want to play as Samesies. Samesies is a ditto. Hold on, is Napoleon up? Napoleon's up! Oh no, she's back. Okay. She's going to be moving around doing her thing. Exercise Pokemon stream. Yeah, also, I have a hard time sitting still. So yeah, we are adult friendly. Yeah, I always put my streams as, you know, not for kids or whatever. I don't know. But I always figure I should be careful anyways. Like, when I was on streaming on Twitch before, I kind of just always, you know, just assume you never know who's out there, so I was kind of trying to be mindful of what I'm saying. But at the same time, like you said, we're all adults here, so feel free in the chat, no harm, just be kind. That's all I ask, just be kind. So games that I play, what actually got me streaming in the first place was, of all things, Pokemon Unite. So on Pokemon Unite, it's just in the little corner, it says, hey, you want to stream on Twitch? I was like, yeah, why not, you know? So made a little account, started from there. Other than that, I mainly just play like old school games. Like on my computer right now for streaming, I got Pokemon Crystal right here. I just have the Game Boy Advance emulator. So I have this, I have Revelations Demons. Or Revelations the Demon Slayer. I don't know if anyone knows that old school game. I used to have it on cartridge. And then I have Dragon Warrior Monsters 2 Kobe's Journey. So let me know if any of you guys are interested in seeing those. I haven't started either of those games, so I'm looking to grind through that. But I figured I would start with Crystal because it's been a minute, and you know, I love me some Pokemons, you know. Open about disorders. I'm on spectrum. Fun fact: I was dosed when I was 4 years old, and preschool teacher noticed something was up. Yeah, I was the same way. When I was 4, they tried to hold me back, in kindergarten, and they tried to put me on Ritalin for ADHD. And my teachers were like, "Yeah, we can't deal with this kid." And my parents was like, "The hell you are! You know, we're not putting them on any drugs." So I was fortunate on that. I didn't actually go on any ADHD meds until I was like 19, and only did that for like 6 months. Um, yeah, no, I feel you there. You know, there, there. I used to actually teach K through 8 back in the day, so you do like as a teacher, you kind of pick up on things pretty quick. You know, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing. Um, I always figure with like ADHD in particular, it's like there's the people who are able to sit down and focus are the ones who do great in school, whereas someone maybe with ADHD would have excelled during times where maybe you have to hunt or something. So it's like maybe you're not made for what they're asking you to do. Yeah, good for you. I'm glad. Like that stuff messed me up. I had to do Adderall for a minute, and that stuff messed me up. So yeah, I don't really take anything. I don't even do my multivitamins, to be honest. And I'm not saying that's a great method either. Trust your local medical advisor. Okay, so going back to the Pokemons, we got the baby, our Togepi. Togepi is just fun. I mean, Metronome. Who can't go wrong with Metronome? Complete Game Boy Colors game, GBA games, RetroArch, PlayStation 2 emulator. Oh, you have PlayStation 2 emulator? I got to figure out how to do that. I'm still learning how to get all this stuff. So on Steam, what I have right now is, what do I have? I have Multiverses and World of Tanks. World of Tanks Blitz. I have both, but I mainly play Blitz. And then, yeah, I got the emulator, and I'm open to, like, downloading whatever games. If you guys have any recommendations, please. Yeah. No, that's good. I think in general, it's like kids, let kids be kids, let people be people, and then, like, if it's, affecting you that you need to see medical help, go get medical help, But, anyways, not trying to get all preachy, but yeah, I just always think people are too quick to try and like make kids fit a mold, but it's like nah, there's plenty different brain chemistries out there. Anyways, yeah, I never got anything past PlayStation 2. I have like what am I talking about with PlayStation? I never had any Xboxes, so I have PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. I've got like old school stuff. I've got like Sega Genesis, freaking what was the other one? Sega Game Gear, Yeah, Metronome is great. Rattata, I love it. So I have Cyndaquil. I have one. So I was gonna have one Cyndaquil for everyone. So I have Quilliam, who's gonna be my Quilava. We have Geronimo, who's gonna be our Typhlosion, and then we have Flameyback, who's our Cyndaquil. Times I played Platinum. I can't speak, guys. I have a little bit of a stumble on my words sometimes. Platinum, when I would use Togepi, I'd give it Fire Blast and Solar Beam. Shit, that sounds dope. I know. I want to teach this one Psychic. I think it can learn Psychic. I haven't played this one in a minute, so I don't remember which guys these guys learn. So instead of rely on Metronome. Metronome is just fun though. Metronome is such a gamble. It's like it can be amazing, or you just like nothing happens. Like you're just like, haha, flash, 5 turns. That would actually be dope. Okay, so I want to actually try and beat the game. Like I want to get this guy going the whole game. I know Weedle doesn't learn anything more than Poison Sting, so we're just spamming Poison Sting. But I also just kind of play these characters based on the back sprites. Like I mainly just pick my team based on like who I like, the look of. One game's on PlayStation 3. Nice. Nice, man. GameCube, Wii. Oh, yeah, I got Wii 64. I got that, too. GBA, Atari. Nice. Sega Genesis. Please, Zoid. I would really appreciate that. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that would be dope. Thanos, yeah, right? So, yeah, Thanos doesn't mess around. He comes in clutch, man. So I have Charlie the Spinnerack. He essentially is the same form as Thanos. I don't really like evolving a lot of these guys too, so I kind of keep them as little babies. Got Zeus, our pincer, who I just got in the bug catching contest a little bit ago. Dude, isn't the hamster amazing? Hold on, let's just turn it. Loop. She's probably gonna do her little run-in a sec. I would pet her, but she's a little. Want to respect the hamster, respect the Prince of Space. You guys will meet Cinnamon in a bit. This is Napoleon, and then you guys will meet Cinnamon in a bit. Cinnamon is sleeping. Cinnamon has like a double layer cage. They sleep in different cages, but Cinnamon has like a double layer and has like a little tube that she, connects the two levels to. And her place to sleep is actually in that tube. So, I think it's because she's smart and she knows I actually can't get to her when she's in the tube. So, she legit, when she's in the tube, she's just chilling in the tube. It's like if you guys watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia, it's Charlie in the crevice. I'm going in the crevice! So I have to just wait for her to wake up. I have Togetic on my current file, 22 with Fire Blast named Toga Flamer. Nice! Stream on Friday. I can help you. Yeah, I'll stream on Friday. Yeah, I'm trying to honestly stream every day I can. Because that's what we're trying to do, man. Let's see, we build. I appreciate you guys. I don't even know what sub count we're at. I was at 7 earlier today. I was at 1 subscriber for 15 years here or something. Ridiculous. So I really appreciate you guys hanging out. It's starting to pick up, so it's giving me faith that, maybe we got something going here. I love this guy. So Punchy McP, my Ladian. I don't know actually how you pronounce Ladian. Love that one though. Succubus the Oddish. I just got this guy because I needed cut, but I actually like the way Oddish plays. It's kind of dope. Napoleon's just kind of hanging out. Let's see if Napoleon doesn't really go for biscuits. Let me see if I can offer a biscuit. Let's see if she goes for a biscuit. I don't know if she will. Oh, she's back on the wheel. She's back on the wheel. There we go. Now we're talking. She took her power nap. Now she's back. She just needed to recover a little bit, Who we have next? Waggers. Waggers is one of my strongest, my favorite. Little check. I keep losing check. I got too many windows open. Hamster lately because they're so cute. Yes! Hey, Shiny Moltres, let me know if you have any questions about hamsters. I am glad to help. I've had this right here, Napoleon, is a Roborovsky, so the Robos, they're the smallest. They're super cute, a little bit more energetic. Love them though. I also have it's called a pudding hamster, but it's like a winter white, kind of like hybrid or whatever. So it's like winter white Campbell's, and then there's Syrian. Syrian are the biggest, and I've had Syrians before as well. But if I could go with anything, I would go with the minis because, oh my god, she just flipped out of there. You okay, baby? Yeah, she's chilling. She's like, I'm gonna go look for some nuts for a second. Dude, you know what I love about these guys too? If you see the corn there, they have these like dried up corn on the cob things, and the corn is like freaking gold to them. Hey, I just saw the likes. Appreciate you guys so much. 5 likes. I think it was the most we've ever gotten. It's freaking dope. You guys are awesome. But like with cinnamon, I'll spread. Oh, she's just running around. Hold on, let's just. Oh, she's back. So I have like several setups for the hamsters. So I have 2 hamsters. So I have them in there. We've got 2 separate cages. So they kind of have their own little hangout there. This is kind of Hampterville. So this is actually, I have like a big old drawer in my 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 dresser drawer in my room that I makeshifted into a Hampter hangout. So it kind of gives them a little like change of pace. I kind of like set up different stuff, so it's almost like a little playground area. I also have like another little cage, so I kind of like switch it up for them. But yeah, I used to have Syrians back in the day, and what's rough with Syrians is they need like, they're like mini Wolverines. They need more space than you could ever give them, so they just will never be happy. They'll always be trying to escape, and it's kind of heartbreaking. You know, like at least with the mini hamsters, like I found that you can kind of set them up in enough of a space that they're kind of chilling, you know, but like whenever I've had Syrians, like they just are constantly trying to escape. And it's just kind of like, you're not really going to be able to change that. They'll never have enough space. I know, she falls out. She is so sturdy though, dude. She is so mighty. A year old. Good for you, Zoid. Yeah, I opened my channel back in 2006, so it's been a minute, but I don't really claim to really know what the hell I'm doing. So I'm kind of just starting like, you know, pumping this stuff up a little bit. So I figure, 138, good for you. Food, water, clean, wheel, stare, wheel. Exactly. Moltres, you know exactly the program. You know, and they're so food driven. Oh yeah, but I was saying about the corn kernels. It's like, if you see the corn kernels here, they're kind of spread out there, and then she has her little stash over here. But they'll literally just like, all kind of like, you know, sometimes like give them corn and spread it out a little bit, and then they just like switch corners. They just kind of organize it. It's like a little video game. You spread the corn out, and then they just collect it and then put it over in the corner. But they get off on it, you know. It seems like a little game for them. So, Butterfree is dope. So I'm slowly going through the chat. I'm a little behind here on the chat. Quiver Dance is dope. Yeah. I don't even know. Is Quiver Dance in Crystal? I don't think they have that yet. Once they did Quiver Dance, it was game over for the bug types. I always loved bug Pokemon, though. Yeah, she does a little flips. 5 bunnies. Whoa! I hear ya. Yeah. Hey, how was owning guinea pigs? I never had guinea pigs, but they used to have that in my schools when I was growing up. The only reason I never got a guinea pig is just that they squeak a lot. Just kind of cute, but like, you know, typically I've kept these things in my room, so I didn't really want that thing squeaking all night. You know, these guys, it's like a white noise filter. You have them just running on their wheel all night. You really can. Yeah, I might. We'll set it up as a hamster ASMR stream. What I was actually thinking about that is just getting like multiple cameras up, so that way I don't have to move the camera at all. I just kind of know where she's gonna be, and then we just set up the cameras at those locations, and then you just have a hamster stream, man. Like, why not? It's some kind of ASMR, right? I don't know. I don't know what category. I put this. Yeah, we're in pets and animals. I felt weird putting this under games, even though I figured I would end up playing Crystal anyway. Wonder what your cat would think about your children around birds. I wonder if a cat would just watch a hamster stream. That would be so funny if you do a hamster stream where it shows a hamster on wheels, or running on a wheel, and then how it's actually successful is people's cats are obsessed with it. So people end up watching the stream just so their cats can just sit there and be hypnotized. Right? Yeah, Napoleon will keep it up. So my other hamster, Cinnamon, has 3 legs. So she doesn't run on the wheel as much. Napoleon will just go for hours. Cinnamon is a little bit limited. She'll still run on the wheel, but like it took her a while to figure it out. She's my handy capable hamster. Oh yeah, there we go. We'll do some guitar streams. See, that's what I kind of want to like mix up the streams. That's why I've been trying to do different categories. Like, if you guys have any recommendation on, what categories I should be streaming on, like I don't know if it's appropriate to be streaming and gaming and then playing guitar as well. I guess it doesn't really matter, but still, it's like, you know, leading people on or whatever. So I figure I can like change the categories as we go, but yeah. So the story with Cinnamon, she has 3 legs. I'll introduce you to Cinnamon as soon as I hear her up. But like I said, she's still chilling her thing. So when I got Cinnamon was about like 6 months ago or something. It was at PetSmart. Yeah, right. They knew exactly. Dude, what's crazy is like hamsters, like mice in the wild, love wheels. Like just rodents in general love freaking wheels. They're just drawn to it. Um, but yeah. Anyway, so with Cinnamon she's like this little golden hamster. She's freaking adorable, and I was at the pet store. I was at PetSmart, and I see her, and she's this tiny little thing, and they had her in a cage with another Campbell's hamster, and the other one was from a different litter, so it was like twice the size. And the other hamster was just going around in a circle, and every time it would come back to Cinnamon, it would just start mauling her, just beating her up and stuff. So Cinnamon was just sitting there kind of like rocking back and forth, just like shaking. And I was like, hey, like telling the worker there, I was like, hey, you guys, like, this hamster's gonna kill this other hamster. And he goes, yeah, it's a problem. And I was like, bro, like, this hamster's gonna kill. So I was sitting there literally just like knocking on the glass every time the other hamster would come over. I would just go, bah, 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 and knock on the glass so it would stop attacking Cinnamon. The hamster would look at me and go, and then it would like go back and like running around. And so I just told the guy, I was just like, hey, give me this hamster. So I just, I ended up with Cinnamon. And she's the best, man. Cinnamon is the best. But I didn't even know she had 3 legs until like having her for like a few days, because I put her in like a cardboard box, like a long, like drink container kind of box, so she can like kind of run around. And I heard this thumping noise. It was like thump, 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 thump. Every time I was like, what the fuck is that? And I look and I realized she was missing her back right leg. It's just like a little stub. So she doesn't let that stop her, So she's my little handy-capable hamster. Category matters too much. Maybe aim to keep it at whatever your aim focus for that particular stream is. Yeah, so that's one thing is like I'll tend to do like really long streams, so I'll kind of be switching it up throughout the stream. So I'm wondering, is it better to stream long and switch things up, or do mini streams, like maybe break them up and then retitle the stream and then restart a new stream after like 10 minutes or something, like, or do you just lose all momentum doing that? Are you better just continuing the same stream? Like, we're questions, let's see. Don't think the yeah. I'll watch it. Sleep too. It's an awesome idea. I like the no sound when I pop in here. Oh, there you go. Appreciate you, Sherry. Yeah, I kind of mix it up. Sometimes I have sound, sometimes I don't. Depends on how I'm feeling. Streaming under the game cover, you should set it to a game you're playing, so if people are looking for Pokemon Gold Silver, you can find this one easier. Yeah. Good point. I honestly wasn't planning on playing the game. It was just you guys showing up. I saw Poke Guitarist Jake, and I was like, "Hey, all right, we gotta pull that up." So yeah, I was just like I said, I was having a real shitty day. I I kind of got set up like oh, she's got 2 wheels in here. She's going for the other wheel. It was almost like stood up for a date, but not actually. So I've been wanting to find a new martial arts gym for a few years. My old martial arts gym closed, and recently was just like, hey, let's, I was kind of getting into like Japanese sword and stuff. Like whipped out my old bokken. I don't know if any of you guys done any traditional martial arts. So I was kind of getting into that, and I was like, I want to find a teacher, but there's no real traditional, sword teachers in the area or anything like that. So I found a kendo instructor. He was like freaking an hour away. So I drive out to him, go check out his class. I had been emailing him, so he said, yeah, come to my beginner's class. You can, show up anytime between 5:30 to 6:30. You can watch, and then 6:30 to 6:40, we can talk. and then I have 6:40. I have a intermediate class. So so I go. I watch the whole beginners class. I wait till 6:30 at the end of the class, and then it became clear that he didn't really want to talk to me because he just kind of like cornered another student and was talking to her and was she tell she was kind of trying to leave, but he just like was talking to her. So the whole 10 minutes that we were supposed to meet is then up, and he kind of led me to believe that I would be kind of like maybe able to sit in on the intermediate class, but then he kind of comes over and he doesn't really like look at me, and I kind of introduce myself and I'm like, hey, I was talking to you in email, and he goes, I know, and I was like, oh yeah, and then and he goes, go to this other gym, which is like, he's just like, go to this other spot, and I was just like, oh, okay, right on, I was like, well, and I tried to ask him some questions that I had. I was like, well, do you have any, do you know any people that teach Iaido or something, like, Japanese sword? And he goes, yeah, I know people. I was like, can you give me any recommendations? He goes, nope, and then walks away. I was like, fuck. I drove a fucking like hour for this shit. Shorter videos get more views. Yeah, maybe I'll try the shorter vids. I'll try that. Maybe doing a preference thing. If you enjoy long VODs on your channel the entire stream throughout the day, just do one stream. If not, do several. Yeah, sometimes I'll just do like when I was doing Twitch, I would do like 48-hour streams and stuff, like ridiculous. So I know that's kind of extreme, but I just did that because I would stream for 5 hours and get no views. You know what I mean? So I would just be like, screw this. I'm just gonna not stop streaming, and I don't actually know what's going on, but I figure what's happening is like other streamers are logging off, so then I'll get people kind of popping in when other people are like they're looking for something to look at, but what a person. Oh yeah, right? When you being up in his class getting more money? Yeah, no, see that's what. Yeah, see, I appreciate you, Moltres. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I was legit bummed, man. Like it really kind of hurt my feelings. Like I don't know if it was my ego or what, but it's just like I thought I would be having to like debate taking up kendo, and also it's like my family, my aunt and uncle were born in Japan and stuff. I was like, for me, it was also a way to like retouch with my culture, like get in touch with my roots, like that kind of thing. I don't know. I had that kind of this built up thing, and the dude wanted nothing to do with me. Like I don't know what I did. I don't know what I could have done. I don't think it was me. I just think he wanted. I just did not want me in his school, his dojo. And it kind of sucked. Kind of felt shitty. Yeah, it might have been. There might have been something going on there. Yeah, honestly, like I've had martial arts teachers like that where they'll give like a cute lady like a lot of attention, and you're just like, dude, we all know what's going on here. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was just kind of shitty because it was like we were supposed to meet at 6:30. I drove out there. He told me to meet. He's the one who gave me that time to meet him there. And so 6:30 rolls around. I'm just standing there waiting for him, and he goes over and talks to that other lady, and then I'm just kind of still standing. And then the other students show up, and they all have their freaking like the bamboo staves. This is different. But they had little bamboo ones, and they all just start to like practice like swinging it. But I'm standing like right in front of them, and no one really tells me to move or anything. They just kind of like start swinging right near the back of my head. So I was just kind of like, oh shit, my bad. Like, and I go and then I stand right next to the instructor, and then oh yeah, and then that was the other thing. So he kind of goes like, yeah, go check out that other spot. And I was just like, so it was the Salinas dojo. He just kept going, Salinas, go to Salinas. And I was just like, dude, that's just as far as you. That's nowhere near my house. I don't live anywhere near there. So he kept trying to tell me like he was doing me a favor to go to this other spot. And what was the other thing? Yeah, it just sucked, man. Yeah, I kind of built it up in my head. I was kind of stoked to get into kendo, you know. There's not really any like opportunities to try that shit out here. Yeah, I appreciate you. Right on that. And there could have been something great, but I guess he's the problem on. Yeah, exactly. You should not have that attitude towards potential students. Like I thought, so that's what I was gonna say. I thought he led me to believe he's like, yeah, intermediate class starts at 6:40. So he kind of led me to believe I even brought my boken and stuff. I thought like maybe I could like sit in on the class or something, but I didn't want to assume. So you know, but then he just literally told me to get the fuck out. He was just like, I was just like, well, thank you so much for letting me, sit in on the beginning class. And he goes, yeah, well, now you're in a very special class. And I was like, all right. I'll say, yeah, he just walked away from, you know what I mean? He was just like, yeah, go to Salinas. He just walks away, and I was just like, what the fuck? So I literally just like walk out of there. All the students are like looking at me. The students were like, they were fine enough. Dude, the older guy was like super standoffish. I said hi to him, and he literally goes like, meh. But he was like an older man, so I don't really expect anything. I'm not like taking offense. I'm not trying to like expect everyone to be like, oh, well, you know. But yeah, you get a feel for the place. So, yeah, you know, I felt I could have offered it, you know, if nothing else, enthusiasm. You know, I was legit into it, so that was kind of why I was bummed. Oh, appreciate you guys. You guys rock. Thank you so much. I'm trying to keep Napoleon. Oh, she's back on it. There we go. Yeah, I try to keep things real. Honestly, half the times, I end up turning. Anytime I have people in the chat, I end up turning this into like therapy sessions. So, you know, feel free to share. I just start. Appreciate you guys. I get a little motor mouth here. Ends the stream. He wants to share the support his community gives him by finding another streamer and sending his viewers to them through the raid. Yeah, dude, I appreciate you guys so much for that. So this is what's funny. So I'm kind of embarrassed to say it, but this is the truth. So when I first, you guys first did this the other night. I first was streaming Crystal. You guys raided me, and right when you raided me, my freaking internet connection went out. So it's like I see that I'm getting raided, and then everything freezes, and I had to turn it off, turn it back on. So that sucked. But then everyone was going #PokeGuitarsJake, and I legit, because it's it freezes and I'm holding my guitar, so I thought you guys were calling me PokeGuitarsJake, like some Pokemon character, and I was like, that's a fucking dope name. I love that. That's dope, and so I did #PokeGuitarsJake on my next stream. As soon as I got it back up, and you guys kind of came back, and then even Jake came in there, and I was just like, oh shit, that's PokeGuitarsJake. So I almost felt bad, like I had pulled up the bat signal, it's like calling the cops, and then the cops show up, and you're like, oh hey, what's up guys? My bad. Isn't that a Family Guy joke where Meg does a little whistle, she does a bird call, and then Big Bird shows up, and he goes, yeah? You called me? She goes, oh, yeah, no, sorry. And he goes, I don't fly, right? I had to take the bus over here. Fucking jerk. So, yeah. Yeah, right? Yeah, well, Yeah, with that guy too, the conversation literally happened in 30 seconds. I thought we were gonna talk for maybe, he made it sound we were gonna talk for 10 minutes, but I thought maybe 3 to 5 minutes, maybe other students would be talking to him or something. I just had literally I'd written him down. I had 2 questions for him, and he just shut me the fuck down. But it's that's why, it's tough finding it's tough finding a community, man. I wish it was easier, but it's you gotta you gotta really put yourself out there and try different things, just show up spots and just see how the vibe is, because it's even if it's something you really want to do, sometimes the vibe is just not for you, and just that's I think that's just what was shitty, was I was legit stoked to be there, and he was just get the fuck out. I need you to get the fuck out. That was the vibe. I was like, oh, what? Excuse me? I'm sorry. Wait, what's a dope name? Fortunate Area Steve is still funny. Don't worry about that donkey. You can ask Jackie Chan to train you. Exactly. Yeah, we'll do some on nowadays. You know, we probably could link up with Jackie Chan. You know, take a few years, keep building it up. Like the internet's a magical place in that sense. You did everything right. You were emailing him. You were invited. Yeah, he invited me. I showed up on time. Yes, exactly. Came prepared with questions and some kind of. I did. I felt I dressed up nice, you know, to the degree that, you know, I could. I was very respectful. You know, I didn't even like enter the dojo until he kind of like invited me to come sit down. I was kind of standing at the door, just, you know, waiting. I knew there was a protocol of like taking your shoes off, so I wanted to, you know, I didn't want to like, you know, anyways, you know, whatever, man. That happens in life. I've had that before. I've had job interviews like that, which I don't mind at all, especially like a job. Like not working for the guy, but like I remember I had like a teaching job interview, and the principal for the school, it was like a private school. He had like this whole, you know, style, you know, just vibe for that school of what he wanted, and I could tell that we just weren't on the same page. Which is totally fine. It's his school, but like when we met, like the staff, everyone loved me. The kid, like it was looked like I had the job in the bag, but then when I met with him, it was just kind of like it was like egos clash. And I'm just calling myself. Obviously, I you know have my own ego too, so I'm not saying I'm like a saint in this. I was you know younger too, but it was just clear when we were talking. It was just like, yeah, this isn't going anywhere, is it? All right, have a good one, man. You know what I mean? And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's dope. Plus, he's got a business to run, you know. And like you said, we're not looking to waste anyone's time. That's really a key component of life, really. You know. Don't care what you do. Just don't hurt people, and you know don't. Your time is precious. You know, it really is. I hope everyone is doing good, healthy, happy. You know. Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's just like that's the reality. Like I started teaching. I was like a tutor was like my first job when I was 15, so it was like kind of like I was like a coach or a teacher for many years. So I'd kind of like built up my own. You just built up your own style over the years. Like I remember when I was teaching K through 8, I had already been like working with kids for like almost 10 years up to that point, you know, and so I was kind of used to just the craziness that can be working with a bunch of kids, especially freaking kindergartners. Like when I first started doing kindergarten, some of those kids didn't even know what the hell was going on. They had like little snot bubbles just like blowing up in their nose, and they're just like looking at me blank-eyed, and I'm like, oh, you have no idea what's going on, do you? You don't even know why you got dropped off here. All right, just hang tight, kid. Like we'll get you a cookie in a bit, okay? You know what I mean? Like the guy like literally learned how to talk, you know. Whereas some of them were just like, I had kindergartners that could like outwit any, like they were clearly smarter than any of the teachers there, but just didn't have the vocabulary yet, you know. And that's just the reality. And like, you know, sometimes people can't, you know, accept that fact. And it's like, you ain't that special, you know. But yeah. Anyways, I don't know. I'm kind of rambling, kind of all over the place. Yeah, people take themselves too seriously, especially like teachers, especially coaches. That's the whole thing like with martial arts, especially where I was so it took me, dude. I spent like weeks researching all the dojos, and I went to dojos in 100-mile radius around my area, and I've been calling places, emailing. A lot of them shut down because of COVID, and just trying to find some spots, and just a lot of spots. You can tell they're just like not excuse me, not belt mills, but like just after the money, you know. The kid said, yeah. No, I went over. It's like, dude, you're introducing or whatever. And it's like this little blonde girl. She just like had like a little I remember a little snot bubble, and she was just like looking up at me, and just for the first month or two didn't really say a word, you know. I was fine, but I was just like, I don't know if she knows how to speak. I don't know if she really speaks yet. I think she hasn't hit that point. And it took her a few months to kind of open up a little bit. Um, yeah, you see it all. You see like, you know, 3-year-olds who can just like have full on conversations with you, and then 6-year-olds who are just like doing like, you know what I mean? Yeah. Appreciate you, Nat. Thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Yeah, Pokey Guitarist Jake is a dope name. So I actually used to do MMA. I used to teach kids MMA too, actually, back in the day. And then my old MMA gym closed down. But I was actually looking into getting into some Japanese sword stuff. Cause here, let me show you guys real quick. Be right back. So martial arts has always been something near and dear to me. So a few years ago, God, maybe even like past 5 to 10 years, more than 5 years. I know it's sad. I started studying. I was doing judo, and then one of the judo instructors also taught the sword style called Enshin Iro Bato Jutsu. And I was like, oh, that sounds badass. And he was like, yeah, it's the art of the samurai. It's just draw and cut. So it's just simple. You just hold your sword, have it in you have it in your belt, and you pull it out. And the goal is actually to make the draw the cut. So you pull it out and you cut with that, and then you shake it off and you put it away. Or you draw it and then you do another cut. So that was the whole goal with that style. And, I was really into it. But I remember the teachers were like really extreme. And so I was kind of like started like weeding out a little bullshit. Like they told me like pretty early on, they're like, train with a sharp blade. Train with a sharp blade. It makes it more serious. It makes you more focused. And it's like, I get that. But it's like now that I've kind of like done more research, I found like pretty much every sword school says, yeah, don't train with a sharp blade until you're a black belt, first of all. Like, what are you doing? So there's that. So I was kind of always scared to train with this thing because this thing is razor sharp. And I remember, so my teacher that I was training with, studying under, he was pretty dope. I did judo with him. And yeah, it was good stuff. And then there was like the next guy in command who was an older dude who had like long hair and owned a comic book shop and was just like really into like the lore of the samurai, but you could tell like had never been in a fight. You know what I mean? Like didn't really understand like actual concepts of martial arts, but like the idea of the comic idea of a samurai. So anyways, when I kind of like had it there with him was because he always makes these comments and I was just like, all right, whatever, bro, like sure. But then finally he was talking about like he was just like, yeah, like if a samurai missed his cut, they're in a duel or whatever, and one samurai misses his cut, he would then just kind of like expose his neck to his opponent and just be like, take it, take the cut, because in his mind the samurai had then disgraced himself, so he would then just be like, yes, go ahead, just kill me, and he was just like, so then the other samurai would just kill him. And I'm like, that's not how combat works. Like that. I don't know what book you're reading, but that's not how a fight. You think the guys in a duel, they're fighting to the death. You think he's just gonna miss one attack and be like, all right, take it, Rochambeau, you win. You know what I mean? So, anyway, so when the other teacher left, and then I was left with that guy as my teacher, I was like, thanks, man, but I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna go do some other stuff. Cause I was studying other martial arts, so I just put my time kind of elsewhere. Yes, I do got a sword. Sounds like Goku. I can sing in Japanese. Hold on. Dude, I know. Well, see, that's why I'm looking for a teacher, because, like, I freaking cut myself with that blade. So I was like, I was looking for something. Should we sing along? Let's just sing along. This is a classic. No, I'll just do it a cappella. You guys want it a cappella or karaoke? Yeah. So that wasn't on YouTube. That was on Twitch when I was doing that. All right, Sherry. Before you go. 上を向いて歩こう涙がこぼれないように思い出す春を日一人ぼっちの夜 Yeah, there you go. Do a little bit. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, don't want to keep you from work. Get you some rest, Sherry. There you go. You do a singing stream. Hey, I want to do some music streams. Do a little request going. Another one here. You know, the words for that song, I didn't have the translation, but it's actually kind of depressing. That song's like super happy sounding, but it's actually a really sad song. It's essentially like he looks up to keep his tears from, as he walks, he looks up to the sky to keep his tears from falling down. So he's like trying to balance his tears in his eyes. You know, it's kind of a really sad song. Yeah. What's dubbed? What's dubbed? Can we get dubbed? Oh, what Pokemon is Beyonce? Beyonce is a Beedrill. Yeah, let's go back to the Pokemons. Yeah, so help me out. What should our team be? You guys help me decide. So I gotta have Cubone on my team and I gotta have Pichu on my team. So those are like two must-haves. So we'll get those guys on there. But we got Queen Bee, we got Lady N. As you see, I'm kind of partial to the bug type Pokemon. Yeah, hope you have a good day at work, Sherry. People dancing, happy sounding Japanese music that actually has depressing lyrics. I know. There's some funny. There's one that I love. It's this Japanese band called Lady Baby. I think that's what it's called, Lady Baby. And it's this like pro wrestler guy who dresses in like Barbie outfit almost. And then there's these like two little cute Japanese girls, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, no, you know," they kind of like do their thing, and but they're just singing like it's a metal thing. It's a metal song. But also like bubble, I don't know, man. It's weird. You'd have to. I don't know if I can stream it on here without getting in trouble. But then the guy in the dress shows up and he's like, "Nihongo mochi fuji otoba." But it's like you read the lyrics. He's doing this like death metal screamo thing, but the lyrics are just Mount Fuji's very beautiful in October. I like cupcakes. I like ice cream. Like it's just ridiculous. Six Bugs team. Beyonce the Beedrill. Oh yeah, see that's the whole fun of these old ones is just having fun names for these guys. You know, I just like to kind of like laugh when I play the Pokemon. You know, I love Pokemon. I appreciate you, Moltres. I appreciate you guys. I'm glad I chose Pokemon as my first stream, so I can always fall back on this. I'm like, what's something that I could like probably stream every day and just kind of have it. So my thought actually was my last couple streams I was just streaming the Goldenrod City casino. If you know the slots, you know, I love the slots. I'm just hooked. I'm like, I swear that it got me like addicted as a kid, you know. But yeah. Okay, so $6 team, we got to vote for. So Pichu, Mewtwo, Unknown, and the others. I love it. We should definitely play this. Unknown is rough just because it's only hidden power, but also, okay. So we got Waggers, our Poliwag, Succubus, our Oddish. That Succubus is our cut, and you know, obviously just because of Absorb and that stuff. You know. Anyways, I don't need to explain the names. Punchy McP. Love this guy. This is one of my favorites, actually, Ladian. I love the art on that one. I don't know. I love that little, you know. Dude, I swear, I straight up hooked the Pokemon sauce. Last night, I'll make a clip of it because the whole stream isn't worth it. But I got 2 300s in a row last night. 2 in a row. You know what's fucked up was I was like in a really kind of like just sad, like kind of, I don't know. I get kind of in my feelings sometimes. But I was kind of like in a bummed out state. So I get the 300 and then you see me and I'm just like, oh, right on, you know, very cool, you know, I'm kind of bummed, but that's kind of cool, you know, and then I get another 300 in the second, I'm just like, oh, fuck yeah, alright, that's cool, you know, you see, I kind of like picks up my mood, you know what I mean, alright, 2 in a row is kind of dope, you know, but the first one, I was just kind of like, fuck my life. Yeah, Ladian in this game is actually really good. Beyonce, the Beedrill, gotta have it. Zeus the Pinsir. I really want a Scyther too, so that's the next one, but I gotta wait for the next bug catch contest. Oh, I should go check and see if the bug catch contest is happening. It might be happening right now. What day is it? I think it's... Well, today is Wednesday. So we got 6 more minutes to check and see the bug catch contest, so let's go check that. So let me just show you guys who I have real quick before I run over and do that. So we have Charlie Spinnerack, Thanos our Weedle, Flamey back the Cyndaquil, Geronimo, the future Typhlosion, and Quilliam, our future Quilava. Napoleon, our Rattata. And Napoleon, as you see, is named after Napoleon. Yours truly over here. She's taking a little break. She's running around eating some food. She'll be back on the wheel shortly. Or we'll see her when she's napping. The baby, the Togepi. Ajax, our Taurus. In the slots of one of the Pokemon games by just hitting the home menu so I could check to see when to press A. Is that a thing? I've never heard of that. I literally will just try and like stare at it as if I'm almost like entering the Matrix, where I try and stare at the slots so long until I can almost try and see when it's happening and literally try and time it. And you can kind of get close, but it's tough. Really, it's more about you know, which slot machine you're on. Yeah, and then I have Ghastly, which I want to turn Ghastly into Haunter, so we'll make that happen. Okay, so we have those guys. We'll come back to the team in a second. I just want to see if they have YouTube tutorials. Yeah, I need some YouTube tutorials. Slowly but surely. I was streaming on Twitch. I started back in April, and I was doing that for a minute. But I don't know if you guys ever streamed on Twitch or go on Twitch. I was there for a little bit, and I was just having some weird experiences. Like, I got banned a couple times because people were kind of weird. Like, they would, like, say really offensive things in the chat. And then I would read the chat, and then the guy goes, "You messed up, kid." Or like, "Ah, you messed up," or something like that. And then he clipped me reading what he had just typed in there. And then I got banned by Twitch, you know, and I was like, what the hell? And I peeled it, but I was still banned. Alright, so there's no bug catching contest going on. Yeah, I'll get that, or I'll get people like... my honest opinion of Twitch right now is like that it's kind of turning into like a sex cam site. Like, obviously with like the hot tub streams, there's that whole vibe, like whatever, but it's like, that seems to be what people kind of go on there for. It's more like they're there for that vibe. They're kind of looking for that. Because like even people who come to hang out, they still are like, there's a sexualization of it, you know? Which I'm like, that's not why I came here for this kind of stuff. Whereas YouTube, what I've noticed is people are just freaking dope. The community so far everyone has just been amazing. I haven't had anything. Like, Twitch, I would have people just come in and just like show up and insult me. Like, they'd be like, "I bet you peaked in high school." And I'm just like, okay. Thank you. You know, and then they leave, and it's just like, that was cool, you know? And it's like, you know, the fucked up part about the human brain is like, that's the shit I remember. You don't remember all the good times. You remember all the negative stuff people say. And it's like, it sucks that that's the case, but it's just how it goes. You know? So you have to like have that filter going on too, and like recognize that, like, all right, the stuff that sticks with me is the negative shit. So I also have to recognize that it really doesn't mean, but that's just what. Anyways, I'm rambling. I do that a lot. Bear with me. Oh, we also got Bruce. Here's another bug. Good old Brucey. Good old Brucey. Wait, hold on. If you look at recent news on YouTube, it's a lot of people talking about how Twitch is just showing stuff. They literally put out a program recommending people grow their Twitch with YouTube, so they're promoting the opposition. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like that. Yeah, I've had some pretty weird experiences on that. I've had people, you know, I had a Discord. I still have it, but I don't really use it. I actually deleted it off my phone, so I'd have to re-download it. But like, I would have people get on there and they like literally try and catfish me. Like, I have these people and they're just like start sending me naked photos, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And I finally just called the person out. It's like, you're not who you're claiming to be. Like, it's fine. I'm just calling it what it is. Like, why are, you know? And they're just like, all I ever did was support your streams. I just wanted to have a little fun with you. And I was just like, what the fuck is this shit? People are weird, man. You know Bill in Pokemon is a fusion of Bill Nye the Science Guy and Bill. I did not know. Is that a thing? I'm pretty gullible, but I could totally believe that too. Remember how Bill turned himself into a Pokemon back in the day? I was always such a fucked up little one. Hold on. I'm heavily into Pokemon. Shoot, I can't find it, but I have the first edition somewhere, but I have like the original manga, or whatever the hell you call this, Pokemon Adventures. This is my favorite one, but it's got like red, but this stuff is brutal. Like, I'm trying to find the one, but like they full on just like kill the Pokemon regularly. Like, it's not as watered down as the. Look, I love how they do that though. They I don't know if you can see that. I don't know if you can see this at all. Can you see Eevee in the Pokeball? It's probably really scuffed. Anyways, they have like the oops, sorry, wrong one. Yeah, the original Pokeballs. It's like you could see the. Yeah, there it is. You could see like Eevee sticking out the head. He's like, hello. Hold on. Hello, Hampter. I love Napoleon. She's gonna be our new star. This manga was produced. When was this produced? This is like old. This is 19. This looks like 1997. Was this one? This is volume 2, so I would say like 96, 97 in that range. Yeah, 97. Yeah, you know, this is the OG one. Yeah, I had to get I got the set. I have the first one somewhere. I was reading the first one. This one's pretty dope. I haven't read through this one yet, but they got Gengar in here. They've got Moltres, Articuno. They've got the... Yeah, I gotta read this one. And maybe we'll do a little story time. We'll do a little manga story time. I'll have the camera pointed at the page, and we'll read through, do some old school. That'll be kind of fun, actually. I love that shit. 9 a.m. Get at 2 p.m. Last day today so I can pass out when I get home. There you go. Yeah, at least you can see the finish line already. That's good. During school sometimes I wouldn't sleep. I would go to school the next day and then class when I get home and wake up in time for school the next day. Yeah, that was like literally what I was going to do tonight. I was just going to come here and just lay down and pass out. But I was like, manga story time with the Hampter. I'm writing that down. That is a good stream title. See, what I've realized too is the fun part about streaming is literally just coming up with stream titles. Like, what's something, entertaining I can say that maybe people would click on. Like, literally, like, my first streams that people clicked on was, I was playing Pokemon Crystal. So I typed it Pokemon Crystal with Puffy Dad and Biggie Small Balls. And that was it. And I'm gonna write that down though. Manga story time with Hampter. Yes. Alright. Okay, so this is how I'm having my team right now. So who should we vote out? Okay, let's just do this. Let's do this. We're gonna move Milky. Everyone's going in box 14. Box 14 is going to be our little decider. This is the thing. So we gotta let's keep Jigglypuff. Let's put Buffy in here. Buffy the Wobbuffet. Yeah, I feel ya. Every description's like Hampter Run. Once she stopped, no one knows. Yeah, I appreciate you noticed that, That's part of the fun. Let's have a little chuckle. Okay. So we got Pichu, Jigglypuff, Cubone. We got those three. Should we just add bugs? Oh, Jigglypuff is like my number one. Here, check out my base. Oops, dropped my stuff here. I don't know if you guys can see this. I have so many screens up. I'm trying to find the one where you can actually see what I have. Okay, so I have my base. So you can see my base. And then attached to my strap, I have Jigglypuff. Because to me, Jigglypuff is one of my favorite all-time Pokemon. If you ever watch dude, we should just stream the old Pokemon episodes. You guys want to watch some of that? I'll probably get in trouble if I stream the Pokemon episodes, actually, but I love the original Jigglypuff episodes because Jigglypuff is such a dick. It's like this, she's good and she's bad. She wants to join Misty, but she also gets jealous of Pikachu, so she's a total dick to Pikachu. I don't know if Jigglypuff's a boy or a girl. It's kind of, I'm assuming there, so they don't really specify. Jigglypuff is just Jigglypuff, yeah. So, yeah, I love Jigglypuff, and then also on my base, I just love it because it's like Jigglypuff just forces people, wants people to listen to her song, listen to the song, but people just, fall asleep every time, and that's kind of how I feel with my base. I want people to listen, but they're just gonna fall asleep probably. Your comment was removed? If your comment was removed, that was not me at all. Yeah, automod probably. I don't even know how to remove a comment if I tried. Next my birthday, my sister probably is next month. Yay. There you go. Is that yeah? It is a skeleton. I have a dancing skeleton with a top hat as a sticker. And I also have a hawk underneath the pickup. I don't know if you can see that. I'm trying to like angle it, but I also don't want to smack the base on the ceiling. Look at Napoleon's face. Isn't she just the cutest little hamster? Look at that face. Look at that face. This is good content. I just gotta say, I appreciate it. This is the kind of content I want to see. It's just a cute hamster. Look how cute that thing is. You just look at her face, and I want to like focus it a little bit better because it's actually focused on her. That thing is like the little thing she's hanging out in is actually the container for the water, but it's like a little, you know, cave for her to hang out as well. But if I stick my finger down there, I don't want to disturb her. I don't want her. She's just chilling down there. Napoleon here is super jumpy. Like she's super sweet, but she's really jumpy. So I kind of try and respect her. Look at her little hands. Oh my god, I just love her. Sorry. Okay, I lost track. So a few weeks ago, I went to the carnival and won a jig. Oh, dope. That's dope. I love it when I win those plushies. I want to get a Pichu plushie. That's the one. I almost bought a Pichu plushie today, actually, but I was just like, don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, Jigglypuff. You know. So I have to scroll back up to see literally the size of a piano. Not a piano, a pillow. Week 30. Yeah, there we go, you know. That's Alpha Jigglypuff. Exactly. That's really happy, shall I say. Yeah, Mewtwo suspects message to be Sam, but just won't show it for anybody but the sender. It's automatic. Huh. Yeah, well, sorry Zoid if you got censored there. Yeah, I don't know about the. If there's mods here, dope. I feel like we're making it. If there's mods, there's not actually mods. That's got to be a AI thing, right? This is content. This right here. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, Cinnamon's up. Hold on, Cinnamon's up. So I can't put them in the same spot, but I'll introduce you to Cinnamon. I kind of feel like Napoleon's doing a great job. So I'm going to kind of let Napoleon still hang out in Hampterville. I don't want to take her out just yet because she seems to be chilling. But everyone meets Cinnamon. I don't know if you can see her. Oops, sorry, there we go. This is Cinnamon. Cinnamon, the look at her. Oh, look at her little stub. That's her little stub on the right side. She is the legendary miniature golden Snorlax. Because that's all she does is just sleep most of the time. So, here, if I get my robe, we can have Cinnamon just hang out with us. Because what I love about Cinnamon is because of her leg, she really doesn't use her wheel too much. So what she likes to do is just like literally, I'll tuck my I'll tuck my shirt in my pants, so she just can't go anywhere past my belly. She's just like stuck in my shirt, so it makes like a big like net kind of area, and she'll just hang out in my shirt, and she'll just hang out there for hours. Well, I let her out when she wants to get water or whatever, but it's like her freaking hangout spot. So this is gonna be my super cool nerdy look. So I tuck my shirt in so that she can't fall to the ground. And I tie the pants so it's nice and tight. Actually, I'm gonna get a different shirt because I need a long sleeve if I'm gonna do that. So regroup real quick, one sec. All right. Now we are Hugh Hefner status. So now we take our Cinnamon. And Cinnamon will go and hang out, boop, in the robe. So she's just hanging out. So she'll come out and she'll come say hi out the sleeve. See, there she is. Hello! So she'll just be popping in. I was going to swap her out into Hamsterville. But like I said, Napoleon is chilling. And since Napoleon's chilling, we're not going to disturb her. See, now Cinnamon's right here. So Cinnamon just hangs out. But yeah, I love Cinnamon. Cinnamon is like legit like my freaking therapy animal. Like I just keep her with me all the time. When I first got her, she would I would put her if I have the shirts with the little like pencil holder kind of thing. I don't know if you can see her. See, she's in my sleeve. If I have her in the you know the little pocket, it's just a shirt with a pocket. Why is that so hard to say? Shirt with a pocket. She'll just hang out in the pocket, and she'll just like literally like a little baby kangaroo, just hanging out in there. It is the cutest thing ever. You just have to be very well. Now that I've had her long enough and been doing this, it's just second nature. But when I first started doing it, you just have to be very like aware of where she is all the time. Because I'm not planning on working longer Taco Bell right now. I got to be at Taco Bell in training and get transferred to the other Taco Bell. I'm not getting paid from that Taco Bell yet. Well, good for you on moving your way up though. Get transferred into the pay job. That's good for you for making progress there. I love me some Taco Bell. All I ever get is the bean burritos and just the hard shell taco. And stream for the first time, and all they see is a giant hamster eating Wobbuffet and a hamster peeking out from your sleeve. Yeah, right? Just chaos. We should have like sumo wrestling up going on in the corner for no apparent reason. Yeah, I should have that. I'll have that in the background. I'll have my other computer just playing like just some obscure sport. Always just some obscure sport. So you just like hearing a different language, like you know, just like that excitement they're yelling. Oh, Napoleon's on the move. Napoleon is getting ready to go back on her wheel. There she goes. There she goes. There's our little superstar. We got Cinnamon back in the sleeve. Cinnamon is just basically doing the round. She kind of just runs around runs around the road. Like you see, I got it tied down here, so it's tied right here. So she just kind of like runs around the robe, pokes her head out in the sleeve. She like if I'm cooking, it's so cute. If I have her in here and I'm cooking, she'll just poke her head out in the sleeve because I think she can smell whatever I'm cooking. I'll just be like chopping stuff up and doing stuff, and she just has her little head out there, just going, "Hey, what we making? What's good? What's good?" I'm gonna have to give her a treat or something in a sec. Cinnamon, Napoleon's not. She's kind of food driven, but Cinnamon's very much food driven to the point like Cinnamon's like a little brat. She's like, "Where's my biscuits? I haven't had my biscuits yet." Dude, yeah, Cinnamon is chilling. No, I'm straight up. Cinnamon is special. No, Napoleon is special, obviously. As you see, Napoleon is our little, she looked at me when I said that. She goes like, what you talking about? But Napoleon is very much, you know, how a hamster acts. They like to run on their wheel. They're pretty energetic, you know, doing their thing or whatever. Whereas Cinnamon is like much smarter than any hamster I've ever had. She's very much can communicate what she wants. It is very simple. She wants water. She wants food. She wants a new place to sleep. And that's pretty much it. Or she'll want to run around. Sometimes she wants to run around, and occasionally, because she's gotten a little older, they do go into heat every like week or two or something like that. I don't really keep track, but they get a little crazy when they go into heat. You can kind of just tell because they're just manic. But other than that, it's like 4 modes, you know. So it kind of gets easy. But like Cinnamon will full on like she communicates. Like she'll give me like a little bite on the finger and just be like, "Hey, bro, feed me." I'm like, "Oh shit, okay," and I'll give her a little nut. She's like, "Thanks," and she's chilling, you know. So she like will straight up like let me know what she wants. Whereas like Napoleon still has that kind of like wild aspect where she's like still a little skittish. Cinnamon very much is like I'm her human manservant. She's like, "Hey, human, where's my freaking cashew? It's taking so long," you know. She's very like, I don't know. It's just funny. Like I don't think Napoleon is ever. Napoleon's like bit me by accident, like maybe a couple times or whatever. Like Cinnamon, like she's the sweetest, most cuddly ever. But she bites me all the time, but not like it's not hard or anything. But she's just like that's how they communicate. She can't speak, so she's just like if I put her back or something, she doesn't want to go back to her cage yet. She still wants to hang out with me, hang out in the sleeve or whatever. The second I put her back in the cage, she'll turn around and bite my finger, like "fuck you," you know. I wasn't done, you know. Sorry, I went on rambling. Yeah. Yeah, unpaid training. Yeah, that is lame. You know, if you're working towards a you know, there are like apprenticeships kind of thing, which is, you know, it's whatever. But yeah, it's just any company wants to get free labor if they can. Mexican pizza is damn good. Wheel time. I know she's going for it. Know what I'll get paid because Taco Bell keeps me in the dark, and I feel like I get talked about by everyone at Taco Bell, and they act like they don't notice everyone personnel. Act like I don't notice everyone personally. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, Sherry. Like that doesn't sound like maybe the best work environment. Did you say you're getting transferred though? Because anytime you're stuck in like those shitty environments, it'll sap your fucking soul, you know. Even if you're doing the most joyous thing, like I used to sing in choirs, which is just like spreading joy, you know. We're just singing, and I remember I had a guy that I'd sing with. We were both in the tenor section, and we'd sing next to each other, and like it got to the point where just being near him, I was just so God, I just fucking just could not deal. And not even anything against the guys, just like some personalities clash. You know, me and him did not mesh, and I just really did not want to be around the guy. He also did things that kind of pissed me off. Don't get me wrong. I had reasons to not be, but I was just kind of like I wasn't bringing up drama. I was just like I just don't want to be around this guy. But point being is it became a very unhealthy environment for me because I'm not about to bring my drama on to everyone else and make it like an awkward situation. But it doesn't mean I enjoyed being there anymore. So it goes from a place where you're like chilling to like, dude, this place fucking sucks, you know. But that's different than what you're talking about. You're talking about people like talking shit. That's fucking lame. Sorry, I said fuck on there. I said fuck still. Yeah, rude coworkers. Just lame all around. Oh, dude, no. Cinnamon is straight up like, what's that? What's that like, Honey Boo Boo? Like Cinnamon is like my spoiled little fat kid. Like, and I love her to death. Don't get me wrong. And I mean that the best. As soon as I said that, look, she's coming out. She's gonna be like, who the fuck you talking about? Who you calling spoiled and fat? She's straight up. She heard me. Yeah, no, but she is. She's very rude to me. Cinnamon does not give me the respect I deserve for each baby. Did I just give my hamster a kiss? Yes, I did. Deal with it. I love it. She's still hanging out there. Dude, I know, right? Someone made a Honey Boo Boo reference the other day. I think it was Mark Norman. Made a Honey Boo Boo reference the other day, and I was like, I thought the exact same thing. I was like, I have not thought about that little kid. I thought you would, but that was funny. I don't remember what she would say, but I didn't really watch the show. I just saw little clips of her. That was funny. Hold on. Yeah, I've been told deal with the public can be very stressful. How some oddballs treat people who are working minimum wage. Oh, dude, any freaking customer relationship, anytime you have to deal with people, it can be rough, man. It is. Customer relations is a art, you know. Respect your servers. Where 2 of the cokers are quitting because one of the employees there is mean. Yeah, well that's, you know, that's on the business then to fire that person who's the weak link. But honestly, if that person then gets along with the manager's going to keep around. But that's the environment they set up, you know. So it's like you see the vibe. It's like the managers, they, you know, they set the tone for these places. So, you know, it really you wanna treat them right. Oh my god, I just realized Cinnamon has the cutest little eyelashes. Hey baby. We should give Cinnamon a little snack. Try to do it so you guys can see too. So yeah, we're here. We have a little biscuit. You wanna take your biscuit? Yeah, take the biscuit. Did you see her take the biscuit? That's why she's been sticking her head out, because she's been going, I need a snack. Where's my snack? Doesn't have to be, you know, fancy, but I demand a snack. It's gotta be tasty. You know? Yeah. Dude, it is one big biscuit, right? Yeah, no, it's shaped like a little burger. Napoleon has one in there too, but she's just, oh, she's chilling on the ground right now. She's grooming herself. Yeah, so Napoleon pretty much will just do this for, Napoleon's funny. Napoleon might, legit, she might be in heat right now because she's kind of running a lot. But Napoleon will either, she'll sleep for like 18 hours straight or something, or like 20 hours straight, and then go like 4 hours straight running or whatever. Cinnamon is like, she's up first thing in the morning. She's like up regularly throughout the day, and we'll kind of, Cinnamon will run for like, you know, maximum 5 minutes, and then she's done. You know, she'll even just do like a 10-second jog, and then she'll be like, ah, that was good. You know, Napoleon will just fucking all night, just look at her legs go. You can't even see her legs, like real time. That's not even the camera. You can't see her feet. It's just a blur. And she'll run so fast that she'll actually just like spin around in the wheel. That's crazy. Time to enjoy it in your robe, exactly. Like, I know. I try and get things like I'll give her seeds sometimes, but then she's eating it in my robe, and then I have to shake out all the freaking like sunflower seed shells that are now in my robe. So, a funny thing about like having her, because right now she's in my sleep, I have to be I can feel her moving around, so I have to like, you know, be aware of where she is. And even though if she's in my sleeve, I can still hang my arm down, and she can hang on. She's not gonna fall, but I still don't want to risk it. So what I end up doing is I just end up, it's like I'm resting my arm on something. So if it looks like I have a broken arm, that's just because Cinnamon is hanging out, and she's hanging out my she's right under my forearm, kind of near my elbow, eating her biscuit. So I end up doing this little look. So you'll see me just occasionally just be doing this. And you're just like, what is he doing with his arm? That's most likely I got a Hampter with me. Yeah. Like I said, I'll hold Cinnamon, I'll hold Napoleon like that. Like, she'll chill, but as you see, Napoleon, she was made for speed. She needs to run. The only time I can really like chill with Napoleon is like during the day, when she's basically just wants to sleep, you know. If I can like catch her when she like gets up to like wake up for water or something, then I can kind of chill with her. But otherwise, I kind of just let her run, do her thing. Anyways, I'm rambling. Did we have a verdict on? So we're still setting up the team. So I just beat Goldenrod City. Now we're on to the 4th gym. So we're gonna go beat the Ghost gym. So coming at the Ghost with Jigglypuff is a gamble, but you know, we still have Sing and Disable, So maybe we can, you know, make her a tank, and then maybe we'll give an attack that can, you know, hit the ghosts. So maybe we'll use a TM for Jiggles here. The newcomers in this stream would be so confused on seeing your arms up like that. Yeah, I bet they would. That's why I'm like, I just want to preface that with people. They'll be like, what the fuck is he doing? Yeah, because I'm just like, and you can't even fully see it on camera, so it just looks like I'm kind of gimpy. Looks like I have like a broken arm or something, but it's just, she's just, you can't really see her right now. I don't know if you can see the sleeve kind of moving around. She's just chewing that biscuit. She's going to do that for a minute now. That's why I like her too. There's a very like zen aspect of the hamsters. They can stress out. Like they can go freaking crazy. Like those videos you see online where it's all cutesy, like, oh look at the hamster, it's climbing on the ceiling, how cute. It's like, no, that hamster has actually lost its mind. It's like in a straitjacket, so it's like you have to really consider the mental health of the hamster. And I know that's probably not a phrase people would really consider, but they are just like not just prone to anxiety, but like literally prone to like psychosis. Like I've had hamsters that legit went crazy, and it's just sad. You're just like, no, I'm so sorry, baby. You know. You're convinced they're liquid. kind of like cats. I would definitely second that for cats. And I'm actually not so. What I like to say with my hamsters is they're my loyal hamurai. So they're like hamster samurai, you know. But they're like, people think they're like these cute little things. Like hamsters are like mighty little warriors. Like I consider hamsters like miniature wolverines, or like a small, you know, like a badger or something. Like they're ferocious little guys, you know. And they'll run forever, you know. You can skip gyms 1 through 8, and then let's go games you can skip. In Gen 1 games, you can skip 1 through 8. How do you skip all the gyms in Gen 1? Co-workers, managers, customers say what or I can't hear with the mask, and I get yelled for everyone to hear me. They still can't hear me after raising your mask. That's just annoying to deal with. Sure, I know, and that's a common thing with the whole mask, like. That became a common issue. I used to have that with my ex, is she would kind of mumble sometimes, and it kind of sucked. Is she got tired of me asking to repeat herself. She would get mad at me, and so I didn't really want her to get mad. So I would have to just kind of like pretend I heard her, even though I couldn't understand her. I was just like, oh, oh, okay, you know. So you can see why it didn't work out. Randomly learn to scream, and if they do it all the time. I wouldn't say they necessarily do it all the time. The screaming thing is a thing. Cinnamon has screamed. Cinnamon and Napoleon have both screamed before they've done it, but it's really only when they're like very scared or shocked. Like when I first got Cinnamon, she was asleep, and so like I'd first gotten her in it, and I kind of went to go pet her, and I scared her, and she went like that, and she kind of like, you know, like they kind of do this like a throaty like a I can't do it anyway, but she kind of did that, but yeah, they don't typically do that. There are some that I think just do that. They're very vocal. Like when I first got Cinnamon, she was super vocal. Like she would go like, she wouldn't scream, but she would go like, and make this little thing, which was great because she actually got out a couple times, and I could just locate her. I would go Cinnamon, and I what I now do is it's almost like whatever you want to call it, but I tap. I do taps, and she'll come to wherever I'm tapping. So I kind of tap the ground and she'll run over to it. But I could find her because she was vocal. So having a hamster that screams, actually, I think is a great thing. Because otherwise, if they get out, you're screwed. You just gotta hope they want to come find you. Because like Napoleon doesn't make it. It's like you can't hear him. You know. Play D&D. I don't play D&D, but I am a heavy nerd. So I grew up with like not Warhammer, but like Mage Knight and stuff. So I got the little figures and stuff, little dragon dude. Blue Dragon, dude. I always wanted to get into D&D, but never really had anyone to play with. I kind of played it as a kid, but never anything super official. Just personally would Sherry find some backup options, maybe some more office oriented. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, especially it's good to try out some other things. Not married to any one thing. Oh, Napoleon's on the move. She's onto another wheel. See, she likes this wheel, but she likes this wheel better. Yep, there you go. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, well, just knowing to me it's awful. Yeah, it's no fun. Alright. Back to picking our team. So, we're going to be going after our bug? Does bug type beat ghost? I don't think so, right? Alright, fire with fire. Let's bring our bows. Hey, what's up, Jake? Hey, no, you're good. No worries, man. You guys are so nice. I appreciate you guys. See, this is what I love about this stuff too. It's all about the community, And Jake, you put together quite a nice one. So you guys are all awesome. I really appreciate you guys. This is in many ways, I'm really thankful for you guys, especially tonight. Like I said, I was straight up. I was just gonna do some hamster straight. I was just like, I'll just put it on Napoleon and streaming's a grind. Like Jake, I respect you, man. Especially getting that 1,000 subscribers, man. Props to you. That's dope, dude. Good for you. That is a hustle, Sleep when you do. Glad it helps spread the awareness of your channel and spread positivity. I want to tell my friend Dagobah about you. I think you guys will get along. Hey, yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, no, please do. Dagobah sounds like a Star Wars fanatic. He's my type of person. Yeah, good night, Jake. Appreciate you. Oh, Dagobah's a guitar player too? Is everyone here guitar players? Are we all guitar players? Is everyone here a musician? Yeah. It can be tough. Yeah. Plus, it's like there's trying to articulate your speech, and then there's how you naturally speak, but then there's also just like kind of how you choose to speak, because not everyone wants to talk, everyone else talks. Yeah, I used to get that too, especially like when I was teaching. I would have to just be very loud and make sure everyone understands me. So when I would not be teaching, I would just be just slurring my words. I'm like, please, no more. I got rid of my streaming. I got a shiny shadow cool off after 432 hours. Damn, nice. So many people that I private is the stream that got shiny during that stream. Then that is a hustle. 13,000 resets. Holy crap. Yeah, that is impressive to actually, get through that. Okay, so Cinnamon has now fallen asleep in my sleeve. Okay, I just woke her up by announcing that. Okay, hopefully she goes down. She left the biscuit under my arm though, so I gotta remove that. Oh, she felt me go for the biscuit. She went back to it. Never mind. Gotta keep my arm like this for a little bit longer. I just hold my jacket. Hold my jacket. Oh, you play piano, Zoid? Nice. Don't play guitar. Someday, I had one as a kid. Never got into playing it, sadly. Yeah, a lot of people have guitars. Like a lot of people, like a family member, someone has a guitar. So, yeah, I was the same way. My dad is a guitarist, so I grew up with. I was fortunate, to have the instruments in the house growing up. Then I went public when I got it, and that's a sign I just need to limit myself to one thing. Miss unwinding to people's videos. Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah! Then you got it. when I got it, decided to use that level. Yeah, man. Good for you. Yeah, how long you been playing, Zoid? Go play some Pokemon Go, we'll have a good stream. Hey, thanks, Nat. Appreciate ya. Yeah. No, I really appreciate you guys coming through. Like I said, I'm going to be, I figure I'll just kind of keep, we'll just kind of keep playing through Pokemon Crystal. I'm going to keep, like, trying different streams, but for the most part, I'm just kind of streaming, like, every day that I can. I'm kind of a homebody. I don't go out much. I wish I did, but I just, I don't. So I figure, rather than be here kind of feeling lonely, might as well just stream. So I'll be doing a few other things. Maybe do some more active outside streams. Keep the hamster streams going. Do some Pokemon stuff. So, but yeah, really appreciate you guys. Keep your eyes open for the opportunity to share. Yeah, they're definitely out there. Yeah, have you tried Indeed? I made an account on Indeed, and I was getting I was getting job opportunities and offers like for things I never would have considered. And I went to a couple interviews just to say I did it. I felt kind of obligated, So yeah, just putting yourself out there, like answer some, go to some bulletin boards, just answer some ads, just put it out there. And sometimes like I've found like, is there anything like Sherry? Is there anything that you like if you weren't doing that you would maybe want to try? Or do you maybe have any hobbies? Because sometimes like sharing your hobbies is a great way, whether or not you're producing a product that people buy, or even like I said, teaching is a great method because everyone has something they're good at. So it's like you just kind of figure out what's that thing that you're good at, and you just there's other people who want to be good at it too, Not just a streamer, not just a video creator. I'm everything. Exactly. You are everything. You are the mighty, all-encompassing. Streaming and reading chat for so long does get overwhelming mentally. It's hard, man. Anyways, for real, everyone, good night. Yeah. No, I know. It is. That's because I'm also blind. Like, from here, I cannot read any of the chat. I just see, like, a wall of white. So I have to, like, literally, like, lean in like this every time I want to. And I have it on my big screen. Before I had it on my computer, I got a couple screens going. So I got to, like, lean in. So if I miss things, that's why I'm kind of, like, going back. But I feel like, I try and, I appreciate you guys being in the chat, too. So I want to, I want to try and respond. But, yeah, there are going to be times where, like, I can't look at the chat. I can't look at the screen anymore. So I've had streams where it's like I'll have the camera pointed at me, but I'll just be like chilling with my guitar or just, doing whatever. Because yeah, that can be rough. Just being forced to stare at a screen. That can be rough. What's your question? That's smart. You know what? I want to be able to. Oh, you know what? I probably could. I gotta find my phone. Honestly, like I said, I was not even planning on streaming right now. I don't even know if I really. No, I ate dinner. Yeah, I ate dinner. I just got in. I was feeling kind of bummed. I was like in a kind of little funk. And then you guys popped in, and I just immediately was just like, hey, let's go. All right, I've been sitting at this inbox for a while. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, well, it's funny too. So I would get this on Twitch sometimes because I would stream a bunch of different stuff. So say I would like stream, doing music, or I would stream playing Pokemon, or I'd stream tanks, or I'd stream working out or something like that. And then sometimes I'd just be me chilling, just like, just hanging out and stuff. And so I would get like people who follow my different streams kind of come in with expectations, and I would get people like get upset with me for chilling. Like I had one time where I was like kind of falling asleep, and a guy got mad at me. He was just like, why are you? I don't know. It was just, I don't know. It was weird. It was But it's like, yeah, it's like yeah, just we're just streaming, like I get, there maybe there has to be some degree. It's like I guess in order for your channel to succeed, you need to have some degree of like expectation. Like you're gonna meet, what people, they want to know what to, what they're clicking on. So if you're constantly just all over the place, it's gonna be kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough one. You gotta mix it up. Yeah, it does seem weird that Taco Bell is having you work hours and not paying you. It just being that like I could see like a mom and pop spot trying to pull that off, but like Taco Bell, that seems pretty shady. That like a business of that stature would be not paying workers. I don't care if you're a trainee. Like how long are you in training for? It's one thing if like you show up like a like I don't know, like if they do like hey, come here for these few days and we'll teach you the ropes, then maybe I could see that, but even then it's like there's a limit of how much you do before you're like, all right, bro, like yeah. I used to get that I worked at a hotel, and they'll, no matter what, people will look for free labor if they can. And I worked at this hotel, and they had a trivia night, and they asked me to host the trivia night. So I was like, okay, well, how much does it pay? And they're like, pay? It doesn't pay. Like, they'll give you drinks. And I'm like, that's cool. I'm good. I can drink at home if I want. Like, you want me to like host a trivia night, like spend the time, you know what I mean? Like that's not just hanging out. And they thought I would be like, just down to just go hang out at a bar and drink, and I would be so, I don't know what they were thinking. I was like, bro, I work here. Like, why are you asking me to work for free? Like, and also the other thing is like everyone else there is getting paid. The bartenders are getting paid, all the servers are getting paid, the manager's getting paid. Why wouldn't the person hosting the event get paid, Okay, freaking cinnamon finally left my jacket. I can fucking shake out my sleeve of all the crumbs. Oh. Hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, this is definitely a variety stream. I might even do some art. I'm not like a great artist, but it's like I was thinking about streaming just painting. Pretty much I want to stream, like, I was streaming, like, one of the first streams I ever did was, like, a cooking stream. So, a lot of what I'm doing is, hanging out, but, I want, ooh, she's back to sleep. I just want to find that, like, handful, I need, like, a little mandala of, or whatever, however you say it, but a little handful of stream ideas that we can then cycle through on a daily basis. So I'm not, because it's like, let's be real, I'm not going to be able to just stream Pokemon every day for hours on end. But it's like, I might want to stream every day for hours on end, but I'm not going to be able to just do only gaming and only like I just can't. I'm just not gonna be able to do it, So it's like in order to succeed, I think as a streamer, I gotta figure out what are the things I'm doing every day. Okay, how can we turn that into a stream? So I've actually been trying to use streaming at like for me, streaming is so beneficial for my life because I still kind of deal with it, but I was in a really rough spot with depression and just kind of some stuff. So for me, streaming was like really helpful in a lot of ways. Like the community, just having people there to talk to is just invaluable. When you're lonely, be able to pop it in and just people from around the world just pop in and say hi. That's just, so cool. But beyond that, see, she's hanging out. But beyond that, I will kind of use streaming selfishly in the sense that I try and set up streams daily. Like I was doing, like I was streaming every day. I would work out, and that kind of stuff like that. So then it's like I have a video log of my streams and my workouts, so I can like visually be like, okay, I actually did this on that day. And so it keeps me honest. And then also then I kind of feel obligated of like, okay, it just gives me more reason to do those things I know I'm supposed to be doing. You know. Hold on, I'm trying to give you drinks. Yeah, no, this was right, exactly. Give you drinks for work. Some people that's definitely up their alley, but for others, yeah, exactly. Like if I was like more just like looking to hang out, like that might be cool, but yeah, it's not. I'm like, yeah, I would even get that like because I'd work at this hotel. I was working as a DJ, so when I would DJ, they would give me free drinks, free food, and stuff. And it got to the point where I would actually, I felt kind of guilty about it, but I would end up pouring my drinks out sometimes because like one of the bartenders, sweetest guy in the world, but he was like from Europe. I don't remember where from Europe, but I don't know. I think the Netherlands, but really sweet guy. But he would bring me like beers and shots of Patron at like 11 a.m. And I'd have to be like, just like, yeah, I figure it's early, but hey, you know what I mean? And I'm just like, oh man. So I would end up just kind of like pouring drinks out because I didn't really want to be tempted by it. Because let's just be real, like temptation's a real thing, addiction's a real thing. I would end up drinking those beers at 11 a.m. if he hands it to me. So I would end up having to just kind of pour them out sometimes just to be like, fuck man, it's like fucking 11. What the hell are we doing? That was an extreme case. That was like one time. But a lot of times like 1 o'clock and stuff. So, yeah, anyways. Yeah, so that was their little thing there. They're like, but also that's the thing with DJing. Like I had that when I would DJ at clubs. The bartenders would like try and get me drinks because like they figure if I'm happy, the people are happy. If the people are happy, they're making money. They're making money. It's a big everyone wins. So I get that, but yeah. Online courses that cost. Yeah, there is so much available online nowadays. Like you can get full-on college courses online. I just recently discovered archive.org. Have you guys ever been on archive.org? I am obsessed with that site. They just have just everything. You just like books on tape, just really cool stuff. So I've been using that as a resource of like, because I don't know, I just need background noise. Like I'm just kind of by myself a lot of the time. Like if I'm being real. So it's like, and I also live kind of out in the country, so it's not even like I have neighbors nearby. So I usually just have like podcasts or things going on in the background. Like I'll play DVDs. I wish I had listened to more music, but honestly, it's like there's something soothing about human voice, like conversation. I think it's like that natural, like tribalist, like we're social creatures. So when you have like podcasts playing or whatever, like I don't know how you guys feel, like podcast streamers, just that kind of thing. Like I like it because it makes me feel like I'm in the room with friends, and I think that's why it's like really valuable because we are social creatures and we get more and more isolated. The more connected we are, we also get more isolated in our own little world. So anyways, I go on these like long tangents and then I like check back in and all of a sudden I'm like hear myself speak and I go, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, I don't even know how I got here. So it's like a mid talk. Hey Zoid, hey, oh dude, you speak pardon me, is that Japanese? Looks like there's a few things going on. I think part of that's Japanese, but I could be wrong. English substance Jake streams, everyone will whip out Google Translate to chat with them. That's dope. Sorry, I keep looking at the stream and I think I like miss some stuff. Yeah, honestly, that's what I love. It's like I had like a person from Ghana the other day. I had another person from Switzerland in here. Um, professional graphics designer. Yeah, college. There's some great like community college courses. There's even like you can do like programs where it's just like will launch you straight into a job. So those kind of things. But yeah, graphic designer would be great. Are you into? I apologize if I missed it, but yeah, Sherry, are you into art? Do you like graphic design stuff? Learn at home for cheap, sometimes free. Oh, I'm rereading the chat now. Remember, the whole world is more connected than ever, thanks to streams and obviously other media. It really is a magical time. Like, it really is just an incredible time to be alive. And I have to constantly remind myself of that because it's like, you have to constantly balance that out because it's like it's so easy to just delve into the loneliness of depression and all that kind of stuff. But it's like you also have to look at the other side of it. It's just like, man, we are so lucky to be alive. So like I had that recently. Like I've struggled with depression for a long time. Honestly, it's like my entire life, if I'm being real. Like since I was really 100% since I was about 9 or 10. But kind of when I was like 4 is when like anxiety and that kind of stuff started. Um, and once again, I don't know how I started talking about this. We were talking about something else. I'm sorry, guys. Went on to another rambling. Oh yeah. Talking about streams and other media. Very rarely somebody doesn't even know English stops into Jake streams and everyone will whip out Google Translate. I know, that's so cool. I love languages in general too. How many? What? Let me know in the chat. What languages do you guys speak? Zoe, that's dope. I have no idea what that says. I pardon me if I don't mean to be rude. Is that Japanese though? I also just, it's hard for me to read. I just see like, I see a couple, like I see the no symbol. What, Harigana? Harigana? I can't say it. Sherry, I'm gonna be honest, Sherry, I have lived with depression for I don't really know any other way. I don't take meds. I have. There's been times when I did, and I know that they are helpful for people, but I had some negative stuff. But for me, it's like it comes and goes. It'll come in waves, but it's something that it's just how my brain works. It's also just like life experiences kind of led me down that path. So it's combo of things. But I am very grateful for everything I have, for my life, for my health, for everything. So it's like I always feel like it's hard to talk about depression because it's like it's such a loaded term. And yeah, I've been in the thick of it, but it's like I don't want it to think it's like, yeah, I know I got it good too. So it's like it's that twist, it's messed up how it'll do that to you. It makes you not feel like you have the right to even feel like what you're feeling, but they're your feelings, You speak Old Tongue and Pig Latin? What's Old Tongue? That's dope. Dude, I haven't heard Pig Latin in ages. I miss Pig Latin. I actually have a Latin textbook. Hold on. It's somewhere around here, but I actually had a Latin textbook. Not Pig Latin, though. That would be good. Say today, but I don't know because I'm not told anything at Taco Bell and they don't provide Taco Bell jackets, so I'll have to order one from the website or where. Wait, so to work at Taco Bell, they make you buy the uniform yourself? They don't provide you with a uniform? And they haven't paid you before they're providing you with the uniform? There's something fishy going on. That almost at this point just sounds like there's some like really messed up management going on because if that's how every Taco Bell is run, I don't. Yeah, that sounds not good. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that, Sherry. Yeah. Yeah, I've always kind of had that where it's like I can when I'm around people I can be very talkative and social, but left to my own devices, like if I'm in a room full of people, like if I'm around people I don't know, I shut down. Like I'm not saying a word. But also if I'm around people and I am very talkative, it's so draining. It's like afterwards I just wanna like curl up in a ball. You know. So even people that you see where you're like, oh my god, that person's so social. So sometimes it's just an act that you develop. You know, like for me, like I was pretty introverted for most of my life, or for like my childhood. 'Cause my mom was like really talkative, extremely friendly, makes friends with everyone. And she passed away when I was, 13, 14. Um, and my dad is extremely introverted. Like he doesn't say a word. So I'm like hanging out with my dad, so I would go out with my dad and stuff, and then like we're going out, we're getting food or something, and they're asking us like, you want to order something. My dad wouldn't even say anything, so then I would have to like put in the order, as a kid for us. So it kind of forced me to be the talkative one. So I would just kind of like channel my mom and be like, blah, 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 blah. But really, I wanted to be the quiet one. But I didn't really have a choice because I was with someone more quiet than me, more introverted. So, uh, yeah, right. I think a lot of people do struggle. Zoe, that's cool that you admit that too, because I think a lot of people struggle with imposter syndrome, and I almost feel like you're gonna struggle with that, you're gonna deal with that with like, almost any field you're in. Like I actually I own a business. I own my own. I own a company that I kind of inherited from my partner who'd been running it for the past 30 years. So it's very fortunate. But but even then, like leading up to taking over the company, and even like the first year of owning the company, I felt like an imposter the entire time. Every day I want to just shove my head in the ground and just be like, I want to hide. I don't want to deal with this. This is so stressful. Like, I don't know how I landed this, but I don't deserve it. You know what I mean? But you just keep, it's like you'll always have this, like, and it's just like you can just keep inflating that negative weight, but it's like that weight will always be there. But you just kind of like also just keep making those steps forward every day. You just like, no, these are the positive things I need to do to move my life in a positive direction. And it's just like, it can be a single step, but just keep making those steps. This is turning into you like art? Yeah, that's dope. What kind of art do you like? What's your favorite medium? I love like ink painting, watercolors. Like I love Japanese sumie. Um, that's dope. Yeah. Yeah. That's I kind of I got that. So I'll expose my age here. But when I was a kid, we had AIM, or AOL Instant Messenger, and so I would get on AIM, and I found that like through AIM, I developed. That's how I learned how to type, number one, and also I just found that I could have better conversations with people over chat typing because of the pacing of the conversation. You don't have the adrenaline of just like being face to face with another human being, of like like overthinking, oh, how do they react to that or whatever. It's like you're just purely on text, so you can kind of focus, like you can get the timing of your conversation, you can get like your jokes, like things just flow different when you're just like connected to the keyboard. So I totally get that. Like I feel like I can times when I'm just like texting friends are almost the times that I almost have the freest, not even like conversation, but almost expression. So it's like that's why I think it's important to like if you're journaling or whatever, to like try journaling with a pencil, but also like use a pen and use a keyboard. You'll come up with different stuff depending on what you're doing. Um, Anyways, another tangent there. I'm gonna stop apologizing too. I do that way too much. Apologizing for apologizing right there. Didn't miss anything. His headset is wireless. I only speak English. Yeah, I wanna learn more languages. I really wanna learn Japanese. That would be cool. I live in an area where everyone speaks Spanish, so I really should learn Spanish. Freaking Cinnamon is back in my sleep, so she's just hanging out here once again. That's why we're doing this deal. She's napping. I just woke her up. She turned around and nodded. It really does. Yeah. No, I like that aspect of texting. Like I'm really guilty. Like with my close friends, I will text them novels. Like I'll just go on a tirade and I don't really expect them to text back, but for me, like that's the time where I can actually, keep a chain of thought because we've only, known each other a few, an hour or so here, or whatever it's been. Appreciate you guys hanging out, but it's like I get lost in my. So this is kind of how I feel like my brain is. I don't know if anyone else has ADHD too, but I'll have it where I know a lot of people have this when you go into another room you kind of forget why you went in there or whatever, but it's I have it to an extreme where say I'm at the store and I need to go get sugar, so I'm walking down the aisle and I'm like, okay, sugar, aisle 18. The second I turn left and I'm now in that new environment of being in aisle 18, it's like my brain just goes shunk, just whitewashes, and I have no idea why I'm there. And it's just and so it's so I deal with that all the time, and it drives you crazy because you kind of feel stupid. You almost want to get emotional when that kind of happens. And then what happens is I've learned that my body and my gut know that I need sugar and know that I went to aisle 18 for a reason. So I literally just have to walk down aisle 18, trusting that I put myself in this environment for a reason, and at some point something is going to jump out at me, and I'm going to remember why I'm there. You know what I mean? So I'm walking down the aisle, and then all of a sudden I'm just like, oh fuck, sugar. That's why I'm here. You know what I mean? Or I just go down the aisle and I don't even remember, and I leave the store and I remember an hour later. I go, fuck, I didn't get sugar. You know what I mean? It just sucks, but yeah, how I always felt with ADHD or whatever, or just whatever it is. Maybe it's just maybe I'm just crazy. I don't know. But it always felt like an Etch-a-Sketch where it's kind of you shake it up and then I'll just be talking and then every once in a while just new screen. What's going on? I'm like that guy in 50 First Dates. He's like, hey, I'm Bill. Hey, I'm Bill. I'm what we're unsure of. Often I notice lately people ask me a question and my brain will draw blank. What I've noticed that too is the best thing you can do in those situations too is just not fake it. Just be like, I'm actually drawing a blank. And be like, oh, I just had a total just whatever, however you say it, but just owning it. It's people almost respect you more for just calling it as it is. Dude, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna need you to repeat that again. I just completely blanked out there for a second. They might look at you but they'll appreciate that you're actually trying to hear them. You're trying to listen to them. When I meet with clients and stuff, I'll have that sometimes where it's you're listening, but you're just oh my god, I didn't register a word you just said. I'm sorry. And sometimes you got to just roll with it because, like you said, it's not you realize that if you do say that, this person might perceive you as a complete moron and not want to work with you too. So it is a fine balance, there you gotta kind of read the room. It does say that there's only one person in chat. I am a little confused about that. Yeah, it keeps saying that there's I have one viewer right now, and sometimes it's saying it'll change between no viewers in chat or no one in chat and two people in chat. But then I keep talking to you guys, so I'm not really sure what's going on. But yeah. Yeah, what do they say? The truth will set you free. What's the whole thing? what's this? There's a Pharrell song. The truth will set you free, but first it'll piss you off. I know he didn't come up with that, but there's Lemon. Lemon is a song. It's a good song. But yeah. Anytime you're in doubt, just be honest. It's it's a really fail safe. It's even in negative situations, it's like that. The 8 Mile with Eminem. The guys are insulting him, so he just insults himself, says everything that they could say, and they're just like, well, shit. It's It's 107. Hey, Zoid, you and I are same coast. It is 107 here as well. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little yeah. See, now it says there's two people in the chat, so it kind of keeps like bouncing around. It says I have one viewer and two people in the chat. So, um, yeah, I don't know what to believe on YouTube, but yeah, you know, I'm liking that. I kind of, because before it was like, you know, like I said, I was mainly streaming on Twitch, but was kind of like losing heart in Twitch, especially after they banned me and I peeled the ban and they just ignored me. I was like, screw you guys, you know. And then also anytime I've gone on YouTube, my thing is like, you know, I like good people, I like nice people, I like positive. So that's important to me, and I've had nothing but positive interactions on YouTube so far. So for that reason alone, I'm like, you know what, let's just build this up. Plus, like building your own YouTube channel is like almost it's kind of fun. There's something to it. So I want to kind of like build it up. I want to like I said, I'm totally open. If you guys ever have any, you know, input or like, hey, you know, I watched this other stream, they do this, or you know, maybe if you try this, it might, you know, people might like it more, or like people might be more likely to click. Please let me know. I'm open to any suggestions. Like for instance, like one thing that I've been doing is I use the same photo for pretty much like every video, just because I don't have any photos saved on my computer, so I just use that one photo. But now that I'm actually getting people who are clicking, you know, does it make sense to actually like, you know, change the photo for every time like most people do on the thumbnails, like things like that. Like maybe I should be more disciplined about. You know, one of you mentioned earlier how I was, you know, doing the description. So mainly I've just been focusing on coming up with some kind of title that embodies kind of what I want to do, and you know, just enough effort that maybe they'll click. You know. Oh shit, 4 a.m. Moltres, hustling. Admit if you're nervous is the sole reason I was able to give presentations. Not being afraid to say, excuse me, I'm drawing a blank here made me more comfortable. Exactly, just owning it. Dude, I remember when I first ever did a presentation, I think I was 8th grade, I was holding the podium and I was shaking so much the podium was just just rattling there, and everyone's looking at me like going, is he okay? Is he gonna make it? But yeah, it's tough. I know when I used to teach, that kind of helped me with the presentations, because I would literally, like, I would draw a blank in front of the class and just have to stand there and just be like, well, this sucks. Or a common thing that I've gotten comfortable with teaching in terms of just speaking is I'll stumble on words. I'll misarrange the words in the sentence. I'll combine two words, so it's just like you want to, you like, you feel so, you're like, you just immediately get in your head, but at the same time you just have to learn how to laugh at yourself, you know. It's like, as soon as you can kind of free yourself to laugh at yourself, like, so much just kind of goes away. It really, like, insults, a lot of stuff. If you can just, like, learn to just be like, I don't know, just, because that's a fine line, too. I'm not saying that you just become a target for people to insult you or anything like that, but, like, I guess more in terms of, like, self-loathing. You know, because that's a weird balance of, like, you know, if people are just constantly abusing you, you shouldn't always just be like, oh yeah, all right, you know. Eventually you have to be like, all right, if you don't like it, you know, maybe figure out a way to get them to stop. You know. So anyways, new Twitch is not the way to go for new content creators. I've heard a few people say that very recently. Yeah, it seems to be the common theme with Twitch right now. If you take woe from WildFed, it's a cool thing. You take the woe from the cool thing. Took me a second there. Have you ever heard of YouTube Shorts? They're a dumb, easy way to grow your channel. You know what? I need to try. I need to make some more of those. I was actually having I think I have some YouTube Shorts up. I'm not positive, but from DJ events. So I was putting up shorts. So there's a lot. I have a ton of content I could put up for shorts. like initially I was trying to make videos with my hamsters where like with Cinnamon, I was going back to Pokemon, I was trying to reenact and I'll pull up the video one of these days, or maybe I'll post it. It might even be on one of my, buried in my channel somewhere. But I was making videos with Cinnamon where I wanted to reenact, you know, basically Pokemon Gen 1. So I wanted to, like, so it was basically, we didn't get much past Viridian Forest because the whole thing was real life Pikachu training to beat Brock. So I would take her outside and, like, I'd take Cinnamon because Cinnamon's, she's got 3 legs. I can let her run around outside and I'm not too worried about her getting away. Napoleon, on the other hand, will get away. Like, she'll zip away, so I gotta be more careful with her. But Cinnamon, I'll take outside, kind of just hang out with her. She'll just run through the grass, and I'll get videos of it, and it's such amazing content to just see a little hamster running through the grass. So then I would do that, and then I would take, I think I have the Pidgey here, but I would take like these little Pokemon figurines and stuff like this guy, and I would set them up. Like I would kind of set the scene up. So I would, like, I would have Cinnamon running around, and I would figure out, okay, where's Cinnamon running around, and then I would place like a Pidgey Pokemon toy, like right, where she's running around. So then, or I'd put some peanut butter or something right on the Pidgey's beak. So then Cinnamon would go over and start like gnawing on the Pidgey's face or something, and like, or just knock it over or something, and I would get footage of that, and then it was just like Pikachu's training, battling Pidgeys out here, trying to grind it out, and then I was gonna have Onyx just be like a bunch of rocks lined up and stuff. So I had like a whole theme I wanted to kind of build up on it. Yeah, the only reason I kind of stopped that is just that, I that was when I first got Cinnamon, I think, so I wanted to make sure. I felt like I was exploiting my hamster. I was like, I didn't want her to, like, I didn't want to develop a bad relationship where she didn't like hanging out with me because I was like making her, like, I was filming, just like making her do stuff. Whereas, like, now, as you can see, she's literally just hanging out in my sleeve here because she just loves being, like, I'm kind of her home base, which to me is just amazing. I'm just like, that's why she's my little therapy hamster, because she legit needs me. So I'm just like, yes, my dear. Good kind of dumb. Yeah, come on, too. I do that all the time. I do that around people, and then they say, okay, hold on, I just tried to say these 2 words at once. Yeah, exactly. People in person and coming getting purple. There you go. I wonder if that's how they got when heard people, purple people eater. I don't know why that made me think of that. Purple people person. That's a. Do you ever get that where, I don't know if you guys ever had that. There's got to be a word for this. It's almost like an existential crisis for a moment. But occasionally I'll be saying a word, or you read a word, and then the English language, all language, ceases to exist for like a fraction of a second. Like, that word ceases to just have any meaning. There's no meaning to that word. It's just a word. It's a series of sounds and consonants, and you're like, what are sounds? Anyways, yeah, that turning into like drug talk. But I don't know if you guys ever get that, but I'll occasionally have that with words where I'm just like reading it and I'm like, wait, hold on, what the fuck does this word even mean? And it's like, beyond like even like know what the word means, it's like, you know this word, but like for a split second, just language ceases to exist. I say these things out loud, and then I realize, like, oh, maybe there's just something wrong up there. Pokemon in D&D. That would be amazing. Hey, you know what? Pokemon in D&D. Have you actually played, there's a game that's kind of like that. It's, the Rescue Adventures or something like that. It's like Pokemon Rescue Team, something like that. It's like, that's why I always have Cubone on my team, because anytime I would play that game as a kid growing up, it like asks you a series of questions based on your personality or just whatever, and then it picks a Pokemon for you. So it's like Pikachu, Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, all a bunch of starters, like that kind of deal. And in every time, I would always get Cubone. And I remember getting kind of pissed off because, like, I lost my mom as a kid. So the fact that this video game keeps making me be Cubone, I'm just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, let me be Charmander. I'm just trying to, like, start this game. So I'll be, like, answering the questions different, trying to get it to make me Charmander. Every time makes me Cubone. I'm just like, what the fuck? But then it made me, like, love Cubone because I was like, nah, I'm Cubone. Fuck it. That's me. That's my Pokemon, But I vibe with Cubone on, like, a deep level. But Jigglypuff and Pichu, like that, those guys. And also Snorlax, you gotta get Snorlax in there. But Snorlax, it's kind of like obviously. Any of the ones are like obviously could like take out the Elite Four. Like, I like the little cutesy ones. Yeah, no, like I'm saying, I've had a few hamsters before, so yeah, I felt like I was exploiting her, and I didn't want her to have a negative experience, like yeah, so that's why like it's dope with Napoleon. Like you see how with Napoleon, we can kind of get her. She's chilling in here. She just runs on her wheel. She'll stop and get a snack. She'll go and she'll take a nap. She just does that little cycle. Like right now, she's taking a little break. She does a little thing. Cinnamon, I can kind of do that with, but I can't really just like set up a camera and chill. Like she's more demanding. Like she'll know if I'm trying to get her like. If you try and get Cinnamon to be in any one spot, she won't want to be there. Like if she gets a sense that she does, if you don't want her to go over here, that's the only place she wants to go. She's like a little teenager in that way. You know what I mean? like for instance, like on my couch, there's one little spot on the recliner chair on the right side corner where she can crawl into the couch. So it's the one place on the entire couch. She can run anywhere she wants, but that's the one spot I don't let her go because she can actually, disappear into the couch. So all she does when she's chilling there is she tries to get to that spot. She doesn't know what's going on over there because I haven't let her go over there, but she just knows she's not supposed to be there, So it's like, I don't know. There is like some psychology going on there. But yeah, anyway, so in the past when I've tried to do like a hamster stream like this, Cinnamon doesn't really run on the wheel, so it's kind of tough to just like point the camera right at her. So it's like you kind of have to get her when she's sleeping, or she'll like it's just more like you're constantly moving the camera around. Napoleon's pretty predictable. Napoleon will just. She wants to run. That's all she wants to do. Look at that. Look at that. So much speed. Okay. We'll get one more guy here. Wait, who's not live? Am I offline or is it yeah, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? Yeah, I have a few of those ones. I have, I think, 2 versions of it. I like them all. Yeah, right? Yeah, I actually have a Cubone plushie hanging my rearview mirror in my car. I'm telling you, as soon as Napoleon's ready to get out, she'll start kind of like trying to climb up. She'll try and like jump up the walls. So I'll take her out then. Sometimes she'll do it for a second, but like when she really wants to, she's kind of like going up and down the sides. So you're like, okay, time to go. But she's happy. She's chilling, man. She's got that runner's high going. And like I said too, I kind of like to mix up their environment some now and then because I don't want them to. They got pretty big cages, but they don't really have cages. They got the Cinnamon has like a 2-story kind of plastic you know, house thing with a little tube connecting the two, and then Napoleon has like a really giant, long glass house that's kind of like set up for like a boa constrictor, like a big snake, like a reptile exhibit kind of thing. And I just like the glass houses because in the past when I've had like the hamster cages where it's actually like a wire cage, a lot of times the hamsters just sit there and they just chew on the cage. And it's like, it's one thing, like, yeah, they need to chew on their teeth, that is a thing, but they really shouldn't be chewing on metal, you know, so that becomes a not so good thing. And it's freaking so unnerving to just hear that metal grinding and to know that they're just grinding their teeth on metal. It's like, yeah, their teeth grow, I get it, but it's like, it's not good. It's them trying to escape. You know, it'd be one thing, like they have chew toys, like they can chew the chew toys. The chewing the cage is like they're trying to get out. You know, it's not. You know, she can run forever. Hey, are in America, put Joey on your team. Right? Yeah. No. Well, so Napoleon's funny. Napoleon is. I feel like when she runs, she doesn't have thoughts. I feel like with Napoleon, she is so. I feel like she's kind of anxious. Uh, you know, she's pretty happy, but it's like if I put my hand in there, like she'll come over and check me out, but she's kind of like, you know, goes around, does her. Yeah, see, right now she's sipping some water. You know. Oh, I think it's nap time. Oh, I see, I went too early. Now she's checking out the camera. You can't see her on camera now, but she's sniffing the wire. So she's just sniffing all around the camera. Oh, now she's chewing on the camera. I'm gonna give her a snack real quick, cause put it back on her wheel. Yep, there she goes. Yeah, I know. My old hamsters, when I had the Syrian hamsters, they destroyed multiple hard drives by just like, and computer wires, all sorts of stuff, because they would just chew through them. These guys haven't chewed through any wires, but I learned my lesson, so I don't really give them opportunity to chew through wires. Cinnamon is up. I'll probably put Cinnamon back in a bit just to get some water or something like that, because Napoleon has access to water, Cinnamon doesn't. She's just chilling in my thing, but she's chilling right now. She's kind of in nap mode. Cinnamon just kind of wakes up. She goes like, "Hey, what's going on? Where are you at? Hey, hi, cutie." I very much get lost in how cute she is. Sleeve hamster, yes. Just kidding, it's wheel time. I know, I thought she was gonna, I thought she was gonna, oops, sorry, I had that a little high. I thought she was going to, take a nap, but no. And they also, it's like right now is, I don't really know timing for them, but like Napoleon is definitely nocturnal. Cinnamon is kind of all over the place. Cinnamon wakes up at 8 a.m. every day. So Cinnamon, she kind of wakes up sporadically throughout the day, but she's up at 8 a.m. running, doing her thing. Napoleon is clockwork like this, though. Oh, I gotta stretch my back real quick. Oh, there we go. Alright, let's try and make some progress in this Pokemon game. Let me just... a little bitch. I'm gonna bring Snubble because. Alright, we got Snubble, Waggers, Medusa, Pichu, Jiggles. Save real quick. Save. Save. No, I know, right? Yeah, no, Cinnamon is, yeah. No, they're both different like that. Like Napoleon, so even though, like, Napoleon, um, like, she goes hard, but she rests hard. So it's like, even though she's, like, running like crazy right now, she'll just be out cold for, like, 18 hours straight. Like, you maybe hear her get up to get some water, and then she goes right back to sleep. Whereas Cinnamon just, like, is waking up, going back, waking up, going back, waking up, going back. You know? So, it's sweet with Cinnamon though. It's like now I have to. I really I value my time with both of them obviously, but Cinnamon now because she hangs out in the tube, I can't always get to her. So it's like I have to just wait for her to get up and like want to be moving around. So it's kind of like Cinnamon's up. You know, it's kind of more exciting. You know, it's not like Napoleon. I try not to do it. I try and be respectful and not wake them up. Um, it's sometimes you do, but I try not to like go looking for them. The only time I really do that is if I think they're lost, which is why Cinnamon started hanging out in the tube because well she actually might have just been in the tube, but I was like where I didn't know she was hanging out in the tube, so the first like time she was doing that, I thought she had gotten out, so I ended up like just like tearing her freaking cage apart, all the fluff, because I'm like, where is she? She's just hanging out in the tube, But for her, that gives her all the more reason to not leave the tube because it's just like this motherfucker's just gonna tear apart my bed. What the hell, man? He just ripped apart my room. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I thought you escaped. Oh my God, the bug contest. Oh, we gotta do the bug contest. All right, I'm gonna save because we gotta get a scyther. We gotta get a scyther. So I'm committed to get a scyther here. Alright guys. You guys ever do this bug contest? Oh, hold on, I gotta figure out who I wanna use though. That's cute. See, that's nice that you found her again. I know, I used to have that, back in the day when I had the Syrian hamsters, I would use the hamster ball. I don't really use the hamster ball anymore. It's because I've heard mixed reports that you're essentially trapping them into something and they can't escape, Hold on. Where's Cinnamon? Cinnamon will do this. So, she left my sleeve and she's just right here. So she'll be in like where there's a ball of cloth. So it's like I just can't feel her anymore. So she goes to the one place where I can't feel her. So I'll have this moment of panic where I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Where did she go? But yeah, no, they can get out. Cinnamon's gotten out before. She's slipped out. Like there's like one little spot right here in the robe where it's like on my low back, the robe, the belt part kind of like is hovering above my low back. So like Cinnamon found that spot, went zoink, and just slipped right out there and just went wandering around the room. But yeah, anyways, yeah, back in the day when I was younger, I had the Syrians that they were in the hamster ball, and they would bump the hamster ball into something, and all of a sudden I don't hear them running around anymore, and I go find the hamster ball, and the top would be open, so they had just popped right out. So now they're just running around my house somewhere. So I had that a couple times, and it'd always be horrible, and I'm like, I can't find them. But then what happened was, she would just come find me when she was thirsty, because it's just like she had no water out there. So finally it got to the point where so like I lost her, and I was so bummed. But then I was like, I went downstairs, and then all of a sudden she just came running up, and she just starts trying to climb up my leg, and she's climbing up me, and she's looking at me, and she had like a big old cheek full of food or whatever the hell she had been finding out there, and I just took her right back to her cage. And so that happened a few times where she would get out, she would escape the ball or whatever, and then it got to the point where I just wasn't really stressing it, because I knew that as soon as she needed me, she would come find me. So all I'd have to do is just be downstairs, and she would come find me when she needed me. But at the same time, they could get stuck behind something. You don't want them running around, but it kind of eased that you know that fear of, oh no, they're gone. Because like Cinnamon got out one time, and I was so distraught. I spent, I think, 3 days sleeping on the couch, near. So she is like, there was like one of 3 rooms she could have gotten into, and she was in the middle room. So I had to like put food on the entrance, on the doors of those 3 rooms to see which room maybe she was in. And so like after the first night, she had taken food out from the middle room. So I was like, okay, so maybe. Oh no, first night nothing. Second night, the food was gone from the middle room. So I was like, okay, she's alive. She's maybe she's in this room. But then I'm like, the room was a storage room with all these boxes. So I was worried that if I tried to find her, a couple things I was worried about. I was worried that she could climb into a box and not be able to get out again. So then she would just be inside of a box starving. So I was scared of that. I was also scared that because the place was so packed full of boxes, if I went in there trying to move things around to find her, that would accidentally crush her in whatever spot she was missing. So it was like I couldn't really go around digging it up trying to find her, because I was worried I might hurt her. So I had to just I don't know, man, it was rough. So I just spent 3 days trying to hear her. So I was just trying to wait so I could hear her moving around. And finally I did. You know what it was? I was listening to a Twitch streamer, and I was walking, and the Twitch streamer's like super loud, and I was playing the guy's voice or whatever. I was like listening to the podcast, whatever, stream, and then all of a sudden I hear Cinnamon come out, because she heard the stream, and she goes like, because I wasn't even talking, it was just the stream or whatever, and she comes running out. She goes, "Hey, what's up?" And I was just like, oh, I just snatched her right up, and she has not gone missing since. She's gotten out of my sleeve a couple times, but I find her immediately. She'll just be like wandering on the ground next to me. But that was the only time she got out for like a couple days. So that was stressful. That was very stressful. Hold on. Right on. Yeah, the contest is fun. So now I gotta figure out which Pokemon we want to use for the contest. Contest is how you get Pinsir and Scyther and those dope guys. And then I'm gonna put oh, it's chill. She's sleeping right now. Cinnamon's sleeping now by my side, which is nice because I now can move my arms around freely, which is freaking feels weird all of a sudden. Okay. Back to the box. Back to the box. Okay, so who do we have in our team? We have Bull. Okay, so glad we didn't use him. We should use Flamey back. Yeah, we should use Flamey back. Alright. Just because he's going to have type advantage over all the bugs, so we can just go through and clean out. Because really the bug contest is about who can live the longest I'm gonna be honest. I'm not trying to just. I'll grind once we get a scyther, but I'm legit. I just want to save and get a scyther because that's all I care about with this bow contest. It only happens twice a week. Yeah, twice a week. Hey Zoid, you out of here? Hey, appreciate you, Zoid. Thanks so much for hanging out. You have a great rest of your night, man. I say man like Bart Simpson. I just throw that around, so I don't actually. I'm not trying to call anyone a man. It's just a phrase I say. It's like dude. I say dude all the time. Yeah, have a good night, Zoid. Once again, thanks guys. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are dope. Okay, let's see. Let's see if we can get a cipher before the end of the stream. We'll keep going as long as Napoleon is feeling inspired. Because I'm gonna need to sit down at a certain point. My back is starting to hurt. I gotta get an actual like gamer chair. Do you guys have any recommendations? I know that sounds weird, but do you guys have recommendations on like gamer chairs? Or like, I guess they're just desk chairs, so it's just like, just get a desk chair, you know? But yeah, I legit just use like the plastic yoga ball. Which in some ways is nice, but in other ways it actually like makes you more sore. Alright, spinner rack, you're cool. I like you. Wicked flame. Yeah, I know. Like as soon as I said gamer chair, I was like, yeah, just get a nice chair. It doesn't need to have speakers or in the back or anything like the crazy ones, you know. They get wacky with it nowadays. Not like a full. Yeah, I kind of want to like invest in a good chair, and I also kind of want to invest in a good mattress. Like my mattress right now is so old. It's like. It's 20 plus years old. I don't know if that's old for a mattress, but it seems like it's probably pretty old. And it's gotten to the point now where it's like I'm starting to get like horrible back pain whenever I sleep on it. I'm like, that's probably a sign I should get a new mattress. Yesterday Jake was talking about getting a gaming chair to help with his back trouble. Yeah, it's that's a real thing. Like I don't know if you can see. I'll show you my setup here. So I don't know if you can see it. I can't. I've got my chat here. Let me pull this over here so I can see that. There we go. I'll make this big. There we go. Perfect. Let's exit studio mode. Okay, there we go. I set up visually so I can read the chat and also. Yeah, need the mattress. Yeah, so right now I have I don't know if you can see this. This is a music stand, so like what you would use in an orchestra or a choir or something. So I just have a music stand, and then I have my keyboard, and then I have my my laptop on top of my desk, and then I have my monitor below. You know, actually on the desk part where you write. And then I just have the music stand and the keyboard, so that way it's almost like a standing desk. I can stand here, and because yeah, anytime I sit, I start to slouch, and it's like a slippery slope to like my back and my neck are gonna hurt basically until I fall asleep and wake up again. I'm just gonna crumble into pain and just essentially have to go lie down is the only way to heal it, you know. It's not a fun way to live. So. I try and just like monitor my back health because it really started with a couple. I was in a few car accidents, and that really warped my just spinal column, you know. So after that, I'm just like I sleep on my back as much as I can. So yeah. Sorry, sweetheart. Some cider. Hoot hoot. Yeah, right? I know. That's like I get that too. I have like a bunch of random injuries from over the years too, so I definitely get that like from the cold, like certain things will start to act up. You're like, wait, what the hell is going on? Like that was my when I was a kid, I broke my arm, and they wanted to put pins in my arm, which would have been beneficial in terms of like getting my arm back in placement. But what freaked me out is people told me that when you have like metal pins in your body, when it gets cold, it hurts and you feel it. And I was like, I was just like, I don't want to like not want to be in cold. Like that sounds awful, you know. Not sure if it's poor posture because the room I'm in is cold at times, but it's at least a rare thing for me. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, as once it becomes comes every day, that's where you gotta start doing something about it. All right, Scyther, come on, Scyther. Hoot hoot. No Scyther. Come on, Scyther. Yeah, right? I know. I kind of wish I did because, I don't know if you can see my arm. So, let's see if you can see. So this arm, you know, pretty straight. You know, how an arm should be. And now, look at my left arm. You can see how my left arm is not straight. I don't know if you can see it on the screen. So my left arm, see how it's just bent at the elbow? Arm. I don't know if you can see it. Anyways, it snapped in half when I was a kid. Bear ripped it off. No, that'd be far more impressive. I fell off monkey bars. So how that happened was I was a kid and they had the monkey bars and I was jumping on the monkey bars and swinging from them. And when I went to swing, I caught it, but one hand slipped. So I held on with one hand, swung up, the other hand's down. So when I fell, I tried to break my fall, but landed just on my arm. So my arm just went snap and just snapped right in half. Oh God, it's still remember it. Very fresh in the mind. What's funny about that arm is it's just completely out of alignment. So, like I used to box, and because my arm was completely out of alignment, if I threw a punch, like if I overcommitted on a punch or overextended, it wouldn't just hurt. Like if you overextend on any punch, it'll kind of hurt your elbow. But with my left arm, it would legit feel like my elbow was gonna snap and break, because it's not in alignment. So it ended up basically forcing me to have like really good technique with my left side in particular, because otherwise my body just would hurt. I physically couldn't do it. There was no power and it was just pain. So slowly over time, my left arm actually ended up being my kind of strong side, even though I'm right-handed. And I would even have like coaches and stuff comment like, "Oh yeah, that left hook is nice," and stuff like that, because it was like a necessity. And then also, this is just my theory, but because my left arm is kind of like out of position, I kind of believe that it allows me to get slightly more torque on my hook. Like it gives me a slightly different angle, like a downward angle, when I snap the punch than I normally do. So I think it actually does give me a little bit more whip. But anyways, I could be making that up too. But anyways, I just always viewed it rather than like, oh, my weak broken arm. To me, it's like, if you know that movie Hellboy or the comic book Hellboy, where he's got that one big left arm is like a key kind of thing. It's like a big old arm or whatever. That's kind of how I view this arm. This is just like my Hellboy gimpy arm, you know. But like for years I had to keep this arm. Like even though like I'm like, oh yeah, keep the arm at a 90-degree angle because I got cinnamon. But actually it's just kind of like this arm was broken. So I typically kind of keep this elbow like this just because it was broken for so long. Like I had it in a cast for like a full year. So I'll typically like, I'll kind of like I'll be standing like this or something, like, you know, I'm kind of like have my hand on my shirt, so it's but really it's just supporting this elbow, you know, so you're kind of like that, or like that or whatever, because then when you just kind of walk around like this, it kind of looks a little weird, but yeah, because hanging straight it just kind of keeps. Anyways, that's my story about my arm. Scyther. Come on, Scyther. Scyther. Hoot hoot. We don't want hoot hoot. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's, I mean, well, honestly, I mean, that's what I love about Cinnamon. Going back to Cinnamon, that's I joke and say she's my handy-capable hamster, but I mean that because it's like she has 3 legs, but that doesn't stop her. You know, she doesn't. Oh, look, she hears me talking about her. She just poked her head out. I don't know if you can see her little head poking out right here. She just poked her head out real quick. But yeah, it's like you only. I know it's corny, but it's like you're only limited to, you know, what you allow to be your limits. You know, I've seen plenty of inspiring stories of people with, you know, far less fortunate circumstances who go above and beyond to do things that I never thought I'd be capable of. You know, so it's really just the human spirit is such an amazing thing. That's one of the amazing things to be alive. It's like people forget. It's like what makes humans so special is that humans are able to craft. It's like we're creative. We can create something in our brain. We can create some image that doesn't actually exist in this world, and then we can bring that into life. You know, whether that is material. Hold on, Napoleon's sleeping again. You know. So it's like, you know, that can take the form of skyscrapers, of, you know, just whatever we see in the world. Oh, I woke her. I'm sorry, baby. You know, but then also, it's like, it's how you build yourself, you know? So it's like you can kind of decide what the person you want to be, you know? And then you bring that into reality. So it's kind of that fake it or make it kind of. Anyways, I'm going on another ramble. It was a long day. It was kind of an emotional day. I don't know why I got so invested in the idea of doing that whole kendo school. It was just like I didn't think the martial arts teacher guy. I didn't think he would be such a dick, you know. But in a weird way, I'm almost kind of glad he was, because it was one of those things like, don't meet your hero, you know, kind of, I mean, because like I built him up into something in my head of, you know, who I thought maybe he would be, but in reality he's just him. He's none of the things I thought, because none of those things actually exist. They were just images I created in my head because I wanted to project that image onto him, as if he would be my, you know. Anyways, I'm rambling. Yeah, see you in a bit. Yeah, right? Yeah, the dog with 3 legs will just, you know, he'll just. There's a video online. There's a hyena. It's inspiring and heartbreaking at the same time. But there's a hyena who is alive right now in Africa. I don't I think Tanzania, but I don't know exactly where. But it's some wildlife park, and the people who work in the park or whatever, the caretakers, whatever. I don't know what the right term is, but they'll just occasionally take videos of this hyena when they see it. And what it is the hyena got mauled by a lion back in the day. So the hyena has lost use of it's got a broken lower back essentially. So it's lost use of its back legs. So what it does is it posts up on its two front legs, and then its back legs are curled up and aren't usable, and it just balances there, and so it's just walking on two legs, and it's just balancing with its butt and its two legs kind of hovering, so it's doing like this weird yoga handstand all the time. um, it's just very inspiring, and it's just like that they continuously show updates on this hyena. It'll just roll through. It's just doing its thing, walking around. Um, uh, and they're like, "Oh, he's still at it," So it's just like the drive to live is so powerful in all things. Whether it's a hyena or even just a little fly. Things don't really want to die. I'm getting nothing but hoo-hoots right now. Mm, so cute. He's so cute. God dang. This scyther is proving hard to get. Alright, alright. And she's back at it. I'm bringing Jamie back.
Yeah.
Them other boys don't know how to act.
Yeah.
Looking out my back door. Just got home from the middle. Lock the front door, oh boy. Got to sit down, take a rest on the porch. Imagination sets in. Pretty soon I'm singing. Do, looking out my back door. Tambourines and elephants are playing in the band. Won't you take a ride on the flying spoon? Do. Imagine me tomorrow. Today I have no sorrow. Do, looking out my back door. Tambourines and elephants are playing in the band. Take a ride on the flying spoon. Do. Lock the front door, oh boy. Come on, Scyther!
prescription?
Yes.
Wow, that's cool. So do you work on it?
I don't know if you guys get like that. Like these shoes I got right when I started working at the store, and I'm gonna wear them out. Same with these glasses. Like I'll wear them until they fall off my face.
I don't get attached to stuff. You do a little bit.
Oh, I get romantically involved.
Yeah, you like stuff.
Yeah. I get there's a personal I remember there was a car that I drove from San Diego when I moved to LA. It was a truck, and I remember I was opening for Mencia on the road, and I parked at the airport, and it was like on its last leg. Once I parked it, I know it's dead. That was it. So I remember being in that parking lot at LAX, looking at it, and I remember weeping.
Oh yeah, I relate to that.
Because of all the experience I had with that fucking truck. That truck saved my fucking life.
I don't have any attached things.
Yeah.
You could burn my whole house down tonight as long as nobody I love is inside of it. I don't care.
There's not socks or a pair of shoes. There's nothing.
Not one. I mean this when I say this.
Yeah.
If my house caught on fire and no one I loved is inside, I wouldn't even think. I would be like, what's the insurance?
Hey.
Really?
Alright, we continue the hunting.
What about this? What about
I've never had a home.
Appreciate you hanging out, Shiny. What should I call you? Shiny Moltres? Shiny? Moltres? We'll come up with a nickname at some point. But, appreciate you hanging out. I know I'm a broken record. I will be a broken record. But I do want to show appreciation. You know? One of my favorite podcasts back in the day used to always say, we appreciate you. We appreciate. And I always thought it was kind of like, you'd say it every single time. But it's true. When you're actually in this position, you really do, because it's like, you could literally go anywhere on the internet. It's not even like streaming. It's like, I always thought of streaming almost like busking. You know, but at least busking, people are kind of forced to listen to you via proximity. I'll call you Moltres. Alright, there you go. I'm glad I asked. I always want to ask people because, you know, figure out what they want. When you're in a community full of shiny hunters, a lot of people get nicknamed Shiny. Yeah, to be honest, I've been thinking of you as Moltres this entire time, because that's kind of what jumps out at me with your name. I love Moltres, you know? And, you know, the profile picture. I actually didn't even realize, because I'm so blind. Your profile picture is a Moltres, right? I'm sorry, I have to like lean in. I'm like just realizing that. I thought it was the Delphox for some reason this whole time until I just looked at that and connected the dots. But yeah, I just thought your name was Moltres this whole time. That's what I was thinking about you. And earlier people kept saying shiny, and they were talking to you, and I thought they were saying Sherry at first, because we also had Sherry in there. So I kept thinking they were going Sherry. And I was like, and then I actually leaned in and read that it said shiny, so I was it was a little confusing, but it took me a minute, but then I realized they were talking about you, so, yeah, it can get a little weird with that, but I always thought that was kind of funny with not so much streaming on here, but like webcamming and that kind of stuff. You're like, oh, thank you, Dick Rider 98. Oh, appreciate you. Oh, you know, just ridiculous. Yeah. So anyway, just meaning that, you know, sometimes you get used to calling people by their screen names, and it's like then all of a sudden you get in that mode and you're saying out the most ridiculous, raunchy ass names like it's nothing. That is funny. And the shiny honey. Yeah, you know, that's kind of funny. That's like in school, like when I high school or whatever, we had so many Alexes in our school that any Alex was then a last name. Like there was no one was allowed to be Alex. No one was just Alex. If we were like separated from the school and like we were just by themselves and they were the only Alex, then maybe we could call them Alex. But for the most part, everyone just became their last name. That's just that there was no other name, and it was just kind of like I don't know how they felt about it, but I think it was just kind of like the how it is for someone with a name at that time, you know. Everyone had a name. Yeah, right. Yeah, you know. Alex, the unisex name. I don't know. I might know. I don't know if I know more male Alexes or female Alexes. It's kind of across the board name. You got Alexandra, Alexander, Alex, Alexi. It's a good fun in games until Alex has a weird last name. Oh, I mean, we had all those. We had yeah, you get like a Czechoslovakian name or something. You get a little tricky with the pronunciations. I was trying to think. A lot of times they were pretty phonetically, pretty easy. I'm trying to think if anyone had anything too weird. Dude, I am literally. I'm wondering if I need to actually be trying to attack some of these Pokemon or something because I have not been getting anything good. Alright, I need to sit down because my back is starting to ache from standing. Oops. There. Napoleon's taking a little break, but she's actually just chilling right next to the camera. The camera is just pointed at the... Oh, she's back with it. She's on the other wheel now. Oh, I'll move it back in a sec. Let's sit down for a moment. My back and my butt need a break. You never met a female Alex? I wonder if people don't get named Alex as much anymore, but I knew so many Alexes. Like they were all Alexandra, but they still went by Alex or Allie. None of them were Al. Yeah, Al is more Alfred, right? Al isn't a short thing for Alex. I mean, I guess it could be. Nothing stopping anyone. Which encounter rates are you checking? Oh, you mean for Scyther? Oh, appreciate ya. Yeah, last time I did this bug contest, I was finding non-stop Scyther, Butterfree, all just the bigger guys. I might reset this one because this is nothing so far. Because I don't care about like no resetting or anything like that. I would rather just get what we're after, trying to build the perfect team. This is why it's hard for me to progress because I want so many people on the team. Do you have a favorite version? Character in the bug catching hunt is going to have a 5% encounter rate instead. Okay, so it's going to be tough. So I just had a really lucky session last time because I had multiple Pinsir, multiple Scyther, multiple Butter, just everything good. This is like I've never seen it this bad. I'm a little confused. Maybe it's because it's nighttime, but I don't think that should matter for the bug contest, right? Uh-oh. I messed with the wrong Hoo-Hoot. I don't know why this Hoo-Hoot's so tough. This Hoo-Hoot's got some serious special defense EVs going on. There we go. Critical hit. Thank you. I did not want to deal with another senseless attack from a Hoo-Hoot. Favorites version of Gen 2? Crystal. Yeah, I spent the most time in Gold as well. Crystal was my favorite just because, well, I think, like Pokemon Yellow, I love Pokemon Yellow, like how you can get all three. But you know, Gen 1 it is a little bit dated. So I like the gameplay of Gen 2 and on the best. Like I just love how expansive Gold was. And Crystal, like I said, I would have I played a lot, but the cartridge version I have, just the save file doesn't work, so I can only play as long as I can keep the battery alive, you know? Or just not turning off the SP if it's plugged in, you know? Is that actually what happened? I didn't enter the contest. I think you're absolutely right. I thought I entered the contest, but the counter rate is just, why am I getting so many Hoots? There should be a Nidoran, there should be something else. So, yeah. Yep, you are correct. I feel so stupid. You know, it's late. It's 2:15. Now I'm gonna save one more time. Because now I actually just did all that. I'm not gonna lose that, because why would I? But that is ridiculous. I knew something was up. I like, as much as like I feel kind of silly about that, also like I knew something was wrong. I was like, there's, at this point this is just ridiculous. What is going on here? Okay, let's try that again. Mainly play Gold Virtual Contest 3DS. How is the 3DS Virtual Contest? You Virtual Console on your 3DS. I gotcha. Yeah, that's what I liked about 3DS. You could download that stuff on the Nintendo store. Crystal came out. Yeah, I have that on my 3DS as well. Playing that mainly. I know it's tough. Like I had that with Gold. I forgot which version I had, but did you ever get Pokerus? Oh, like when your Pokemon get the Pokemon virus, the Pokerus thing, where you go to the Pokemon Center and then the nurse is like, hey, one of your Pokemon has Pokerus. Like, it's okay, but just so you know, like they'll say that, and then it's like a little like monster face like on their profile, like it's like a little stamp thing that appears to show, and then when you have that thing in your party with other ones, like for a time, like they're infected with it, and then they can get other ones infected. So then they like the other ones can get it, and then they get the little stamp too. But it's like before the stamp, they can then infect other ones. I don't know. It's weird. So you just start like keeping ones that are infected, and then cycle the other ones in your party, so you get more infected. But then they just max out the EVs like super easy. They're just stronger Pokemon. Um, so yeah. Anyways, I have like some save files where I get like Pokerus, and I was just like, well, now I can't delete this. I have to keep this thing, you know. Yeah, I know. I appreciate you on that. I was like, something's up. I've just been like, Scyther. What? No. Okay, Scyther. I was even like, use the emulator to speed it up. I was like, yes. There's enough variation in this area that it kind of confused me. I couldn't remember what was in the bug contest. I should have known, because it was only Venonat and what even was it? No, I know. The Pokerus thing is weird though. Like I've had certain games where it's like I'll get it on the second gym. Like I've gotten it a few times, so like it doesn't seem as rare. Like maybe I got a Pokemon Yellow. I think I got a Pokemon Crystal and Gold. I got it in a bunch of different versions, later and old. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's supposed to be pretty rare, but I've had just good luck. I'll have to go through some of my save files and see which ones have it. Yeah, right? I'm inspired by her. I've got her right behind me. It's just that like blind faith. I was This is why it's like I'm kind of stoked to be streaming on YouTube because I legit love YouTube. I watch way too much YouTube all the time. And so lately, rather than my typical like comedy podcasts or whatever, I've been trying to like do more history-based things. And so I was listening to one about, I'm gonna butcher his name, but he's an old French nobleman during the time of Joan of Arc, and they kind of like teamed up and stuff. So it's kind of like you would hear stories of Joan of Arc, but more from his perspective and like kind of the story from him. And it was just so funny to like the way they were describing her as essentially just like no military training, no strategy, just I am led by God. Just would like blindly charge into battle, but then would succeed. And so it was just like I don't know, it's just funny. That's kind of how that Scyther hunt felt right there, and also kind of Napoleon running. Rules are simple. Yeah, I was also the other thing I was confused is I kept expecting the time to run out. So I was just like at a certain point, I was like, okay, what's going on? We've been doing this an hour. Poker's is 1 in 20,000. Damn. Gen 2, you have to attack the wild Pokemon to get infected. I may be wrong. Yeah, maybe I got it. Oh, that would explain. I never understood how you got it. It was just kind of like one of those things. Like, I don't think it was ever. At least I never had it explained to me. I just was always just kind of like, yeah, your Pokemon might get this, you know? And then you'll know because the nurse will. I don't want to say Nurse Jenny, Nurse Joy will say this. Gen 3 onwards, you just get it during the encounter. Yeah. What was your favorite version? I may have asked you all already tonight. I appear to be saying things in loops. I'm gonna need to get water in a bit. I can feel I'm talking more than I normally do when I'm like just chilling at my house. This is the longest time I've had people in the chat and viewing. This is awesome. But it's making me realize like what this streaming thing has got to be. You know, oh my god, like this right here. For instance, I didn't realize you were just getting visual over the top of my head. It's fine, I guess you don't need that. Like that. Fade here. But you know, this will help build the stream into what it needs to be to actually, you know, be something worth being a thing, you know, because I've essentially been going the route of, alright, well, there's no one actually clicking on these things, and the only time I can get people to show up is when I stream long enough. So I was ending up streaming like for this is more on Twitch, but I'd stream for like 40 plus hours at a time, just because that would be like cast the biggest net to get people to show up. But then when you're doing that, you can't just be on all the time. So I would always like miss people in the chat, and that would be the worst. Like people would pop in and pop out within like 30 seconds or less. Or the worst is like you respond and they're like, yeah, never mind, and then they just like leave. But a lot of times they would like say hi and maybe there's a little delay or something, but I wouldn't necessarily see it right away, and then I would respond and they would already be gone. I'm like, no, come back, you know. But yeah, anyways, point being that I would stream for long periods of time, but like then a lot of that time is kind of dead air. You're just kind of just sitting there not doing anything. So it takes for someone to be in the chat for me to kind of like wake up and be like, hey, you know. So I think the more we do this, the more there's actually, you know, something going on. It's like I have a feel for, okay, this is now building. This is what we're doing. This is what we're after. Yeah, Pokemon game in general. Yeah, Heart Gold. I love Heart Gold. I think I have either Heart Gold or Soul Silver. I'll have to check which one. If I could get an emulator version of that, I definitely would. But those were the best. Yeah, Fire Red is dope. I don't think I ever got Ultra Sun. I never got Ultra Sun. So I had just Moon. I never got Ultra Moon or Ultra Sun. And I never got Black 1 or 2. No, I never got White 2 or Black 2. I got Pokemon Black, and I did Pokemon Moon. So I would sometimes get like every version, but not always. Like the later versions, like Pokemon Sword, like I don't need to like complete the decks. Like I don't need to. I'll save my money, you know. Recommending choosing catchy thumbnails if possible. A lot of your thumbnails are in your icon. I think it's not really catchy as it doesn't tell you about the stream. Yeah, exactly. I knew that was, you know, it was it was kind of like a gamble where part of me was thinking that it was in a sense almost a gamble where it's like it was a uniform stamp on each video and it was kind of different. So I thought maybe in the sense of it being different, that it was always like you know, the same thing popping up. Maybe that would cause some intrigue, but really I think I need to figure out some kind of image editing program on my computer that I can then kind of churn some of these out. Because I've just like the Hampter image, I just typed in Hampter in Google and that was the image that popped up and I downloaded it. So, you know, I can kind of just download images and do it that way. But I think figuring out Photoshop and having it be more like, you know, a shot of Napoleon, maybe a shot of me doing something, you know, it's like then we're going to start, you know, looking like the real deal. But, yeah, you don't make decisions on whether they're interested in a video in like 0.2 seconds or something crazy like that. Yeah, so it's important to make a thumbnail that interests people. Sure. No, I appreciate this too, like going over these things, because hearing the outside perspective, because sometimes you start to like, you know, you can kind of, you know, you kind of go down wrong paths, because sometimes maybe you'll get like a positive response for something, but it's not really what you want to be doing anyway. So it's kind of more like these are the rules of streaming. These are the things that kind of work, versus like, you know, I could be doing something that not really working, but it's working because of some. Anyways, I'm rambling. Not get that. If I see a stream called Hampter and the thumbnail is that funny Hampter, I'm definitely clicking on it to see what it's about. It's definitely itched my curious eye. No, that's dope. I appreciate that. And that's kind of why I want to keep at this too, because I feel like I feel like I am, you know, like the reason I started streaming is just because I'm like, you know what, if other people are doing it, I think I can do it too. You know, so it's like I feel like I am built for this. I have the instincts. So I just you know, gotta just keep doing it, you know, and you just kind of build up your calluses. Just keep doing it, and it's just like, you know, it is learning. I am slowly getting. We'll slowly have a little, you know, actual stream space. You know, right now I don't even have an actual microphone. I'm just using the computer. So we'll get a real mic set up. That would be great. And then also just more I think this, where I'm coming into the stream, like I'll build the stream up, you know, maybe do the actual, like I'll be, you know, where it tells you you're streaming at this time kind of thing, so it builds it up a little bit more, and then come in with energy, maybe limit it to like 4 hours or some shorter stretch than I typically do, and come in with more energy, so that way if I want to go longer I could at least peter out, but at least I'm coming into the stream with some gusto, you know, versus I think I kind of like overburden, I think I kind of like just do too much content, you know, because, you know, like I said, I have no idea what works, so I've just been kind of trying a bunch of different stuff, like, yeah. Says on TikTok streaming to the point where basically everyone can find an audience watching them every stream. Yeah, you know, maybe I should. So TikTok, I downloaded TikTok. I made a couple videos, and that was when I was doing the cinnamon videos. When I first got cinnamon, I was doing like the Pokemon videos, and it was just like all about cinnamon. But like I said, I didn't want to be exploitive to cinnamon because I just gotten her, so I wanted to develop that relationship, you know, naturally, and not just have it be. I didn't want to like me to have that like, you know, I need you to dance for me now, ha ha ha, put on the smile, baby. You know what I mean? I didn't want to have anything like that, so I just kind of abandoned
you know, taking those. Like, I'll still take photos of her and stuff, but I stopped, like, incessantly trying to, like, just constantly, like, get content from her and just, like, thinking of it in that way and just, you know, but now it's like, you know, like Napoleon right now, this is perfect. This is amazing, because she's just chilling. And she's just doing exactly what she wants to do. So that's great, you know. So now that I've got a better, you know, relationship with them, I can kind of, you know, do it in a way that I know it's not harming them in any way. Obviously not physically, but, you know, we're talking about the mental side, because that's a real thing, you know. These guys are little critters. Look at her freaking legs go. She's just this little ball of fluff. She's like that joke hamster from Family Guy with the giant muscles, you know. But yeah, anyway, so I downloaded TikTok. I had it for a bit, but I heard, you know, I'm sure they're conspiracies, but I watched some documentary on TikTok, so I bought into the whole conspiracy shit. Whether or not it's true, I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna delete my TikTok. So I deleted my TikTok in every way I could, and I still get updates from TikTok. So it kind of proved, like, the creepiness that is TikTok too. So I was kind of like, I don't know. So that's why I haven't, like, re-downloaded it and, like, tried making videos. But I have heard that it is good for building up your stream and stuff like that, or building up your audience. So, you know, maybe I'll get back onto it. I actually just today, I deleted my, I still have the accounts just because I don't really want to lose the photos, but I deleted all my social media. So like I said, I don't know, I was kind of going through, like, a weird thing. Yeah, I kind of just, like, my only really social media now is going to be, like, YouTube. I still have the Twitch, but I'm kind of just over Twitch. Yeah, I feel like everything I've been hearing, YouTube's where it's at, so I'm just going to commit to this. So this is kind of just going to be my window to the world, you know, and I kind of like it because I don't really want people I know or, like, grew up with, really, like I kind of want to have the freedom to, like, it's weird, like, what I've noticed, like, from streaming is that people that know me through streaming, I think, know a more authentic version of me than people that actually know me or grew up with me. I wouldn't say that people that know me, I would just say that people that maybe grew up with me. So it's like people that think they know me, you know. So in that sense, it's like I've always felt like I disappoint people where it's like and I know that sounds fucked up or, like, whatever, but it's like, no, it's like I just mean that, like, they'll come in and they'll tell me, it's like they come in with this image of me, like, oh, I thought you were this cool guy, I thought this, and then you talk and I realize you're a total nerd, or something, and it's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, you know, I don't mean that in a bad way necessarily, but yeah, I think with the streaming thing, it's like, I don't really have, like, a veil, you know, I'm not trying to put up a front where it's like, you know, growing up in social situations, you're kind of like there's like a dance you're doing. Here, I'm sitting here and, you know, oftentimes talking about very personal things, you know, so, I got my ear itchy. I was something like 24/7 hamstring cam. I'm really surprised at what it would have viewers literally every minute of the day. Really? Well, so I gotta figure out how to stream on TikTok because I wasn't able to stream on TikTok. I knew other people were streaming on it, but I didn't know how to do it. It wasn't letting me do it. So that was kind of why I deleted it too, because I was like, screw this is lame. But if I can figure out how to stream on there, I'll do it. I'm down. I'm not opposed to it. I used to stream on my Instagram occasionally, but what I didn't like, it was the same thing. It was like people that I know from the past would kind of like pop in and go, what the fuck is going on here, you know? And I'm like, oh, you can go away, you know? I don't feel as free. It's like I feel more free with, you know, people. I don't know. That's weird, isn't it? Isn't that weird? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that just tells you about the relationships we keep. You know, the masks we wear. Sorry, I went all the way up to the catchy thumbnail part. A lot of people hate on sun and moon. Oh, yeah, I missed some stuff. Decisions. Yeah, they definitely make the decisions in that 0.2 seconds. It is crazy. I get that. I get that all the time. Like, and that's why I've been kind of sticking with the streaming Crystal and stuff because I used to stream other things and it'll tell me it's like average watch time point like 2 seconds just like it'll tell you that like people are just like no. Like I was streaming my workouts a lot and I like doing that, but at the same time I get that that's not like the best content. Like this stuff is at least like more interactive. I think when you're working out, it's still interactive. I guess I am interacting with chat, but like if I'm boxing, I'm just kind of hitting it in the bag. So that's more visually appealing if someone wants to see that. I guess that was kind of seemed like a really redundant statement. Visually appealing if someone wants to see that. A lot of people hate on Sun and Moon because they have a crazy amount of cutscenes. Sorry, it's really hard for me to read. But because I was deeply interested in the story, it was a really good movie and the game won. Yeah, no, I love that. I enjoyed the cutscenes in that game too. I kind of like how each game they kind of try and they'll hit different angles, they'll try different things and kind of abandon different mechanics. Like you almost like forget, like you'll like certain mechanics they'll do, you almost forget about them because they just say, like, yeah, that didn't quite work. Well, I like the idea, but maybe not. Yeah. I don't have TikTok, but I've seen many YouTube channels. TikTok says they also stream on. Yeah, you inspire me. Maybe I'll get back on TikTok. Maybe we'll do that. Like I just deleted my Instagram today because I didn't like that I wasn't doing it as much, but I don't like scrolling through it. It's like I already do that enough with YouTube, Just stream from the app, but some just your phone camera. Personal social media, I personally wouldn't connect it to my streams or videos. Some people can do that and it's great, but for others it's kind of weird. Yeah, that's why I got a little weirded out. So I'll be real too, like with Twitch, what's the term, doxing? I would have people do some creepy stuff where they were just like trying to get me to go outside my house and stuff, where clearly they wanted to see like the front of my house or see my address, and they wanted to like figure out like what city I was in and just weird stuff. Like I had one stream where I was saying I was kind of lonely and depressed, so they're just like, hey bro, we should meet up, what city are you in? But the way they were going about it was creepy, where they kept trying to get me to go outside and they were just like trying to get my location. I was like, oh, this is weird. But yeah, I'll have people like ask for my Instagram and I'm just like, you know what, I don't really want to share that with you because a lot of the, at least Twitch community proved to me that, there was that toxic kind of predatorial behavior. Yeah. I mean, relative you talk to every few months pop into your stream and see you playing video games. Nothing wrong with that, but it's kind of weird sometimes. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. I've kind of streamed anything and everything, so it's like there's certain things where I wouldn't want like my aunt has tuned into my streams too, so I kind of like that. I invited her into it because once I realized that she could possibly be watching, it gives me a good sense of where my boundaries are. Not that I can't speak freely, thinking she might be listening. I can still say what I want to say. But content wise, it helps kind of rein me into not going too far into the dark arts, That's a Theo Vaughn reference if you know him. A lot of viewers, stay so they can interact with the streamer, and I feel like a little kid trying to read. And other chatters, we just listen to the conversation between the streamer and chat. Okay, yeah, be right back. Oh, you're so quick. I've been taking so long to read. You're already back. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I kind of feel like like I usually don't talk unless I have someone in the chat, but I would do that sometimes. I would almost, because like I said, I would have people like pop in and pop out. Once again, this is going while I stream on Twitch, so I tried that a couple times where I would almost like, I was kind of losing my mind. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of like in a weird spate where I was kind of like manic and hadn't hung out with people in a few days, so I was kind of getting a little weird. And I'm kind of using the term manic loosely there, but anyways, basically, as I was just like pretending I knew that people would listen if they thought I was talking to someone or responding to chat. So I just pretended that there was a different chat going on that other people couldn't read, and I would just like be responding to it, even though there was nothing going on and there was no conversation. So I was just kind of like, just making it up to make it seem like, like what other streamers are doing when there's actual conversation. So then I noticed people were actually hanging out and watching, because they were just like, even though I was talking to myself, they were kind of just like, oh, who's he talking to? What's going on? What's up? There's that little bit of curiosity. Yeah, back on TikTok. On TikTok, you'll see a stream with 300 viewers of somebody pointing their camera at their Switch playing Mario Kart. You wouldn't see that many views anywhere else. Yeah, right? Yeah, right. I know. Yeah, it very much was creepy. No, these people. There are people where legitimately, like, they have been concerned. Where they are like, there are people where they do care, and they show legitimate concern. But this particular case, these guys, they seem like children. I'm not gonna lie, they seem like kids. Just the way they'd interact, and they were like talking, asking me questions and stuff. They just didn't seem very mature. But yeah, they definitely had a, like, cause I got banned a few times by people on on Twitch. And so what I found is it seemed like it was a power trip for them. Like, they got off on the fact that they could ban me, They're just like, hey, we took this guy and we took his dreams away. He was here and now he's gone, and we made that happen. Isn't it wild? Yeah, no, it was kind of one of those sad but true. It's just like I said, I've kind of like, I've stretched the, you know, I'll kind of study other streamers. I'll watch other streams, see what other people are doing, kind of see what works, see the commonalities, and then also see the things that I kind of get annoyed with, um, like there's certain things that like used to annoy me, but now that I stream more often, I'm like, oh, I get it now. That makes sense. Like for instance, the appreciation thing. Like I used to get like streamers would be like, oh my god, thank you so much, thank you so. It was just this like constant thing. And I was just like, it just felt a little fake. But then when you put it into perspective that they had grinded, how many hours they had been grinding to get to that point to where they are, being able to thank that many people at a time or whatever, you can realize, no, that's probably pretty genuine, So that was kind of cool to expand that for me, But anyways, happened before with my own eyes. I believe it's kids are too. Yeah, exactly. It's the trolling, like. Yeah, like some of the insults, like they definitely stick with you. It's like even though you don't really take them to heart, like they still kind of go into some database of like insults that have been cast your way, But yeah, I just like with the whole getting banned thing too. It's like I don't like the fact that it's like someone else can kind of go out of their way to, have that control. Alright, I need to get some water. My throat's starting to hurt. I'm talking. Oh. So what's your schedule like? How late you looking at? It's looking like it's like 2:43 for me. I just accidentally took a sip of coffee. I didn't really mean to do that. Um, so my eyes are kind of hurting from staring at the screen. So I'll definitely like need to kind of take like a minute break to kind of like walk around, rub my eyes a little bit, um, regroup. But I am just so taken aback by positive vibes tonight that I kind of want to just keep streaming, keep grinding, see if we can keep cranking this on, you know? Um, yeah, so. Ugh. But yeah, didn't you say it was like 4 a.m. or something where you're at? Oh, I feel you. I know that's me all the time. Like I know I was kind of getting tired. I was like, oh, I need some water or something, but I didn't have any water, so I had my little coffee mug here. I was like, I took a sip of it. I was like, oh yeah, that's Starbucks. Yeah, it's funny how that stuff sticks with you. Like the human mind is just incredible. Um, oh, you know what was fucked up earlier today? So this is the second time in the past week I've been encountered with domestic violence. Like not obviously like not me involved, but like just being. So first time was the other day. I go outside my backyard and I start meditating. And I'm sitting there and I have my hands in my lap and I'm sitting Cezanne, I'm relaxing, I'm breathing. And as I get deeper and deeper into my relaxation, like every time I breathe in and getting deeper in relaxation, I can kind of become more aware of my surroundings. And like I said, I kind of live out in the country, so the neighbors are like a mile away, you know, if any neighbors. Like each house is pretty far away from each other. And so I don't really know any of my neighbors. I don't really have neighbors, you know, they're just down the road. So anyway, so I'm chilling there, I'm breathing, and about like 5 minutes in or so, you know, I start hearing this like voice, and then like I hear the voice. It's a man's voice. And, oh, it's angry. Oh, this guy sounds kind of pissed off. And I'm realizing like, oh, this guy sounds angry, and I'm like, oh, that would suck to be this guy. So that was kind of what I was thinking, and then I realized, uh, you know, it was just like I quickly realized it was a man, and then as I was like I said, as I was kind of like breathing, I could start to hear what he was saying, and then uh, I heard like it was just bits of the conversation, but it was essentially like he was yelling at someone. So I wasn't sure if it was on the phone or something. But then all of a sudden I hear him go like "you stupid bitch" or something like that. I think it was like "you stupid bitch," and I hear this like smacking sound like a slap, and I'm just like oh fuck. And then I hear him go like "you need to fucking fight back." Or something like that. And I'm just like, oh, this is dark. And I'm just out there I'm just out there meditating, you know? So now I kind of stand up and I'm just like, I go walking over and I try and like walking down the road a little bit to see if I can kind of like pinpoint where the noise is. Um, and, uh, and my dad came out and he had been outside or something. I went over and I talked to him and I said, "Hey, did you hear that?" And he had headphones on because he was like working in the yard, so he didn't hear it. And then I told him what happened. I made the little slapping sound, and then I think that made them. Oh yeah, because also like I kept walking and I kept hearing more of their conversation. Because then I actually heard a woman's voice, so I knew that there was actually two people involved. So I was like, "Oh, this is what it sounds like. This is really fucked up." I think I need to call the cops or something. So I was trying to figure out like where they might be to like I didn't want the cops to just like show up in my house and be like, you know, like I'm like, yeah, it sounds like someone hit someone in that direction. You know what I mean? That didn't really feel like enough because it's not even like I can be like, oh yeah, it happened over in this neighborhood. It's like I just it's the woods. Sound carries in a weird way, um, and yeah. So I was just like really unsettling, and yeah. So I was that was really shitty. And then tonight I go and I get in and out. I got in and out, and I got Starbucks afterwards because after that fucking kendo instructor thing happened, I was just like, fuck this. I'm gonna go spoil myself. So I went and got a little fatty meal, got a little burger, got some Starbucks, and then I went and sat in my car, and then I guess they were leaving one of the drives. I don't know where they were coming from. Oh, Beedrill, kill it, steal its XP. But they come driving through, and they kind of the guy slams on his brakes right in front of my car, and I'm sitting there with my window down, just like eating my burger and sipping on my coffee, and the woman. Let's see, I'm trying to remember exactly what happened. The woman hit the guy. So the guy was driving, and then the woman like slapped the guy, punched the guy, and then he hit her back. Like he like kind of stiff armed her back or something like that, and then she threw her drink at him. So then she threw her um I called it in, but it's like the cops drove down the road, but I don't know what if anything happened. I just told them that was just like where but yeah, it just it. I didn't know where it happened, just down that way from this location. So I don't know if they're able to go off of anything like that. Um, but yeah, then this one tonight, the cops did show up, and the cops showed up, and they actually came to my car. They didn't come to my car and like stop me or anything, but they like drove right up to my car because anyway, so then the lady throws the milkshake or whatever at the guy, and then it like goes into like the window, and then the guy freaks out. And then he's just like, that's it, we're fucking blah blah, and then he's just like, he starts freaking out. He's like, you're done, that's it, no more Starbucks for you, blah blah, and he keeps like talking about the dog is gonna die because she now got coffee or like chocolate like in the car, and the dog's gonna lick it and die. So he's freaking out, but clearly they have like a really fucked up domestic abusive relationship kind of going on. So it's happening right in front of me. So I'm just like, okay, how far is this going to escalate? Do I need to involve myself? I'd really rather not involve myself because, especially with relationships. So the guy's now freaking out. I see it get physical, but it kind of like escalated and then de-escalated. Like it escalated with they got shit, like I saw hitting and they slammed on the brakes right in front of me, and then it kind of like went to the milkshake, and then once the milkshake happened, it was just like screaming and anger, but also not like the violence then left the situation. It was almost like for her, she went, oh fuck, I threw that milkshake, and for him, he was like, you fucked up, you did it, like snapping Z. Oh no, you didn't, you done got milkshake in my window. Okay, so then I'm sitting there going like, okay, how far is this gonna escalate? So then the guy's just like angrily cleaning out his car, but then he got like very rational and was just like, I'm gonna go, oh, we're gonna go see your family, blah blah. So it was like clearly just like an abusive, like fucked up thing. But it like I thought he was gonna like, I thought they were gonna like, I thought he was gonna start choking her or some shit. And I like literally had my freaking stick with me, and I was just like, all right, you know what I mean? I just wasn't sure where the night was gonna go. And not that I in any ways wanted it to go that way or whatever, but it's just at the same time, it's like I'm right here. I even I had my door open, so it's like I'm right there. So he was just so angry, he didn't realize I was there. I think she knew I was there because I think she could see me. I wasn't looking at them, but I had my door wide open. I'm within like 15 feet, and he starts like cleaning out his car. He almost like was throwing shit at me, and that was at a point where I was almost gonna say something about that. But once again, I didn't really want to involve myself. But then I turned on my light, and started like messing around with my stuff, and I think that's when he realized I was right there and just heard everything that was going on, and he freaked out and they kind of drove off. But then the cop showed up like right then too. Um, Dude, it was wild. It was wild. See, that's the thing. I've been around those like domestic violence stuff, and the thing is, it's like as much as you want to be like the hero in the situation, like the person who's getting abused, they'll take the side of the abuser. Like they're not going to be on your side. So it's like you got to be really careful about involving yourself, because it's like it's a fucked up cycle that these people are trapped in. So it's kind of like, but I also have limits of, like, I remember I followed a guy to a Safeway one time because he was slapping his girlfriend in the car, and I ended up calling the cops, and I ended up calling my coach at the time because I had a martial arts instructor. And I was like, hey, just so you know, I think I'm about to get in a situation. I'm like following this guy because he just hit his girlfriend while we're at like a red light, and he was pulled up next to me, and at that time especially, I think, I don't know how I would handle it now, but at that time I was kind of just like, I was like crying in the car while I was following him, because it was like, I was just emotional. It's just kind of like, this is just unfortunate for everyone, but it's just like I can't allow that to be seen by me and not react. So I was kind of like, I had to like follow them and call the cops, and like I thought, because then like the girlfriend was like looking at me like, no, 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 it's fine, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. And the guy was clearly fucking crazy, and then so I just kind of followed them into the parking lot, and I'd already called the cops by that point, and then yeah, I pulled into the parking lot. He pulled into the parking lot. I wanted to get their address, and I wanted to like make sure they were like stopped. I was just like dead. I just wanted to get this motherfucker. You know what I mean? I was just like, you can't be doing that shit within my scope of awareness. Whether or not she's like down with this, like, sorry, bro, you've now fucked up my day. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, I was crying, dude. It was emotional. It was like, it's not like how you think you're gonna be like, it's white knight. It was just like, I was like, this is a fuck. Like, I called my coach. You could tell I was emotional. I wasn't like sobbing, but I was just like, very distraught. And yeah, and he kind of helped talk me through it. He's the one who told me to call the cops, because I was ready to just fucking just go fuck this dude up. And it's like, that's not how you should act. That's how people, make poor decisions. It's, you allow that kind of stuff. So it's like, so I called the police, gave them the info. The police came. He was there, but he just went into a shop. I think he like went into Home Depot or something. So the cops came. I talked to the cops. They went in. They looked for him, but I don't know what really happened from there. That was kind of like, I ended up going into Best Buy, but yeah, that was kind of like, yeah, I don't really remember what came of that. It kind of seemed like that seemed like the guy just went into Home Depot, and the girlfriend really didn't want anything to happen. Um, but I gave him the guy's license plate, so they must have done something. But I don't even know what they could have done too. Like, especially if the girlfriend's like, no, we're fine. So who knows what happened. But yeah, today was wild because cause it went from physical, like hitting, to the milkshake, to then it was just like somehow her getting the milkshake on his car had then crossed like one of those, now we have crossed the line, where it's like, okay, well, the whole punching each other in the face wasn't a line, but milkshake on your window is like, beyond. And then yeah, it was like, because then she just got silent like a fucking kid in trouble. It was all very dark. I'm not, this is all very dark when you describe it, but I was just like right there. And then he's just cleaning it up, and he's doing this whole guilt trip of like just all manipulative, toxic behavior. He's doing this whole thing of like, I have to clean this because now the dog is gonna die. And then he even like at one point, like, do you want to see what's gonna happen? Like, he was gonna like let the dog lick it to prove his point that the dog would get sick from licking the milkshake. I'm just like, dude, this fucking dude's insane. Um, just a gross little troll of a human being. Like, it's not even like I don't know how he got a girlfriend in the first place. Anyway, that's beside the point. Just just bad. People. It's a shame. People. I've been in that. I've been there. That's you know. I was in a site not as bad as that. Nowhere near as bad as that. But I was in a pretty bad. In many ways, a pretty bad vicious cycle type relationship. So, and it took a lot to get out of it. Like I can't. Countless times of how many times she's broken things off with me, and countless times that I've just kind of just been like, hey, what's up? We can, because it's just like you condition yourself to this becomes the norm. But then also it's like you allow people to treat you that way. You turn that into your own norm. That becomes like what you expect, and yeah, it's bad. Yeah, toxic relationships, man. Avoid it. Yeah, I do wonder how people like this even get into relationships. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but it's like broken people find broken people. You know, like I remember I had a buddy say that to me. Oh, we found it. Hold on, I'm gonna do a little cheaty thing here. I'm gonna do a save state. It's because I don't want to lose this guy. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, it finally happened. Are we gonna catch it? I'm thinking grimly. I was thinking grim, but grim is too just like, I don't want to say grim, but right, finally the green bug. I'm gonna go with grimly. It's like Gimli, but grimly. It's very proud of its speed. It moves so fast that its opponent does not even know what knocked it down. That is impressive. First ball, that's intensely lucky. Right? I know, that really was. I was not expecting that. Park ball is great, I guess. Yeah, hold on. We'll have to throw a couple more. I was literally just, all I cared about is getting Scyther. Oh, it's the Mantis. Oh, Mantis Toboggan. I wonder if we could get Dr. Toboggan. Hold on. How do you spell Dr. Toboggan? Do you know the clip I'm talking about from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Oh, it's not playing. I don't have the audio right now. Oh, I have to go through the rest of the thing. Alright. I'm either going to call him Grimly or I'm going to call him Dr. Toboggan. I don't know if I'll have enough characters for that, but we'll try it. Dr. Toboggan. Let me play it on my phone. It'll be easier on my phone. Ugh. I don't even know where I put my phone. Oh, it's over here. Do you ever watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia? So, Always Sunny in Philadelphia has Danny DeVito in it, and he plays Frank Reynolds. And at one point, he's trying to pick up women at a drugstore, like Longs or something like that. Ooh, I think there's an animal right outside. And he dresses up like a doctor, and he names himself Doctor Doctor Toboggan, but his first name is Mantis, so he's Mantis Toboggan. And then like later, they describe him as like dating, like picking up women, and they're like, you should see him. He's like a mantis. Oh, that's how he got the nickname. They're like, you should see him. He's like a mantis, and he's like, ooh, I like that mantis toboggan. Oh yeah, yeah. YouTube is really sensitive to that stuff. Yeah, we'll just describe it. Yeah, if you wanna look it up, you just type in uh, mantis always sunny or mantis toboggan, you'll find it. I'm sure if you even did Dr. Mantis, you'd be fine. Yeah, I want to respect the guidelines. I had a couple of copyright claims because I uploaded some old Twitch streams where I was kind of pushing my luck, and I uploaded it to YouTube without really thinking about it. So YouTube hit me with the copyright claim. They're like, I don't know what you were thinking about doing here, but it's not going to be visible to anyone. So if you continue, we're going to fuck you up. Right? Toboggan is a good name. I don't know anyone else with that name actually. What is a toboggan? Is that the sled? Is a toboggan a sled? Why do I think of... Oh, beep! Oh my god, that was perfect timing. We literally got the Scyther like one Pokemon before it was all over. That is nuts. Are you ready for this? Yes, I am. Placing third was youngster Samuel. I'm actually hoping I get second place here. Jake played a song on his guitar and got flagged. Damn, really? So you can't even just play the song. That's crazy. I think I was playing a few notes from Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. That's crazy. Yeah, that was super lucky. I think the computer knew I wanted Scyther and just made me want to work for it. But that's crazy that you can't even like play the songs. So that's another thing I have. So let me see. Oh, it's. I have the drawer locked right now, so I'm not gonna open it up. But I have these old like synthesizers. So it's like a drum machine and synthesizer. So I was messing around with streams with those because you could essentially do like a 24-hour stream because they just will play in these loops. You can kind of create this like acid house kind of like vibe. And then you just kind of like switch them up, and so you could just kind of keep them in this loop where it almost kind of like becomes droney, where it's like So I almost wanted to mess around with like doing prolonged streams with that, with kind of like messing around with those guys. So I think I will. But my thing is I gotta figure out the right audio because right now my mic sucks. So doing music, I gotta get a better mic. I gotta get a bigger or figure out how to plug in properly to get the sound right. Because otherwise it's just like I have to get like the speaker just the right distance away from the computer, or it just sounds like trash. And even then, it still sounds like trash, They say we're getting flagged for having silence in their streams. Wait, if you're silent, they flag you. So if you're just not talking, they're just like, all right, you need to dance, monkey. Second place, yes, we got second place. See, second place we get an Everstone, which for me, I love the Everstone because I don't like evolving my Pokemon. So it just makes it easier. Nice. Oh, this was the best bug contest. We got a Scyther and we got an Everstone. So that's 2 in a row that we got Everstone. Because honestly, for this, if I win, you get a Sunstone, and that will only help me get Sunflora, right? Or what's the other one? It's not Vileplume. It's Bellossom, right? Is that it? I think that's the name. Bellossom. That's a cute Pokemon. I could see getting it, but yeah. So maybe we'll still go for the. Yeah, we'll go for it just so we can get that guy. Yeah, I take it back. That's cool. A little flower skirt. I've never actually played as a Blossom. I've never been into it, but I think I might play as this year. That actually would be dope. Because I got the Oddish because the Succubus Oddish because I was just like, you know what, I actually really like the Life Drain moves, Absorb, Mega Drain, all that kind of stuff. Sunflora and Bellossom. Yeah, I've never actually played as Blossom or I don't really like Sunflora. I don't really want to play. I like Sunkern though. I like the baby version. That one's dope because it's like the teeniest, tiniest one. I get louder when I approach the hamster. My mic is the one with the what is the hamster? Oh shit. Oh fuck, I had no idea. Hold on, let me try this. How about now? Hey, maybe okay, let's do a little experiment. Okay, let me know. Yeah, I kind of, you know what I like about Pokemon too is Pokemon I didn't like when I was a kid, I now love. And I wouldn't even say that like there's Pokemon that I used to like that I don't like now because I kind of still have an appreciation. But I like the fact that like as a kid, I think maybe it's Pokemon Yellow version. You can, or maybe it's just Gen 1 in general. But you get a trade for a Mr. Mime, and I remember Mr. Mime was like now Mr. Mime is like not one of my favorite, but like I like Mr. Mime, especially since like that movie Detective Pikachu. Like they did Mr. Mime good in that, you know, they made him funny. But you know, so I like Mr. Mime, but back in the day, like first when Pokemon first came out, I was like, what the hell is this thing? A little mime clown. It just seems so stupid. But then I actually played as Mr. Mime and did the trade thing, and when you trade, they're like, you know, they play a little better. But I was like, Mr. Mime became one of my best Pokemon, and then that's when it taught me that, you know, Pokemon really is what the anime kind of spouts about, where you really can play any of them, any of the monster, any Pokemon, and if you just kind of like, you know, put your heart into it and train them, and you know, do it the right way, they'll be strong. They'll be able to hold their own. So you do the right strategy, like they can all, every single one of them are viable. You just gotta believe. Pokemon we kept. Yes. Alright, let's see if we can do Dr. Toboggan. Oh, we can. Hold on. Doctor. Yes. Yeah, right? Almanite is dope. Did you ever, I gotta actually find it. That would be a good YouTube video to go just back and watch. Why did I do Dr. O? Good YouTube video to go back and watch. But there was one YouTube video that kind of like went through Pokemon, like the game, and then kind of created its own lore to it too. But it had like Ammonite was like essentially God or something. It was like I don't know. I don't remember exactly what the deal was, but that was the whole joke. Was Ammonite was God. Maybe it was just like a meme back in the day. I don't know. Dr. Tobog. Mantis Toboggan. Oh, Larvitar is awesome. Lord Helix, exactly. Yeah, what is that from? That's from some YouTube thing. Yeah, like Pichu is now one of my favorite Pokemon, and when it first came out, I just thought Pichu was pointless. Like they don't do Pichu justice, and like it was like the cute Pokemon kind of annoyed me, you know. I was more into like Gyarados and that kind of stuff. Obviously, you know, young boy. Yeah, Tyranitar, I didn't care what you know. So this is what I loved about Gold. This is also why Gold was my favorite version, because as a kid, when the first 150 came out, they kind of showed you the 150, and then when Gold came out, I remember I remember I had like a Japanese magazine that had like a little like sample of like, you know, some of the Pokemon from Gold, and this was before it was ever released in the States, or Gold was even released in Japan. So it was just like incredible to have this magazine as a kid. Like you're getting a glimpse into the future, and this is before Google or anything like this. So this magazine was everything to me. You know, I would just look at that one page with all those new Pokemon, and it had like Donphin was the first one they ever showed, and that was in one of the movies. But maybe this Japanese magazine might have had some. I think Donphin was the first one, and then. But I remember having that, you know, before any of it was announced. So there was just so much lore with Pokemon to where, yeah, like when I got Larvitar, I didn't have like I didn't have anything that had like every Pokemon's evolution or anything like that. I just kind of knew what the babies were, so I didn't know Pupitar would evolve into Tyranitar. So when Pupitar did evolve into Tyranitar, the freaking just amazement that you just got the most powerful Pokemon ever. And it's just like you kind of go off instinct. You're just like, I don't know why I'm wasting my time with this freaking cocoon, this like glorified Metapod. But I feel like there's going to be some payoff. And then you get to level 55 and you're like, holy hell, this thing's better than Dragonite. You know? So I just remember feeling so rewarded as a kid to having grinded so far to get to Tyranitar, you know? So, yeah, I love Tyranitar for that sense. But I don't really play Tyranitar that often because it's like, once again, it takes so long to get him. Even Dragonite, I don't really ever play as Dragonite. I actually prefer playing as Dratini or Dragonair. Just because I kind of like him better. Dragonite's kind of derpy. A little bit. Yeah, how did they give him the name Lord Helix? But I think it was because the trolls kept releasing all the Pokemon but could never successfully delete the Almanite. Oh. Oh, okay. Over and over again, people were sending commands to the game during a battle. The trainer would open the bag and select the Helix fossil over and over again. Oh, so is this Twitch plays Pokemon or something? So it was like chat was commanding it or something? Is that what happened? Saying that Red, the player, was constantly selecting the Helix fossil, asking for direction to help it when balls across through challenges. Essentially, raised a Larvitar. I tried doing it in my Platinum a few years ago. Yeah, it's a grind. Like honestly, like with this why I like playing this on the emulator is you know, as cool it is to like play a game authentically. I like that I can do this. I just hit this button and now I'm all sped up. You know, I like that I have that option because otherwise it's just like I would have to spend way too much time to explore this game fully, you know. Whereas now I can just like if I'm just like, you know what, I want to raise this Rattata to get to the Elite Four. Like normally you'd just be like, why? No, screw that. But I can just turn on the speed and just start grinding. Just do that for a couple minutes, and all of a sudden I have like a level 30 something Rattata. Now we can start working with it. So yeah, I know it's kind of cheating, but you know, we got places to be, things to do, people to see. Twitch plays Pokemon. Yeah, I'll have to go back and watch that because I think I saw the recap of Twitch plays Pokemon. Like someone like made a story of Twitch plays Pokemon. One of my other favorite ones was I don't remember. It's like it's Pokemon, but I'm trying to remember. It's like Pokemon Rusty version, I think it was, or something. And he has like the golden Bidoof. I don't know. I can't remember it, but I just thought that was so funny. Bidoof evolves into Golden Bidoof, and it's just this like super muscular man, like but with a Bidoof head, just like glowing gold. Yeah, I have the speed up set to caps lock, so I just hit caps lock on, and then it just I can just grind away. Yeah, I'll have to check that out again. That'd be good. Oh my god, I watched Rusty version a few times over. I liked it. It's so stupid, but I love stupid humor. Like anyone who just goes for slapstick, I'm like, you have my respect, sir. And one of my favorite movies of all time is Airplane, or Naked Gun, or Scary Movie, Loaded Weapon 1, any of those slapstick stuff. Love Monty Python. Napoleon's chilling. I might put her back soon. I mean, she's chilling though, so she's just doing her cycle. See what I like Napoleon in there because Napoleon likes that area more. She's very at home in that zone. She kind of chills. Cinnamon kind of freaks out a little bit. I think what's happening is I think Cinnamon smells Napoleon and is getting territorial. So even though they're not there, the fact that Napoleon had been there, I think she smells it. I think she kind of goes a little crazy. Um, so in that sense, maybe it's not good for me to be putting her in there. I don't know if that affects her negatively, but um, I notice Napoleon is way more chill when she's in there. Cinnamon will just she'll kind of she starts like frothing at the mouth. She's like ah. You'll see it at some point. I can show you what I mean. I can also show what you mean. How she like the thing with Cinnamon too is funny is like I wonder if like I gave her a space that was like the size of a room, would she still have this? Because maybe it has to do with like the size of the space. But any area that she feels territorial, so her cage or even the little hamster spot I got where Napoleon is right now, she'll if she'll as soon as she feels territorial over an area, um, when you're holding her, as soon as the second you pick her up, she's chilling. She's just with you. She's just chilling. But the moment you put her down, she kind of takes a moment. She kind of gets a feel for her surroundings, and then the trigger happens, and she becomes the most ferocious, vicious. Like she is just out to defend her territory at all costs, and she will fight anything living that comes near her space. So it's like you set her down, you leave her hand there. She'll chill for a second. She'll look around, and then she'll turn around and go "fuck you," and then attack your finger. And it's just so funny, but it doesn't hurt at all. Like she has a really. I've had hamsters that can bite you and make you bleed. Like there are hamsters that can freaking. It hurts when they bite. But Cinnamon, I don't know if she's just like. I don't know what's going on, but she has a really weak bite. Like, or maybe she's not trying to hurt me. Um, but I feel like she probably is trying to hurt me. Like I feel like if she could hurt me, she would. Uh, but I just don't think she's strong enough. I think she has a weak ass jaw. I don't know why, but her bite is just nothing. So like I'm like, I'll sit there and I'm just like, I know this is probably bad. I probably shouldn't be encouraging this, but it's kind of cute. And she'll just be like, ah, just like viciously attacking my finger. And I'm like, that's so cute. That is so cute. um, I wanted to film it, but I was worried people would take it the wrong way. They're like, why is she attacking you? What did you do? And I'm like, this is what she does. I can show you. It's just that's how she is. Yeah, I feel that. Uh, in a corny way, you know, as much as I rescued them, they rescued me, kind of thing. Napoleon definitely, like Napoleon is my Napoleon. I've had like 2 years longer than Cinnamon, so Napoleon is older. She's like almost 3. Um, Cinnamon, I don't think is a year yet. Uh, but uh, but yeah, no. I've had hamster. I was never able to have dogs as a kid. Um, so I've had hamsters growing up, and man, it's rough. Like it's a learning curve. There's not enough knowledge. There's not enough information out there for new hamster owners. So it's just so much of what people tell you is just wrong, and it's really sad. It's really messed up, and it's fucked up for hamsters because like a lot of hamsters, like if you go to PetSmart and stuff, most like hamster cages aren't anything that's actually suitable for a hamster. It's just essentially a toy that they could sell to parents, you know, for the kids. So it's like they'll have this like big plastic thing that's like shaped like a dinosaur or shaped like a spaceship and stuff, and it's like, oh, you know, it's supposed to, you know, I don't know, but it's just not. It's just not. And there's just not enough information. And then also I think what happens. So for instance, with Cinnamon, um, I've had hamsters in the past who've done just what Cinnamon did, you know, where she'll bite me when she's in the cage and stuff. And in the past, I didn't know how to process that. I'm just like, what did I do? Like you almost take offense. You take it personally. It's like, what the fuck, you know? And there's nothing personal. It's just purely biological. That's just like, and they're not all the same way, but it's just like that is a natural thing. They are very territorial, you know. So it's like if you can trigger a territorial instinct, they're gonna have that territorial instinct. That's just their natural behavior. So like with Cinnamon, I think it had to do with the fact that she had 3 legs, and I saw her get like torn apart by the other hamster. That like I almost encouraged her to feel like a badass. So when she was like squaring up, because she does this thing where she kicks up the dirt, and she squares up with you. She's like, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna fuck you up. You ready? You ready? Okay. And then she'll like go after you, and I almost encouraged it because I'm just like, oh, that's so cute, you know, like. Yeah, you're the toughest hamster, aren't you? And I would almost like move my finger away, like, oh no, please don't hurt me, you know. So it's like I blew up her ego to now it's like she just thinks she can kick my ass, and she's this tiny little hamster, but it's because she has no concept of reality. She lives in a world where she's just fed freaking, she's hand fed, and she's carried around in this like, this is a pretty cozy plush robe, you know, and she's free to go out anytime. If the second she wants to leave this thing, she's just gonna walk out. So, you know, I'm sitting down, like she can just walk out. So she's just chilling. Um, so it's not like I'm trapping her. Like you'll see when like oh, and I spoke of it. Look, she literally can hear me. I swear to God, she can understand me. I said that, and then look, she poked her head out. See, that's her right there. So. I'm gonna put her out. I'm gonna put her back because I said that and then she's just like, uh, hey, what's up, man? I swear, dude, I'm pretty sure she understands some degree. I don't know. Maybe it's just like speech pattern. Maybe it's emotion or something. But like things like that. Like I'm just like, you know, when she wants out, she'll let me know. So right now I'm gonna put her back because I think she wants some water. But just look how cute she is. so you can see. And then there's her little stub. You see the stub? Oop, I gotta pay attention to her. So she's got a back left leg, but her right leg is just a little thumper. Okay, she needs some food, she needs some water, so. Napoleon is chilling. Cinnamon, I'm gonna... I don't want to wake up Napoleon. Does Napoleon look asleep? She kind of looks asleep, right? Well, let's get... We're gonna bottle feed Cinnamon. Because once I put her back, she's gonna be done. I know I said I wasn't gonna force her, but I'm forcing her to hang out with us for a couple more minutes. You want some water, baby? Yes. Did she is boffin? Water? Back in the rope. She just needed a little sip. Hello, Hampter. Yeah, she's still in there. No, she straight up squares up. Yeah, I'm gonna swap them out. I just want you to see the cinnamon protocol. So what I'm gonna do, so if you see that they have, ooh, Cinnamon's trying to get out. I can't let them get near each other because they'll fight. So see all that? Cinnamon likes to stash that, collect that, and stash that. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna spread it out, and what it does is it creates like a little. She's then going to obsessively collect it all and gather it again, and it becomes this, like, at first I almost felt like a jerk. Like I was just like, God, I'm like, this is almost abusive. Like you're gathering, you're putting all this stuff together and stuff. And then I come in and I just destroy it. It's like you made it. She makes a castle of sand, and then I come over and I kick the sand castle over, and I was just like, God, I'm being a jerk. And then what I realized is that no, that's not the case at all. She is actually she's actually waiting for me to play fetch with her. So when I scatter all the stuff, she then gets to go collect it all and then put it back in the corner, and it's like literally just like a game. Because then what was happening was she was getting all riled up, like she wanted to go collect the stuff, and I'm just like, these kernels are just like little gold coins, and then when I scatter it around, this little area then becomes like a level of Super Mario. You know what I mean? So it's like she just gets to go around, and then it's like, okay, can I go find the 100 gold coins? Yes, let's go. You know. So that's kind of been like a little game I've been doing with Cinnamon. Napoleon just kind of does her own thing. Napoleon is just Napoleon. Cinnamon, like, I could legit, like, I'm not trying to get her to do tricks, but there's just, they're different. They're also different species. I'm not trying to like differentiate them in that they're actually completely different species of hamsters. So there's that's a factor as well. But it's like Cinnamon, you can kind of get to like repeat patterns and habits very quickly. So you can see that you can kind of quote unquote train Cinnamon a lot easier than you could Napoleon. Whereas Napoleon, it took me like an entire year to even get Napoleon to be able to like sit in my hand. Like Napoleon is like a wild animal, you know. She is a feral beast. But I have spent many, many hours with Napoleon, so she, you know, that's why I just really value my relationship with these animals too, because it's like you gotta earn it with a hamster, you know. If you want an actual relationship, you gotta freaking earn it. They make you work for that, you know. They are not like dogs. I mean, they can be. Some are very sweet. I've had some that are very sweet. The times when I've had the hamsters that are the sweetest are like I had a hamster back in the day, the one that used to get out in the ball, and when I first got her, she was sick, and when I tried to bring her, I didn't try to bring her, but when I went to the pet store to tell them, like, do you guys sell medicine? They're like, oh yeah, you know what? You could just, you know, if you want to just bring her in, you know, we can just swap her out for you. And I was like, what do you mean swap her out? He's like, we'll just give you a new hamster. And I was just like, I don't want a new hamster. I just want like medicine for the hamster you guys sold me. You sold me a sick hamster. And they're like, yeah, it's just gonna die. Like we have a vet in the back. Just give us the hamster. We'll give you a new hamster. And blah blah blah. Like there's no medicine that will help the hamster. And I was just like, I like straight up. I like looked at the guy. I was like, bro. I was like, look me in the eyes. There's no vet back there. Like this hamster, if I give it to you, is a death sentence. Like just I was like, just point me in the right direction. What do I need to do? You know, what medicine can I give this hamster? And the guy goes, there's no medicine. I'm sorry. The hamster's gonna die. I'm just like, fuck you. And so I leave and I just start researching what it is the hamster has, which is wet tail. And if you research wet tail, it's a death sentence for hamsters. They're gonna die. There's no hope. Blah blah blah. All this stuff. You know. So so it's like that's a lot of the research on wet tail with hamsters. So it's like people just like, oh, my hamster gotta, you know, put it down, or I gotta take it into PetSmart and, you know, swap, or whatever the fuck they do. No, what wet tail is, when you actually then, okay, that's the verdict on wet tail. What wet tail actually is diarrhea. So it's just the hamster has diarrhea. Okay, so what do people die of when they have diarrhea? Dehydration. Okay, got to make sure she doesn't dehydrate. So my hamster had wet tail. All I did is I just took care of her and I made sure she didn't dehydrate. I just kept giving her liquids and stuff, and she got better. And what happened is she actually, that hamster I had like a very strong bond with, where she loved me because I think she knew I think she knew some way I had like rescued her, you know. So she just loved it. That was Bartleby. That was my baby. She, oh my god, that breaks my heart to think about Bartleby. Yeah, I love Bartleby. Yeah, man, hamsters are rough. Hamsters are rough. Swap her out. I know it was rough. That was rough. Yeah, is she watching with one eye? Yeah, she does that. She'll when she's been like hanging out inside, because now she's back in my rope. She'll get kind of sleepy and she'll like open one eye and then the other. Yeah, I love. I grew up with a cat. I didn't have a dog. I had a cat that lived for like 23 years, but yeah, cats, you gotta earn it, you know, and I enjoy that process. I don't, you know, like like so my ex had a husky that I just loved, and the husky loved me, and I hate to say it, but my ex was, I'm not trying to badmouth her, but the reality was she had a tendency to drink alcohol, you know, so she had it kind of get blackout drunk, you know what I mean? So she would do that regularly. So I think that the dog, to agree, was kind of like over it, you know, because she would get blackout drunk and then not be able to walk it for like a day or two. You know what I mean? Like the hangover would be so bad, then she can't walk her dog, and it's a husky. It needs to get out or whatever. So like when we were kind of living together, I would be the one taking the dog out all the time. So the dog ended up just loving me because I was the one taking it out. Because I was taking it out when she needed to take it out, and then I would also take it out. This is like during COVID lockdown or whatever. Yeah, the hamster does look like a puppet, right? But anyways, what I kind of loved about that husky was, and it was the most gorgeous, beautiful dog. Looked like a mythical creature. It had just this like pearl fur, just shiny white fur, just the most beautiful fur. Just gorgeous blue eyes. Just everywhere she'd go, everyone's like, "Oh my God, that's the most beautiful dog I've ever seen." And it was just funny too because she totally knew it, and she just like people would be like, "Oh my God," like try and pet the dog, and she just walk right by him. She's like, "Nope," like she did not give a shit about anyone, and I just always like loved that about her, and it kind of always made me happy because she would just be like she'd be like someone would try and pet her, and she'd be like, "No, thank you," and just like walk right by me, and then like come right over to me so I could pet her, and I'm just like, "Yeah, sorry," she just she's a little particular, but I'm just like, yeah, that's right. That's right. No one pets you but me. No one pets you but me. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I think I might. I appreciate that. I think I have a lot of different kind of videos I want to put out there. But yeah, that is an area that like there's a few content creators on YouTube who put out a lot of info on hamsters and just clearly love hamsters and are putting that stuff out there. And in a lot of it I totally vibe with too, but there are like even certain things that like just from my experiences I feel like I could add to the convo. Um, for instance, what I was kind of getting at with cinnamon, so I go on these long ass tangents, so appreciate you bearing with me. But with cinnamon, I think what happens, because I've had other hamsters that do that, where they get territorial of their space. So, like, say you try and go pick them up, what they're gonna do is they're gonna viciously attack your finger the second your finger gets into contact, within anywhere near their mouth or something. You know what I mean? They're gonna attack you. So then, what you have to do is you just have to basically just pick them up. Just pick them up. The second you pick them up, they go, oh, you know what I mean? They just immediately reset. It was kind of like what I was talking about earlier, like going down an aisle and just like reset. It's like the second you take them out of that space, they just like reset. They're totally chill. But I feel like what probably happens to a lot of kids, a lot of hamster owners, is they think, oh my God, this thing's so cute. Hamster is kind of settling in, so it's not really that territorial of its space yet. But then you leave it in that space for a few days, a week. Now it's kind of gotten territorial, and they're extremely territorial, and they're very vicious little creatures, but they're just so cute. So then someone goes in, they try and pet the hamster, and then the hamster also they have hormones too going on. So it's like maybe it's a certain time like heat, whatever, they kind of just more riled up. And so you kind of get aware of their mood too. So it's like I know when Cinnamon's gonna bite me. But it doesn't hurt or anything. So I kind of almost allow it because it's kind of cute. Anyways, but I feel like with a lot of hamster owners that they'll go and they'll try and pet their hamster, and then the hamster bites them, and they go, oh, fuck this thing, and then they have this weird fucked up relationship where now they don't really trust the hamster. They don't really want to touch the hamster. The hamster didn't do anything wrong. It's just a hamster. It's just doing what it does, and you caught it at the wrong time, and you caught it just doing what it does. But now but then it just creates further space because it's like in order to have a good relationship with the hamster, you have to be handling it very regularly, or they'll kind of they'll just they don't need humans. They're not really meant for human. You know what I mean? So it's like you got to kind of establish yourself as food guy, Hey, Napoleon. I'm going to put Napoleon back. You see Napoleon? Woo, she's super runny. I can show you how, see, I try and pick her up, but she's so jumpy, so it's like I have to, this is really what I got to do. I got to wait for her to get into the wheel, and then as soon as she gets into the wheel, I'm just going to lift the wheel up and transfer her back to the cage and use that as a cup. But if I try and pick her up, she's just going to try and run from me, and it's traumatic for her. She's enjoying eating the kernels. But watch what happens when I put my hand down here.
She'll sniff it and she'll like run away. Oh no, she's chilling. She's like, what's up? She's so interested in the camera. She keeps just like traveling around all corners of it. Like, what is this thing? I tried to pick her up. She runs. See, watch. I bring my hands down. See, I have to go like slow mo with Napoleon. Slow mo. Come on, baby. Come on. I want to put her back into her cage because I want her to. Yeah, she's hungry. Because she's been working up an appetite. Now she's eating a little snack here, so. Oops. Yeah. Yeah, she is the amazing dog. Yeah, no, I know exactly what hamster you're talking about. I think it's like Bibbles or something like that. It's like, that lady I'm thinking in particular. She has like she has maybe a couple, but she has one particular rescue hamster, which is actually the same breed of hamster that Cinnamon is, and it's that same thing. I think that one is a little bit more particular of yeah, but it just I was gonna say like it seemed like came from an abused home, but Cinnamon kind of had that too with the three legs. Like you can tell that was probably she dealt with some kind of trauma, you know. But yeah, it's just extremely territorial to the lady's hands. But then you pick it up and it's like, oh, what's up, you know. Because they're you know they're chilling, and also it's like you become their opportunity to, you know, it's also a massive responsibility because it's like you are their ticket to the world in reality. So you have to kind of honor that, whether or not you want to. That's your responsibility when you get a hamster. People just think, you know, you can't just leave them in the cage. You can't just leave them in the cage and then like give them food and water and expect them to be sane. It's like if you put any animal in a cell, a human, anything, they're gonna go crazy after a certain point. So it's like you have to, like that's why it's like I don't. That's why it's like Napoleon. I wish I could, but I can't because she'll run away. But with Cinnamon, I haven't done it in a couple of days, so I need to do it. I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll stream that, but or make a little video or whatever. Yeah, I don't really want to edit videos, so I'll just be streaming stuff. But is I like to take Cinnamon outside and I take her on walks. So it's not like I'm walking a dog or anything, but I'll walk Cinnamon just like out in the grass and stuff because it's like they need that stimulation. All right, so Napoleon is back up. So Napoleon's up, but we're gonna change gears here for a second. So I'm gonna do this transfer. So I go like this, boop, and see now she gets transferred. She's just in her little cup. She gets transferred nice and easy. I'm moving her across the room, so I gotta set the camera back down. But yeah, when you have like a little hamster that's pretty skittish and they don't want you to pick them up, you just get like a cup or something. Give them a reason to go into the cup. And then problem solved. They just go into the cup. And you just transfer the cup. Because otherwise, like, so this is another really common thing with hamsters that people forget is that they're prey animals. So if you come and try and pick up a hamster like that, they're going to be naturally just freaking the fuck out because they think a giant eagle is coming down to bring death. So this is the claw of death. So it's like, you got to kind of like, even if you do this, they'll still kind of freak out. But you basically just got, it's like the way to get hamsters is like, or to like, you know, like you, is you basically put food on your palm and you just like leave your hand in there so it becomes like part of the scenery, and they just kind of like walk on your hand, and then anytime they smell your hand, they also get food. So it's like they link those two things together, like, oh, this guy's hand means good times, you know. So anyways, I'm rambling. So now I think Cinnamon's asleep. Yeah, it's like I still pick up Cinnamon like that, but also I think it's also the relationship you have with the hamsters too. Like I remember one time I did this with because like I said with Cinnamon, she has just no objective fear of anything. So I did this one time where I went like this. I went ah like that. And I opened my mouth in front of her, and I thought she would like, I don't know. I thought she would just kind of like react. Or just, you know, just kind of be like, oh my, you know. Instead, she just tried to crawl into my mouth like it was a cave. I was like, oh my god, that is not the correct survival instinct. But then I realized, like, she doesn't need to have survival instinct. Like, she just has me. Like, I'm just gonna take care of her. So, let me see if you can see the... You can kind of see... Get it back in. So, get that guy. We'll put this on the other end to see if she uses it. Gonna have that. We'll get rid of this. Rearrange the cage a little bit. You can kind of see what's going on here. All right, so now I'm gonna take Cinnamon, and I'm gonna let Cinnamon go, and she's gonna go and try and collect some of this corn stuff. So see how she's just chilling on my hand? I can pet her. She's just chilling. She's right here. She likes to look around. She's like, what's up? Now watch how vicious she becomes after like a couple minutes in this area, okay? So she's now gonna frantically go around and collect all the corn. So we should play that music. Yeah, I switch it up. I you know, honestly, like I like to look for sometimes I'll hit up Ross or Goodwill and stuff, and I'll look for like little like old dollhouse kind of toys and stuff, just because you know, it may seem like junk, but for these guys it's just, you know, surprisingly like one of the best toys for hamsters. Just a freaking old, not old, but just you know, empty toilet roll. Just the cardboard. They love it. They go in the tube, they roll it around. It's the most simple stuff. It's like people, you know, but it's about providing stimulation. You know, that's really all it is. So I try to get her to show her doing it, but she's clearing out this side, so I'll show this side. Look how big her cheeks got, though. Can you see the change? See how she's just inflating? She's just a vacuum cleaner. Look at that. She's just stuffing them cheeks. Look at that. So everywhere she goes, it's like there's a pile of kernels, and then the kernels just disappear. Look at these cheeks. Look at these cheeks. So what I did, because this is just like a wooden drawer, and this is, you know, this is a nice drawer, so I didn't really want to destroy it, so I kind of did a little makeshift, rather than like putting fluff in here, which I figured would get kind of gross pretty quick. I got a towel, and I taped the towel down along the edges, so it just creates like a little mat kind of area for them.
and then I just vacuum that up so it kind of keeps it clean and stuff. And then it's stayed clean so far because they don't spend too much time in here. And they're actually, hamsters, they kind of potty train themselves, so they only really like typically they'll kind of like have a corner of their cage that they pee in, and that's kind of where they'll kind of poop wherever, but with the pee they kind of just only do in that one little corner. So I don't really have them even peeing when they're out and about. I think they just do it in one spot in their cage. So that's why when they're kind of like letting me know it's time to move, time to change scenarios, I just listen to them. So now look at her cheeks. What she's going to do is she's going to keep stuffing her cheeks for a minute, and then she's going to go drop it off in one of these corners. So she's either going to go to the corner right behind the dollhouse and drop it all off, or she's going to go back to the corner we were just looking at. Look at them cheeks. Yakety sax? What's yakety sax? I know. See, that's the thing. It's like I always want to like with Cinnamon, I'm very happy that she has an area that I physically cannot reach her. You know what I mean? Like I can't get to her. And I'm glad that she has that. As much as like I want to be able to get to her whenever I want to, that's kind of messed up. That's fucked up of me, So it's like I think it's good that she has an area that she can go to. Like if she legit doesn't want to be bothered, she has that option, Whereas like I'll be real, Napoleon doesn't have that option. I can in her cage, I can fluff through everything and find her if I need to. She'll move around. Napoleon's quick enough, but I just don't do that. That's why I just kind of grab them when they're awake. But I just going back to the mental health. I just treat them like little teenagers. Like it's like imagine if you're a teenager, you're like you need to keep your doors unlocked at all times. It's just like they'd fucking hate you. So now watch this. Watch this. She's gonna unstuff her cheeks. Watch the process. There was no kernels in this corner. Now watch when she leaves the corner. So this is where it becomes like a little game. So she goes around and she collects all the kernels, and she's so proud of her collection. She's just like, look at it. It's my gold mine. She's like Smaug from Lord of the Rings. She just or the Hobbit, I guess. Look how tiny she's now, just like half the size, And then she sits there and she just sits and like admires her collection for a couple seconds, and then she's gonna go off and she's gonna go collect more. And what's kind of nice about this is then I don't know. It just seems to give her joy to go around collecting. I don't know if it's joy. I don't know what the word is, but this is just what she seems to be compelled to do. And they both are. I don't know. They don't eat these kernels, but they just love collecting them. They just have to pile them in corners. So it's like a form of gold for them. I don't understand. I've never seen them eat it. They must eat it. They must happen, but they pretty much just like it comes on these like cob things. As you see, they rip them all apart. In fact, here, let me put in a freshie. I'm gonna have to steal one from Napoleon, but she doesn't really use them as much. She's got like 3 in there, but Cinnamon just tears them apart. Alright, so if you can see, this is one that Cinnamon was kind of going to. So let's see if she can kind of go after it. Cinnamon! Hey! She's in her collection mode. See, she goes around, she collects. So what I like to do is she like sets up these piles. I let her collect everything. When she's collected everything, she'll kind of go chill for a bit. I get her collection. I change up the environment, and I kind of like change where they are. So like I'll put them up here,
So she'll have to kind of climb. She'll have to like smell around, and she starts like see, she remembered where it was. See, I swear to God, she knows what I'm talking about. Because I'll mention things, and then she just goes right to what I'm talking about. Yeah, she's smart. She remembers like I'll put things like at different spots, and then she'll go check out. Oh, she's running. See, this is Cinnamon doesn't run as much. See, she kind of like. That's about it. You can see the difference between Cinnamon and Napoleon in that sense. But remember, she's got 3 legs. Cinnamon wants to run. It's just not. I don't know if it's as comfortable. Like it sounds extreme, but like I almost like I worry about her back health and her hip health, because I gotta imagine her body's out of alignment. So it's like I worry that like she's suffering from back pain, you know. But short of making like a little tech deck wheelchair for her, I don't know what to do. See, that's about as much as she's gonna run. You can see the difference in athleticism between these two. Oh no, she's got more in her. She's energized. I think she likes this wheel. This is a good wheel. Every wheel kind of has its own flair. I want her to tear apart the corn cob. Well, I can't read the chat. Let me see if I can read the chat. Yeah, I feel like maybe it does give her a purpose. You know, it's like a reason to. Oh, that's funny. I probably did sing Yakety Yak. I don't even know why. It's the DJ brain. She's a living Roomba. Yeah, right? Automated vacuum. I know, right? Tech decks. Look, she's going back to inhaling. Now let's see if she goes for this thing. Watch it. Oop. Have a little water. See, I can see it in her eyes. She's already more ferocious. She's going around collecting. See, look, her cheeks are all big again. So watch. Watch. I'm gonna show her my finger, and she's gonna attack. Here's my finger. Watch. She'll see if she does her wind up. She's drinking her water. She doesn't really care about me yet. Now she smells me. Arrgh! She took a little nibble. That was kind of a nice nibble. That was just more checking to see if I'm food. I think she's chilling right now. I built her up so vicious, but she's just like, nah, we good right now, homie. I ain't got no beef with you. Come on, show me how vicious you are. Maybe she wants this? You want these? She's just, all she cares about is collecting kernels right now. We'll try that. We'll try back at that in a little bit. We'll come back to the corn on the cob. She, like I said, she is obsessed with, I guess it's a game, you know? I feel that this is as close to hamster happiness as I can kind of imagine. Look, she goes around, she collects, and then she puts it in the corner. Maybe this is madness, maybe this is happiness. Maybe happiness is madness, or madness is happiness. Who knows? So look, she's now tiny again. And she just admires her. She like sniffs it. She goes around. She like licks every kernel. She's like, yes, yes, it's so good. Yeah. But you see what I meant with like trying to stream. Oh, see now I love this. She climbs on up here. Goes up into her little dollhouse. Starts collecting. Hamster Roomba. See, right? Like, the fact that she's so invested in collecting these things, there's got to be something going on. She might be a neat freak. That's what I was thinking about too. Like the fact that she puts it all in the corner like that. That was why I was also debating on me scattering it again. Is this actually just causing her anxiety? Does she just have hamster OCD? Like maybe this isn't a game for her, but this is causing her great distress to have it all strewn about. So she's like, I must keep this tidy. But then at the same time, what's wrong with that? Maybe that's it's like this weird, like you're kind of playing God when you have a hamster. Like it's really fucked up, you know. Like, and that's a weird kind of way of putting it, but it's kind of true. Like you want it. It's a lose-lose. You want the thing to be happy, but really nothing you do is gonna like help. Everything you do is gonna kind of have a negative effect as well, whether or not you mean well, you know. So it's like eventually you're kind of like, I kind of just have to let them, you know, be them and do their thing and, you know, bring them some joy. But look at that, she just kind of climbs around because she normally never cares about this stuff. Like she's like she won't really like go into this stuff unless there's like, you know, she's hunting for the kernels. So anyway, that's the burning question of the day. Is me spreading about her kernel collection so that she can collect it? Is it giving her purpose? Is it a game that she can play, or am I just distressing a hamster with OCD? Look how cute she is, though. But you get what I mean about like different like complete opposites. Like Napoleon, Napoleon was just we just leave it. It was just two locations. Just leave it on the wheel, and then maybe she takes a nap. That's pretty much it. Like Cinnamon is just she's got agendas going on. She's all over the place. I can't really keep a track on it. I'm gonna get it so I can. Here, let's leave that like that. Now she's eating in a different girl. Look how she just keeps inflating. Look at that. So, well, this is the other thing too. This technically isn't. I mean, this is a stash, but it's like she has her food stash in her cage that I don't mess with at all. Like she has a giant like kind of thing, so it's like there is that I don't mess with. This is also a communal cage, so it's like it's kind of both of their stash. Like I remember I felt really bad one time because Napoleon loves the corn things too, so Napoleon was kind of chewing on it, and then I took her out and I put Cinnamon in it. And I don't know if it's that Cinnamon smelt Napoleon on the corn, because then she just was viciously attacking the corn, which is why there's so many kernels out. But then Napoleon came back, and when I put Napoleon in there, all of a sudden Napoleon's like looking at all the empty cobs, and she's like, "Where's my corn? Where's my corn?" And I was like, "Oh no, Napoleon, I'm so sorry." So yeah, there's something about this corn that they love. Oh, looks like she's making a new stash. So she's got a secondary stash. But yeah, no, I am a little torn. I do feel that me moving her stash, I do feel that, she enjoys the chase. So I like to think that maybe it's a form of fetch. But there does seem to be some degree of me invading her space by... like I said, it feels like I'm kicking over her sandcastle. But, like you said, though, at the end of the day, we're trying to do good by the Hampter. We want Hampter to have a good time. Hampter have a good existence. Do you have any pets? Oh, I know. She is like a puffer fish, right? She just inflates. She's like twice the size now. It's crazy. So you know what's funny was Napoleon used to live at my ex's place. And my ex gave Napoleon back, which I was very thankful for. But the reason she was living there was my ex had a hamster as well. So Napoleon and the other hamster lived together, and you know, it's kind of like plus and minus with hamsters. Robos, you can kind of get away with that. Other breeds, not really. But how often do these two come face to face? Absolutely never. They're not gonna come face to face, and they haven't. I tried introducing them one time, and Napoleon went flying through the air. Like Napoleon will, Cinnamon is much larger than Napoleon, like much larger. But as you've seen the difference between their workouts, Napoleon would fuck Cinnamon up. Like she would. I'm just not even gonna like entertain the idea of that a possibility, because the reality is one of them could lose an eye. You know, it's not like you just like introduce them and see what happens. Like that's what my friend wanted me to do, and I was just like, absolutely not. You know, the chance of something bad happening is I'm not gonna risk it. It's not fair to them. You know, just because like I want to have a cute shot of the two of them together. They're definitely solitary creatures, you know. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I would love it if I could. Napoleon and because Napoleon and the other Robo Kiliana, were obtained within like a short span of each other, so they're kind of the same age, so they kind of grew up together. But even then, Napoleon was kind of the dominant of the two. So Napoleon kind of abused Kiliana. So it was kind of almost an abusive relationship there. But they would fight constantly, but they were also like sisters. They were inseparable. So it was like they'd sleep together. They were just always together. But what was happening was when they were together, Kiliana was always trying to steal Napoleon's food, so Napoleon was always stressed out about food, so Napoleon always had her cheeks max capacity. And also, what I think was going on is that because Napoleon is like the runt of the litter, so Napoleon is significantly smaller than any, even though she's already a small hamster, she's like a third, she's much smaller than a lot of other hamsters. Of her same type. So with Kiliana being in the cage, I think what she was doing is she would fill her cheeks to max capacity, which then gave her a weight advantage, because then they would have like sumo wrestling matches, but because Napoleon had like the weight advantage in her cheek, it would kind of give her a little edge. And so I always kind of felt like maybe she was doing that a little bit. But anyway, she like never didn't have food in her cheeks. But then, a couple months back, my ex, her hamster passed away, sadly. So then she hit me up and she was just like, I don't want Napoleon anymore. So she gave me back Napoleon, which I was extremely happy to have. But ever since then, because Napoleon's not worried about another hamster stealing her food, Napoleon doesn't keep food in her cheeks. So now Napoleon just looks tiny. So I remember my ex came over to see Napoleon one time, and she was just like, she was all like disturbed, like Napoleon was being abused or something. She was just like, she looks different. What's wrong with her cheeks? She looks scrawny. She looks blah blah blah. And I was like, it's because she's not stashing food in her cheeks. Like she's she's much smaller because you've only ever seen her with food in her cheeks. So she looks like how Cinnamon looks right now, so it's like you kind of just get used to it. They just kind of look round, but really she's got stuffed cheeks.
How come your message got retracted? That sucks. That's weird too, because it's like I felt like I just read the message and now it says message retracted. Yeah, I wish that too, but like I said, with hamsters, they're cute, they're adorable, they're not like rats, they're not like mice, they're not social. They are very much solitary creatures. Um, so I made that mistake before. I bought two Syrians that were sisters, and I thought I could raise them as sisters because when they're babies, they're chilling, but once they hit a certain age, they're not, and they will kill each other. It's just a matter of time. You know, I'm sure there's rare cases where that doesn't happen, but you know, it's not every breed. Robos you can kind of get away with like they can kind of be a little bit more social, but for the most part, most hamsters are pretty solitary. So like I said, I call them hamurai because they're like little hamster samurai. Because I figure if one sees another, it's like instant duel. They have to fight to the death. You know. Oh, that's cool. What kind of fish do you have? That's dope. That's dope that your fish live. I've had bad luck with a lot of fish. Right now I have one beta and one um what is it? Ember Tetra or whatever. It's just the fire Tetra, the orange guy. I just have those two. I had other fish, but these two guys are been living for a few years now. But yeah, I love having fish, but I've had some bad luck. Yeah, I wanted Napoleon back for a long time, and that was always kind of like a messed up thing with me and my ex's relationship. That was part of the reason why that was. It's kind of like those deep things that where you're just like, all right, I gotta trust my gut. But one of the reasons why I knew I had to get out of the relationship was like if we were to ever have a kid with one another, I had a strong feeling she'd be the type to kind of use that against me, like make it so I couldn't see the kid to hurt me. And I'm like, that's not good. That's not the type of person I want to be around or have a kid with. Just because I experienced that with our hamster. She would kind of like weaponize, Napoleon. Because she knew I'd want to see Napoleon. So she would kind of like manipulate me where she'd be like, you can't see Napoleon. Don't ask to see Napoleon. It was a mistake to ever get a hamster with you. Like that kind of stuff. Just like and then other times, and then like so we're not talking, and then she'd start sending me photos of Napoleon because she knows I'm gonna respond to that. Um, so it was just kind of like toxic in that sense. So I was very happy to get Napoleon back because I always felt guilty about leaving Napoleon at her house, but we were kind of basically living together at the time, and then she had a hamster, and her hamster and my hamster were inseparable. So I didn't really want to just like remove her from the other hamster just because I wanted her. Like I didn't know how that would have because she's legit like lonely now without the other hamster. I can tell she's lonely. I could tell she was like depressed after the other hamster died. It was really sad. They were just spent every second, Don't you just love the total different vibe on these two though? Just like Cinnamon's just like she's over there just stuffing her cheeks. She's either a vacuum cleaner or she's in the corner just eating. And Napoleon on the other hand is just like fucking speed racer, just nonstop. Go 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 go. Cinnamon will get like that. She will, but like this is all she does in my freaking jacket. Like when she's just chilling in my robe or whatever, she's just doing this. Like I can kind of she's either sleeping or she'll wake up and just kind of chew for a little bit, and then she'll go back to napping. But that's why it's like I love having like that shirt with a little pocket in it because she just chills in there and just she'll occasionally stick her head out, you know. And then if she tries to climb out, I'm just like, all right, time to go. But for the most part, she's just like carrying me around human. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was the thing with her was it was a lot of manipulation. It was a lot of like it was things like that too, where it's like I would just call her out, you know. I was just like, this is what's happening. So I just began putting up boundaries, and then that became kind of the final thing, where she's like, oh, you don't care anymore. It's like, no, it's not that I don't care. It's like you've forced me to stop reacting, because it's like, how many times have you broken up with me? You want me to react every single time you break up with me now? Like, how many times have you just ended it? It's like, how many times can I just go through that? You know? Like, it's crazy that I'm even dealing with that now. You know? Yeah, I have a Siamese fighting fish too. I have a female named Marge Simpson. Yeah, the sending photos, Napoleon was always oh, you know what's funny about Napoleon? Napoleon's actually a girl. I just named Napoleon because she was so tiny and ferociously fighting off all the other hamsters. But not that, you know, that really matters. But I just saw that. I always thought that was funny. Like I always kind of did that with hamsters. Like I had a female hamster, and I named her Mr. Fluffles, because that was just really funny to me. So every time I would see her, I would go, Mr. Fluffles. And just the fact that I was calling my female hamster Mr. Fluffles made me laugh or smile every time I'd say it. So it's the same thing with the Pokemon. I like like coming up with fun names. I also just go with the gut. Like with Cinnamon, I wanted to name her other names. I wanted to name her Pichu, I think. I wanted to name her, I think I wanted to name her Pichu. But I just like, gut instinct was Cinnamon. I was like, that's your name. It's Cinnamon. Dude, look, and she just scratches herself with her little nub. She might like leave the corner in a bit, but she's actually vibing tonight. I think she was in heat the past couple days, and I think tonight she's actually more chilling. So that's kind of, I mean, it's whatever. But look how fat she got. That's so funny. We'll vacuum. All right, she looks like. It's so sad though. That used to break my heart at the beginning. Oh, she's on the move, I think. She's gonna start moving in a sec. She's starting to. Look, she created a new stash though. Is it time? It's looking like it's time. See, she's kind of gearing up. She starts scratching herself. She's like, all right, time to about set out on the day. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted her to be like my little pocket Pikachu kind of thing. That was the whole kind of vibe with her. I also found her, it's like you don't see like mini hamsters that look like her. Like this golden color. She's freaking, like, that's why when I saw her, I was just like, I'm in love. She is perfect. And she's starting to go. Alright. Okay, let's see if we can get her to do the corn attack. You ready for the corn attack? She's still collecting corn. She does not care about me right now. She's just like, I am on a mission. What about this? You want this? Dude, she is just in vacuum mode. She literally does not. I don't exist at the moment. So I'm not going to push it. I'm not going to like try and rile her up to bite me. She is just so content just vacuuming everything up. I think I might let her vacuum up, and then when she's all vacuumed up, I might put her back. Now she's in this corner. Oh my gosh, she's literally just marking every single corner. Now she's stashed in this corner.
She's literally just like going around putting the kernels in each corner of the thing. See, this is why I'm saying too, you have to think about the mental health of your hamster too, because you have to like at a certain point you go like, oh, this is cute, and then at a certain point you also have to go like, okay, at what point is my hamster just going insane? You know, like see how she's kind of scratching up the side? That means she wants out. Actually, she's just arranging her stuff. Never mind. See how she's tucking it all in the corner? She might just have OCD. Dude, how funny would that be? If we set up part of the channel, we'll just be like psychoanalyzing hamster behavior. So it's like Freudian hamsters. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the right the right term. I can't speak right now. All right, she's starting to get riled up, so I think she wants to get out. So let me just see if I can give her the corn, and then we'll put her away. You want the corn? You want the corn? Yes, yes, watch this. Look how vicious she gets. Look at this. Yes, come on. Oh, yeah. I want to see if she'll care. Yes. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, this is the best. Oh, fuck this corn up. This fucking corn, I'm gonna fuck this corn up. God damn it. Look at her fucking go, man. Dude, she goes psycho. Isn't it crazy? Look at how vicious she gets. She just turns into a psychopath. Look, she is going to rip every kernel off this corn. This corn has dared step into her domain, and now she's like, I will fuck you up, corn. You're gonna die, corn. Look at this. I want to know what she feels about this corn. Like, what is this corn to you? You don't really eat it. It just seems to be like a form of gold. Like, now she's looking for me. I think she's on attack mode now. Watch. I'll show what happens. I'll give her my finger. I'm gonna use this as protection again. She went from completely chilling to just like frothing at the mouth. Okay, she's gonna stash more corn. Did you see that though? Dude, do you see how strong she is? She is. Well, she's getting stronger. So that's the only thing that I was saying about like maybe it's not a good idea to, encourage her to keep biting me, because hamsters, their teeth will continuously grow. And I had my ex's hamster had to go in and get her teeth clipped because the teeth grew out of alignment and were growing to the point where then she couldn't eat. So it's like you have to keep track of their teeth health. So you get them chew toys and you get stuff. So, I would do things, I would kind of rile her up a little bit and then get her to chew on her chew toy, because otherwise she wasn't chewing on the chew toy. Not necessarily that she was having dental issues, but I just wanted to encourage that behavior early on so it wouldn't become an issue later. Because like I said, my friend's hamster, I was the one who called it out. I kept saying for weeks, I was like, your hamster's looking, she's looking weird. She's looking skinny. She's not looking like a hamster, and she just kept being like, she's fine. She just runs a lot. And I'm like, I don't know, man, this doesn't seem right. And then finally I looked at her one time, and she looked like she had a tusk. It looked like her tooth, like her jaw was broken or something, like her tooth was sticking out. And we both thought that she had, look at this is so cute. We both thought that she had fallen off the wheel and broke her jaw on like one of the, something that was in the cage or something. And so we were kind of freaking out. We're like looking at it, and then really what had happened was the tooth was just growing at an angle, so it hooked around like a tusk, and it was kind of blocking her mouth, so she couldn't really eat. So she was running continuously because she was so stressed out because she couldn't eat. So she would try and eat, and she was just like, this is also why I was kind of, encouraged to have Napoleon back in my care, because I went over and I saw her, and I literally spent like a minute with the hamster, and then went, this hamster's fucked up. And then she was just like, what are you talking about? She's fine. I was just like, no, she's not.
you know, and then she had to go to the hospital. You know, and the hamster was gonna starve to death from her tooth blocking her mouth. Look at that. I love that. That's so cute. So, like I said, not trying to talk bad about my ex, but I was happy to get Napoleon back in my care. All right. She's here. Now we reintroduce the corn. Yeah, see, I rile her up a little bit. And then she... Dude, she tears it up. Must attack. No, watch this. She will. Well, now especially if I take the corn from her. Here, she's looking away. She's gonna stash more corn. Watch. She stashes more corn that I got when she wasn't paying attention. I don't know. I just think that this is. I feel like there's got to be something here, especially in terms of streaming this. Like the fact that she does this, I want to figure out how to make this just a enjoyable experience for everyone. So, because this seems like unique hamster behavior. Like I know that they like to gather, but the fact that she does this is just I've never had a hamster do this. Oh, she's back on the wheel. She's got a little bit more on the corn. We'll see if she goes for it. You want the corn? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She likes the corn. She likes the corn, but she wants to run. Yes, come get the corn. Come get the corn, baby. Come get the corn. Come get the corn. Ah, look at that. See, she goes for my hand. She's like, fuck your hand. Give me that corn, bitch. See, this is what I was talking about. She riles up. She goes... Give me that corn. Give me that corn. Look at her little sidestep. Look at her little sidestep move. She's got all these techniques. She's got these like fight. Yeah, give me that corn. All right. This is my corn. Fuck this corn up. Yeah. Nah. 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 I think she's having a good time. See, I feel like she's just like a sugar crazed little fucking kid. You know what I mean? Like, even though she's biting me and all that kind of stuff, I just feel like she's all riled up. Like, look at her go. Look at her just, like, kick this freaking corn around. Also, it's like, what hamsters do this? Watch what she does with this corn. Watch this, watch this. She rolls over it like a log. See if she'll do 3 logs. Now attack the hand that feeds. Okay, she's back to collecting. She's back to collecting. You can tell the changes. She's just like her brain will just switch. She's just like, and we're collecting. Must attack the hand that feeds. She said, I'm glad you pointed out the hamster's tooth being too large. Hamsters probably wouldn't have lived much longer if it... No, it was straight up gonna die soon. Like, that's why I was just like... Yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was just there was a lot of factors where we kind of disagreed on certain things. Like she was really into like giving the hamsters baths, and I'm just like,
you don't do that with hamsters. They clean themselves. Like they can die if they don't dry. You know. But you know, different pet owners. That's why it's good to be very objective with your partner too. Just kind of like they're gonna act how they're gonna act. So it's not like you really want to try and get them to act a certain way because you know then it's fake. It's gonna come out eventually. So you kind of just want to whether or not it's painful, you want to be objective because that was always kind of my thing with our relationship was I kind of saw how we had pets together. So and don't get me wrong, she loves animals, and it was like the sweetest. And that was part of the things that I fell in love with her about was her love for animals. Um, but there was also another side of that I didn't like. Like you know that Looney Tunes girl who she's just running around doing her thing. You know that Looney Tunes girl that's like, and I hug him and squeeze him and kiss him and love him, and the cat's eyes is like sticking out his head and stuff. Like she was like that. She was like, you know what I mean? She would take her cat and she'd be like rubbing her face on it and squeeze it, and the cat's going and like clawing at her and stuff. And she goes, she loves it. She loves it. And I'm like, I don't think she does. You know, and I get that there are like relationships you can have with animals where the cat's just like, stay away. No, I love you. You know what I mean? Like that was their relationship, so I do get that. But there was also that disconnect of like, you are my pet thing. You are my thing that I pet. You are my love thing. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. No, most people don't know how violent hamsters are. Like you got a little taste of that right there. Like to me, that is just her exercising her natural tendencies as a defender of her land. You know, like she's straight up. She is a territorial beast. They have like a great, area, but it's like if anything comes into their area, they're gonna defend. They're gonna attack. So it's like for her, like when she is in her domain, like this is now her domain. You know what I mean? She's got her little stuff. She's arranged her place or whatever. But the second there's anything that's like moving in there, she's just gonna attack it. You know. And honestly, I respect that. You know, I'm like, yeah, I got you. I see that. Napoleon's not that way. Napoleon is different. Napoleon, like if I put my hand in there, well, is really timid. She'll run away. She's scared. You know, so. I almost prefer my hamster being like Cinnamon, where she's not afraid of me, and it's just, spunky, and it's just like, what you gonna do? You know what I mean? Because it also shows that clearly I'm not, it's like I'm not gonna. She's the one winning the fight, as you can see. You know what I mean? Like she's just like yeah, well, you want some more? The only reason it gets a little weird is like I said, I've kind of developed that behavior because I've allowed it to develop to now that's just kind of the thing she does. So I also think that, maybe you shouldn't, allow your hamster. I've tried to do other things where it's like I'll curl my knuckles in so she can't really, get a good bite. But she still will just go for the hand. So I figure, I don't know. I just figure that this just seems to be her personality. She's a little bit crazy. But I like that. I like a little crazy. It's all good. Yeah, I've been rambling a while. Appreciate you hanging out though. I know I keep saying that, but it's 4:36 and I'm still talking. I like coffee almost without my nose. Ugh, that was bad. Ugh. Alright, we got our side through. Who should we swap out for Scyther? If I tried, I could make Napoleon more aggressive. Oh, I mean, in the sense that if I was just to make Napoleon more aggressive towards me, essentially I would have to abuse her. I would essentially just have to provoke her to the point where she would not you know, like just like if in order, the only I don't know. So Napoleon is different. Napoleon's very sweet. She has this very sweet disposition where it's just like she's never bit me. The only time she's even nibbled me is she thinks my hand's food. Like I was just eating like cashews or something, and I put my hand in the cage. She'll like nibble for a second, but it's never a bite. Like what you saw from Cinnamon was like an attack. Like that was Cinnamon. I don't think Napoleon would ever do that. The only time I could see maybe that happening would be if you got in the crossfire with Napoleon. Like if Napoleon was fighting another hamster, I could see maybe you like get bit, you know, maybe trying to separate the two. But see, the thing is, Napoleon is extremely aggressive. Like the same way that Cinnamon got with my finger, Napoleon gets hyper aggressive with other hamsters. So if Cinnamon, Napoleon even got any close to Cinnamon, she would fly through the air at her to get at her. So in that sense, it's kind of different. Whereas Cinnamon, I think, thinks that she would be tough. Like when that happened, I remember like Cinnamon was kind of like looking at Napoleon, and like kind of almost like, you know, and I kind of had Cinnamon in my hand, almost like I was gonna, you know, kind of. And then Napoleon went flying through the air, and then Cinnamon's reaction was just like, "The hell's wrong with that lady? Let's get the hell out of here. That lady is rude." You know what I mean? So it's like I don't think Cinnamon. I think I think Napoleon is all bite, no bark. Cinnamon's all bark, no bite. You know. Yeah, Napoleon, I don't think would bite me. Number one, I think it's because, well, you know, I mean, short of just like spending time with the relationship, I think just naturally for her, I think Napoleon has I think Napoleon just has more natural instincts to where she views me as, you know, like if we're in the situation, she's not gonna fight my finger. She realizes that my hand is much larger, and she's gonna get the fuck away from it. You know, Cinnamon I think is kind of delusional. Like that's why I think she's a little crazy. Cinnamon legit thinks she could fuck me up. You know, she thinks my hand is a separate entity from me, and she must kill it. You know, they're complete opposites. You know. Okay, so if you tried, you could have. That was not like losing Pichu, and I like the puff. You're talking about the team? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. So, we actually have a really nice balance here. Hold up. So, what's this team? We got fire, we got ground, water, ghost and poison, electric, and normal. So, wow, yeah, I'm actually happy with this team. But we do have 3 special attackers. So these 3 guys are actually... Well, Medusa actually only has physical attack right now. So Medusa is actually one of our weakest. So, but I kind of want to keep Medusa just because... I don't know. Maybe that's pointless. Maybe we swap that out. But I also feel like... Nah, we should probably get rid of Cyndaquil. Because Cyndaquil just seems overpowered. Like, this is why I don't like... I'd rather have a team of, like, you know, max level 16 where we actually have to strategize our ways through the battle versus, like, always keeping a guy who could just, you know, sweep the entire team. So I think I'm gonna take out Cyndaquil. As much as I don't want to. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I know. See, that's the thing. Thankfully, I like Haunter a lot, but yeah, that's the sad thing. Yeah. So. Yeah, let's actually swap out. Okay. Definitely swapping Cyndaquil out, but maybe we'll get rid of Ghastly as well, and then finally get to the next gym. Let's go here. It's okay. Good times were had. It's time you move. Yes.
Oh, you know who I want? Yeah. I'm ditching the specialist. We're going physical attackers, because also them being ghost type, they're gonna have weak physical defense, I think, but I think high special defense. Flamey back. I'm bringing Flamey back. Yeah, I love him, but he's just level 25, so I can't be having that. I do want Onyx though, but he's high level too. I think he's like level 23. Alright, let's bring Toboggan. This Medusa. I like Waggers. I love Poliwag. Poliwhirl's like one of my first. It's in that initial manga, but it's one of my first favorite Pokemon. I feel kind of cheap bringing Onyx. Yeah, and he also doubles up with Cubone. I actually like the balance of the team way better when we had Cyndaquil, just so we had that fire type as well, but when you're rolling with like Pichu and you know, you gotta have some sense of I don't want to like have like a trump card, like, you know, just no way we can lose, but also I want to kind of have to balance our team through battle. I don't know, I'm weird like that. I don't want to like, I'd rather the fights take a while and have to get it right than just like, because I also like grinding. That's the issue. I also like mindlessly grinding so that like my guy is 15 levels higher than everyone else. So it's kind of both ways. It's like I like doing that, but then also the game is no longer fun when you do that too. So you kind of have to force yourself to then step back and be like, okay, now let's only use this Rattata. Yeah, I am too. You know what's crazy? Have you ever seen the real life frogs too? Like they'll have the real life tadpoles where you can see their guts and everything, and then you realize like, oh my god, that is a Poliwag. Like that's exactly what it is. Like so many of the Pokemon are literally just this animal, not even really like changed whatsoever. You're like, oh, that's pretty dope. You know, and then they essentially just like I can't speak. Anthropomorphize. Anthropomorphize. I can't speak. They make it look human. I need carries on my team. I forget how my Pokemon are the same level through grinding. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I just kind of like, you know, I almost like having like a big old like bench of Pokemon that I can then cycle through depending on the battle. Because also like one thing I kind of like to do is, for instance, if we go against, you know, Ghost Poison in the next one, you know, if we just use like fire types, we're set. If we use, what else is strong against Ghost? If we use Fire and Dark. I don't even know if there's any Dark available right now though. But yeah, essentially if we just like, you know, we could just roll up, we just grind these guys out and just roll in with Cyndaquil and we're set, but I don't want to do that. But also if we just try and do this and use this guy, it's just a death sentence. Because I can't do anything but supersonic. So, we don't want to be completely stupid. I always like, one of my favorite moves, I think my favorite move of all time in Pokemon is gotta be Leech Seed. That is such a, just, I love it. It's so evil. Leech Seed and Toxic. Those two are just nasty. Alright. You like this team? It's starting to grow on me. Jiggly, we got Pichu. one last go through everyone. Oh, okay. We're doing this. I'm sorry, Onyx. You're too high level for me. See, it's just like this opens up the possibility because then you have to go back and grind. We're bringing out Snubble. Yeah, right. I love it. It's so simple and so. Yeah, I like the ones that just like slowly just chip away. Like I got over moves like hyper beam and stuff. Like I'd much rather have tanks with high defense and low attack, like Shuckle or stuff like that than a guy could just hyper beam. Hold on, checking in on Cinnamon. She's back in this corner. I gotta grab some water real quick. Alright, so now that we have Snubble on the team, that's just got way more complicated. Because he does not really fit here. So we're going to have to do a little grinding to get Snubble up, but that's okay. Because we're after. Transform is dope. Yeah, Transform, I love, Transform is great because there's so much strategy behind Transform. Because then it's like, how well do you know other Pokemon to then be able to use their Pokemon against their other team, Yeah, I have a Ditto right now. I was playing with. I've something I've always wanted. Oh, there's so many possibilities with this game. How dope would that be? Would that make any sense? You would still need some to progress in the game, obviously, for like HMs, but what if you had a 6 Ditto team? Just all Ditto. That'd be kind of fun. Oh, it'd be kind of fun with that too? You have a all team Ditto. You have 5 of them maybe that can transform, and one that is just pure struggle. So you just always make sure that all you do is heal him. You never take him to the Pokemon Center. So he just never has any power points for a struggle. He never has any power points for a transform. So all I can ever do is struggle. So you have a physical sweeper Ditto on your transform team. I like it. We should do that. Counter's pretty good. False Swipe is classic. Shadow Ball is definitely I think my favorite of the special attacks. It just has the coolest animation. Pursuit was one of those moves I never really learned how to use it until later, and even then I don't think I've ever fully I didn't understand Pursuit until I played what's that game, Pokemon Showdown online, where you just have Pokemon battles. Because then Pursuit's amazing because it's you predict them switching out, and then you just use Pursuit. It's just game over. It's extra points, so good. But yeah, I think as a kid it was just always why is this move so weak? But it's because you got to know how to use it. You got to time it. You got to be able to hit it when they're moving, Mind blown. What's Blacephalon? I don't even know that Pokemon, actually. Holy shit, I gotta look up that. Yeah, Ultra Sun and Moon, that's where they brought in the Ultra Beast, right? I never played Ultra Sun and Moon, so I never played as Buzzswole or any of those guys. But I always Buzzswole was my favorite out of that group. They had the one that was Christmas tree lights and stuff. They got a little wacky with it. Which I appreciate when they do that too. Yeah, I feel like I've seen someone do you beat Ditto with beat Gold with only a Ditto. So that would be cool. I know, but yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone do the 6 Ditto team, especially with our little caveat of having a Ditto sweeper, because that's one of those little. Because that was always like a thing that I noticed with people who would, like you beat the game with Magikarp, for instance. It's like you think, well, how can I beat Magikarp? He has Splash. It's like, no, you just drain him down, you have him, you struggle, and you grind him up until he can just dominate everything, and he sweeps with struggle. It's not how the game is supposed to work, but it's how you have to make it work if you're going to beat it with Magikarp, because then you essentially just have this giant, muscular, scarred up, like, Magikarp that just, like, flops on the ground and crushes the other Pokemon. Like, that's essentially what you've created, which is beautiful. Showdown is dope. I haven't played Showdown in a while. It really was cool. You really do. What I loved about Showdown is, especially when you do random teams, you start to learn Pokemon in and out, because it's like, you not only like learn the types, like you learn each Pokemon, you learn like playing as them and playing against them, you learn that, but really playing as them, you learn aspects. But then also with Showdown, it just has such a random moveset too. It's like you not only get, their how they are, their typing, but then also you get I can't speak now. You get just the array of moves that they can use too. So it's like you see the variety. Like a lot of times, like a lot of these guys, it's like you look at their like I would look at the strategy guides, and it's like you look at all their move sets, their level ups, and it's like you can kind of go like you look at Oddish, like, oh yeah, it's okay, it's kind of got some poison, it's mostly like a life absorber though. It's like they kind of like fall into like little categories, but then there's certain guys where it's like, no, there's little tweaks, you can kind of like you can play them this way, you can play them this way, or there's just like mechanics you didn't even like consider doing. I don't know. Like that's when I fell in love with Pichu. Like I think it was later version. I can't remember which one, but when Pichu learns Nasty Plot, so it's like you just do his Nasty Plot, raise your special attack up to, and you like sweep the whole team with Thunder Shock. And you're like, holy fuck! Did I just sweep them with Pichu? How did that happen? And I just started doing that all the time, and then that's how I started like that. I mean, it takes forever. It took me longer than I wish, but it's like I didn't understand like the strategy side of it. Because like Gen 1, the strategy is almost out the window. You're better off like literally just like Hydro Pump, Hyper Beam, that kind of stuff. Oh my god, I love the lore behind Ho-Oh. It was like a bird and a dragon. Did you ever watch the Pokemon show in the first episode when he looks up in the sky and he sees Ho-Oh? So I remember as a kid watching that. That was before they released that, before there was any hint at Pokemon Gold, Silver. They didn't even hint. They had Mew in the. They had Mew in the credits, so they knew Mew was out there, but it's just like they weren't like releasing this info yet, so they didn't have like Gold, but then they had Ho-Oh in the first episode, and they also tell you this is a Pokemon that that hasn't been discovered yet. But as a kid, like they didn't have that, there was no knowledge of what Gold or Ho-Oh could be. So you see that and you just think it's this magical golden pharaoh. Because that's what it looked like. It just looked like a pharaoh, you know? But at the same time, it's just clearly a Ho-Oh. So it's just like, little moments like that. I a special place in my heart for Pokemon. Oh shit, this is where we go find all the... Oh. Oh. Oh, this is where we found Meryl. Uh-oh. No, that's funny.
Yeah, right. It is. It is interesting in the anime how they have like actual animals, um, and then they have like Pokemon because it's like Pokemon are animals, but then there's actual and like they'll have like they'll kind of slip it in like they'll have an aquarium with just like regular fish, like not Pokemon or anything like that. So they'll kind of do that a lot. Um, but one, so did you ever see? This is kind of one of those like legendary episodes. But there's an episode on the original series of Pokemon um, where they're battling Ghastly. So it's like Ghastly takes the form of like a girl and is supposed to be like haunting some area or something like that. And the Ghastly is like super old and it's like a maiden or something. It's like the maiden of some sea town or something. Anyways, so the Ghastly, they finally reveal that it's the lady is actually the ghost is a Ghastly, or the spirit of the girl is actually just a Ghastly. So the Ghastly starts, battling with them, but the Ghastly's so strong it can kind of like telepathically project Pokemon for battle or something like that. So it's like battling using like mental projection. I don't know. It was weird. Maybe it was just transforming. I don't even remember. But but yeah, it was like I think they had. I think he summons like Charizard. So then he goes like, aha, like you have Charizard. No, they kept summoning different Pokemon, and they would like summon things to counter it. So it was like he summoned Charizard, and they did. Oh, that was it. They did a Dragon Ball Z call out because they did the little fusion ha dance. And they go fusion ha, and they do the little finger point thing. I'm trying to get on camera doing it. You go yink, shink, like that. Little fingers. But they had Venusaur and Blastoise, and then they do the fusions dance, and they fuse and become one, and to become Venustoise. So it's just like a Blastoise with like the big old like leaf thing behind it and stuff, and it's just like Venusois. And so that was cool because all of a sudden they created like this new thing that didn't ever exist. So Venustois is one of those like secret little lore Pokemon that existed for a split second, even though it's not actually a thing, but it was a fusion Pokemon. So it's like, that's one of those things that never really gets listed, but is technically one of those secret Pokemon. And then the other secret Pokemon in that exact same episode was Jessie sends out her Arbok, so the Blastoise then just becomes a giant mongoose. So it's like it's not a Pokemon, it's just a mongoose, and the mongoose is then like I don't even think it fights; it just appears, and then Jesse's Arbok freaks out and doesn't want to fight the mongoose. And it's just so funny because that's like one of those it's the exact same kind of thing. It's just like, oh, that's just a mongoose. That's not even a Pokemon. Like I think they even call it a mongoose. Oh yeah, no, Pokemon really is. It's like especially when you get into the competitive side of it. It's like I used to watch like the World Championships of Pokemon and stuff, and it's so interesting how so much of it is predicting your opponent's moves. Like so, it's like predicting their switch outs, predicting like when they're gonna attack. So it's like so much of it's like rock paper scissors, but there's so many different options. It's not just those three. It's just, I don't know. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, the fusion one. Yeah, I'll find a. Yeah, I used to always go through and watch the first. I love the first like 56 episodes of Pokemon. Like the first like season and a half to 2 seasons of Pokemon, like pretty much before they get to like the Orange Islands or whatever, is like good ass. That's a good anime. It's good television. They kept it very creative. Everything still had kind of a dark edge. They hit on good point. Storylines and just there was a lot of variation throughout the show. The show always felt each episode felt like a new world. They would kind of like recap things, but there just really felt like a lot of it just felt like better writing. And then Legends of Lugia happened that the main writer guy kind of lost his mind.
And then I think they realize, you know, we have such a money, you know, maker here. Let's just keep rinsing and repeat it. So then at a certain point, it was just that same. Every episode was the same cycle of just like rinse and repeat. You know, we'll introduce a new Pokemon. We'll do this. We'll do that. Da 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 da. And it's like they always kind of had that, but there was still that like trueness to anime, where like the original, you know, season had, where it was just, you know, it just felt like they were taking more chances. That's really it. Are you talking about the mongoose? Yeah, the mongoose is dope. It's in that same episode. It's just for a split second. Jesse pulls out Arbok, and then he transfers the mongoose. There might even be one other Pokemon. Like he does a few, but it's the Venusaurus and the mongoose are the parts I remembered. Oh. Luigi Ryder. No, it's Luigi Ryder. Hey, I appreciate you hanging out, Moltres. Thank you so much. I'll be back. No, I appreciate you. I was kind of getting ready to tap out too, but I was like, nah, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. But yeah, I was getting to that point. You can see Cinnamon's doing the thing. But thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you and everyone made tonight, you know, pretty dope. So I hope to see you in here soon. Otherwise, maybe I'll see you in Pokey Guitarist Jake's stream. So I'll be I popped into his earlier. I'll pop into his. He's a cool guy. So yeah. Oh, Lugia's writer. Yeah, no, it was funny. It was like, I guess like in Mewtwo Strikes Back, he was kind of like losing his mind. So it's like Mewtwo Strikes Back gets very dark. You know, it's like they kill Ash. There's like certain aspects where it's like I don't think they really would have allowed it, but also I think the Pokemon Company was going through some other issues. Like I don't know if that's the same time where they had the Porygon lawsuit, where Porygon was causing like seizures in kids and stuff. But I think there was like legal things happening with the Pokemon Company that they kind of just let him do his thing, and then you know, it makes Mewtwo, even though it was kind of dark and not really what they wanted, but then it was so successful, they're like, you know what, this guy, you know, brought us success, so they kind of just let him do his thing. But then the Lugia one, I think, is where it got weird, because I think for him, that was supposed to be his, like, grand opus, you know, and they're just like, we're just trying to make money, bro. So I think they ended up firing. I don't know, it got weird. Anyways, I'll keep talking your ear off. Have a good night, man. Have a good night. Talk to you soon. Yeah, no, I feel you. Yeah, there we go. We'll keep the hamster lore going. Hey, no, I appreciate it. No, well, thank you so much. This was special. This is cool. Yeah, I'm gonna just keep these streams going. So it helps that I'm yapping so much that that it'll take us a sweet time to get through this freaking crystal version at this rate. I've already played 163 hours and I'm not even to the 4th gym. So that's also that I'm using a sped up emulator, I think. I'm guessing. I'm hoping. We'll see. But yeah, man. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I should probably turn off the stream as well. Yeah. Cinnamon has left her post. So the time is now. Good night and farewell.